In the vast expanse of the Pokémon world, where countless creatures roam through forests thick with ancient mystery and across mountains that pierce the very heavens themselves, there exists a profound hierarchy of power that has captivated trainers and researchers for generations beyond counting. Tonight, as the gentle embrace of sleep beckons you toward peaceful rest, we shall embark upon a tranquil journey through the realm of the most formidable Pokemon ever discovered, those legendary beings whose strength transcends the ordinary boundaries of nature itself. Picture, if you will, the serene twilight hours when the world grows quiet and still, much like the moments before these magnificent creatures reveal their true power. The strongest Pokemon are not merely defined by the raw force they can unleash, but by the deep, ancient wisdom they carry within their very essence, accumulated over millennia of existence in harmony with the fundamental forces that govern all life. Among these titans of power stands Arceus, known throughout the regions as the Original One, a being whose presence brings with it the weight of creation itself. This remarkable Pokemon is said to have emerged from a cosmic egg in a place where nothing existed, in a time before time began its eternal march. With its distinctive golden wheel adorned with precious gems that seem to hold the very essence of different elemental types, Arceus moves with a grace that belies its immense power. Its body, pristine white like fresh snow on a mountain peak, reflects the purity of creation, while its eyes hold the depth of infinite knowledge. The legend speaks of how Arceus shaped the universe with its 1,000 arms, though only a fraction of this divine strength is ever witnessed by mortal beings. Each of the 18 plates that can attach to its golden wheel represents mastery over a different type of elemental energy, allowing this extraordinary Pokemon to adapt its very nature to command fire that burns with the heat of newborn stars, water that flows with the persistence of eternal rivers, earth that stands as solid as the foundations of reality itself. When Arceus moves across the landscape, it does so with a fluidity that seems to bend the laws of physics to its will. Its signature ability, multi-type, allows it to transform its essential nature depending upon which plate it holds, making it perhaps the most versatile of all powerful Pokemon. The gentle sound of its hooves touching the ground resonates with harmonics that seem to echo through dimensions, creating ripples in the fabric of space and time that sensitive Pokemon can feel from vast distances. In the peaceful depths of the ocean, where sunlight filters down through layers of crystal clear water, another legendary presence makes its home. Kyogre, the ancient guardian of the seas, embodies the primal power of water in its most magnificent form. This colossal Pokemon, with its deep blue hide marked by intricate red striping that resembles the patterns of ocean currents themselves, has slumbered in oceanic trenches so deep that no human explorer has ever reached their bottommost depths. The sheer size of Kyogre inspires awe in all who witness it, stretching nearly 15 feet in length, with fins that can create waves capable of reshaping entire coastlines. Its eyes, glowing with an inner light, reminiscent of bioluminescent deep-sea creatures, hold the wisdom of countless tides and the memory of every drop of rain that has ever fallen upon the earth. When Kyogre stirs from its rest, the very atmosphere responds, drawing moisture from across vast distances to form the towering storm clouds that herald its awakening. The ability known as Drizzle manifests as Kyogre's natural influence over weather patterns, calling forth gentle rains that can persist for days, nourishing the earth and filling rivers that have run dry during times of drought. But this is merely a whisper of its true power, for when Kyogre undergoes primal reversion, it becomes something even more magnificent, its body taking on an ethereal glow as ancient power courses through every cell, transforming it into the embodiment of the primordial seas from which all life once emerged. High above the clouds, where the air grows thin and the boundary between earth and space becomes beautifully blurred, soars another member of this exclusive pantheon of power. Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokémon, commands the heavens with an authority that has remained unchallenged for millions of years. Its serpentine form, stretching an incredible 23 feet in length, moves through the atmosphere with an elegance that defies its massive size, green scales catching and reflecting sunlight in patterns that create aurora-like displays across the sky. The yellow markings that adorn Rayquaza's body seem to pulse with an inner energy, and ancient texts describe how these patterns shift and change based on atmospheric conditions, making each sighting of this legendary Pokémon a unique and wondrous experience. Its head, crowned with what appears to be a natural formation resembling both fins and horns, houses intelligence vast enough to comprehend the complex interplay of forces that govern weather systems across entire continents. Rayquaza's domain extends from the edge of space down to the highest mountain peaks, and it moves between these realms with the fluid grace of wind itself. The airlock ability that emanates from its presence neutralizes all weather effects in its immediate vicinity, creating pockets of perfectly calm air that allow it to mediate between the conflicting powers of land and sea. When ancient legends speak of Rayquaza's role as a peacekeeper, they refer to its ability to quell the primordial battles between Kyogre and Groudon, descending from its celestial heights to restore balance when the very foundations of the world are threatened. Deep beneath the Earth's surface, in caverns where molten rock flows like rivers of liquid fire, dwells Groudon, the continent Pokémon whose very presence can reshape the geography of entire regions. This massive land-dwelling Pokémon stands as a monument to the raw, creative power of the Earth itself, its red hide marked with lines of yellow that glow like veins of precious metal heated to their melting point. Every step Groudon takes resonates through bedrock, sending vibrations that can be felt by sensitive seismic equipment hundreds of miles away. The prehistoric majesty of Groudon speaks to an age when the world was still young and malleable, when continents could be raised from the ocean floor through sheer force of will. Its ability, drought, manifests as an intense heat that evaporates moisture from the air and soil, creating the arid conditions necessary for certain forms of life to flourish. But this power extends far beyond mere weather manipulation, for Groudon possesses the fundamental ability to expand land masses, creating new territories where life can take root and spread. When Groudon undergoes primal reversion, its body becomes a living furnace, with cracks appearing along its hide that reveal the molten energy flowing within. In this state, it becomes Primal Groudon, a being whose internal temperature rivals that of volcanic cores, whose every breath releases superheated air that can instantly vaporize water, and whose footsteps leave behind patches of ground so thoroughly heated that they remain warm for months afterward. In the realm of psychic power, where thoughts become reality and the boundaries between mind and matter dissolve into meaninglessness, exists Mewtwo, perhaps the most complex and fascinating of all legendary Pokémon, created through genetic manipulation that combined the DNA of the mythical Mew with advanced scientific techniques. Mewtwo represents the pinnacle of both natural evolution and artificial enhancement. Its humanoid form, standing just over 6 feet tall, possesses a physical presence that seems almost delicate until one witnesses the incredible psychic forces it can unleash with barely a thought. The pale purple coloration of Mewtwo's skin seems to shift and shimmer when it concentrates its mental powers, and the tube-like structure extending from the back of its head serves as both a focus for its psychic abilities and a reminder of its artificial origins. Its eyes, large and intensely intelligent, reflect a consciousness that has grappled with questions of identity, purpose, and belonging that most Pokémon never need to consider. The weight of being perhaps the only one of its kind in existence has shaped Mewtwo's personality in profound ways, creating a being of immense power tempered by deep philosophical contemplation. Mewtwo's psychic abilities extend far beyond simple telekinesis or telepathy, encompassing powers that allow it to manipulate matter at the molecular level, create force fields capable of deflecting the most devastating attacks, and even alter its own genetic structure through sheer mental discipline. The signature move. Sistrike demonstrates this incredible control over psychic energy, manifesting as waves of pure mental force that can overwhelm even the most resilient opponents, not through brute strength, but through the precise application of psychic pressure that bypasses physical defenses entirely. When Mewtwo achieves its mega evolution, whether through the X or Y stone, the transformation reveals new depths to its already extraordinary psychic capabilities. Mega Mewtwo X develops a more muscular, fighter-like physique that channels its mental energies through physical combat, creating a unique fusion of psychic power and martial prowess that allows it to deliver devastating blows enhanced by telekinetic force. Mega Mewtwo Y, by contrast, becomes an even purer expression of psychic energy, its form becoming more streamlined and ethereal, with its head enlarged to accommodate the vast expansion of its mental faculties, allowing it to perceive and manipulate multiple dimensions of reality simultaneously. In this form, Mewtwo can bend space itself, creating tiers in the fabric of reality that serve as both defensive barriers and offensive weapons, while its enhanced telepathic range allows it to communicate with and influence minds across vast distances. The legendary birds of Kanto represent elemental mastery in its most refined form, each embodying forces of nature that have shaped the world since time immemorial. Articuno, the ice-type legendary, possesses a beauty that is both breathtaking and terrible, its crystalline blue plumage seeming to capture and reflect the very essence of winter itself. When Articuno spreads its magnificent wings, each feather appears to be crafted from living ice, creating prismatic displays of light that dance across its surface like aurora borealis made manifest. The air around Articuno drops to temperatures so extreme that moisture instantly crystallizes, creating delicate ice formations that hang suspended in the atmosphere like frozen jewelry. Its presence brings with it the profound silence of deep winter, that hushed quality that comes when snow muffles all sound and the world seems to hold its breath in anticipation. Articuno's mastery over ice extends beyond mere temperature control, encompassing the ability to create blizzards that can reshape entire landscapes, form ice barriers of incredible durability, and generate hailstorms where each individual piece of ice follows precise trajectories guided by the legendary bird's will. Zapdos embodies the raw, untamed power of electrical storms, its spiky yellow plumage crackling with constant electrical discharge that illuminates the surrounding area in brilliant flashes of gold and white. Unlike the controlled precision of some electric type Pokémon, Zapdos represents electricity in its most primal form, the kind of power that splits the sky during thunderstorms and transforms the very air into a conductor for its overwhelming energy. When Zapdos takes flight, it doesn't simply move through the air, but rather rides the electrical currents that flow through the atmosphere, its body serving as a living lightning rod that can redirect and amplify the natural electrical phenomena of storms. The sound of Zapdos's cry resembles thunder itself, a deep, resonant boom that seems to originate from the very sky and can be heard for miles across the landscape. Its signature move, Thunder, doesn't merely call down lightning, but rather commands the electrical forces of the atmosphere to converge at a single point, creating bolts of energy so intense they can temporarily blind observers and leave the air itself charged with residual electricity for hours afterward. Moltres completes this legendary trinity with its mastery over flame and the transformative power of fire. Its plumage appears to be composed of living flame, with each feather flickering and dancing in perpetual motion, creating patterns of orange, red, and gold that shift and change like a sunset captured in avian form. The heat radiating from Moltres is so intense that it creates updrafts powerful enough to lift other flying Pokémon, while the air around it shimmers with thermal distortion that makes its exact location difficult to determine. When Moltres spreads its wings, the display resembles a phoenix rising from flames, with trails of fire extending behind each feather like ribbons of pure thermal energy. The legendary bird's control over fire encompasses not just the creation and manipulation of flames, but also the ability to regulate temperature across vast areas, bringing warmth to frozen regions or creating the intense heat necessary for certain types of volcanic activity. Its signature move, Sky Attack, combines its mastery of both flight and fire, creating a devastating aerial assault that leaves trails of flame across the sky like a comet's tail. In the depths of the ocean, where sunlight fades to memory and pressure creates an environment alien to surface dwellers, Kyogre reigns as the undisputed master of all aquatic realms. This massive whale-like Pokémon possesses a body designed for the deepest oceanic trenches, with fins that span enormous distances and a hide marked with distinctive patterns that seem to glow with their own internal light. Kyogre's presence in any body of water immediately alters the entire aquatic ecosystem, its very breathing creating currents that can extend for hundreds of miles and influence weather patterns across entire continents. The legendary Pokemon's ability to control precipitation goes beyond simple rain generation, encompassing the manipulation of the entire water cycle, from the formation of clouds high in the atmosphere to the movement of underground water tables deep beneath the Earth's surface. When Kyogre undergoes primal reversion, transforming into primal Kyogre, its body becomes a living embodiment of the ocean's power, with translucent sections revealing the flow of primordial energy within. In this state, Kyogre's control over water becomes absolute, allowing it to create massive tidal waves that can reshape coastlines, generate storms of such intensity that they can persist for years, and even alter the chemical composition of seawater to support different forms of marine life. The blue orbs that appear along primal Kyogre's body pulse with an energy that seems to resonate with every drop of water on the planet, creating a connection between this legendary Pokémon and the vast network of rivers, lakes, and oceans that cover the world's surface. The relationship between Kyogre and Groudon represents one of the most fundamental conflicts in the natural world, the eternal struggle between land and sea that has shaped the planet's geography since the earliest epochs of geological time. When these two legendary Pokémon encounter one another, their opposing natures create weather phenomena of unprecedented scale, with Kyogre's rain-summoning abilities clashing against Groudon's drought-inducing powers in displays of elemental force that can be observed from space. The steam created when Kyogre's water meets Groudon's intense heat forms clouds so massive they can block out the sun for weeks, while the resultant atmospheric pressure changes can trigger earthquakes and volcanic eruptions across multiple continents. It is Rayquaza, the sky-dwelling dragon, that serves as mediator in this ancient conflict, its serpentine form perfectly adapted for life in the upper atmosphere, where it feeds on particles and moisture suspended in the stratosphere. Rayquaza's emerald green body stretches for dozens of feet, with fin-like appendages that allow it to navigate air currents with the same grace that fish display in water. The yellow patterns along its body seem to shift and pulse with each movement, creating an almost hypnotic display that reflects its mastery over atmospheric phenomena. Rayquaza's unique position as a guardian of the sky grants it perspective on the conflicts between land and sea, allowing it to intervene when the battles between Kyogre and Groudon threaten to destabilize the planet's climate systems entirely. The legendary dragon's intervention capabilities extend far beyond mere physical presence, as Rayquaza possesses an innate understanding of atmospheric dynamics that allows it to manipulate air pressure, wind patterns, and electromagnetic fields with surgical precision. When Rayquaza descends from its stratospheric domain to mediate between the warring titans of land and sea, it brings with it the accumulated wisdom of countless centuries spent observing the delicate balance that maintains planetary stability. The dragon's ability to mega-evolve without the need for external stones or human intervention speaks to its unique connection with cosmic forces, drawing power directly from meteorites and solar radiation that constantly bombard the upper atmosphere. In its mega-evolved form, Rayquaza's body becomes even more streamlined, with additional fin-like protrusions that enhance its ability to channel atmospheric energy and direct it with incredible accuracy. The ribbons of light that trail behind Mega Rayquaza as it moves through the sky are not merely decorative, but represent concentrated streams of ionized particles that the dragon manipulates to create localized weather phenomena, from gentle breezes that can calm turbulent seas to powerful wind shears capable of dispersing the most violent storms. The relationship between these three legendary Pokémon of Hoenn, extends into realms that transcend the merely physical, touching upon the fundamental forces that govern planetary evolution and the development of life itself. Groudon's influence on continental drift and tectonic activity has shaped not only the current geography of the world, but also the distribution of mineral resources, the formation of mountain ranges, and the creation of fertile valleys where civilization can flourish. The legendary Pokemon's ability to generate heat extends deep into the planet's core, where its influence helps maintain the magnetic field that protects all surface life from harmful cosmic radiation. When Groudon walks across the landscape, each footstep leaves behind trace amounts of rare earth elements and minerals that enrich the soil for generations, creating pockets of extraordinary fertility that become the foundation for diverse ecosystems. The legendary Pokemon's breath carries with it microscopic particles of beneficial bacteria and minerals that can transform barren ground into thriving habitats, while its presence seems to awaken dormant volcanic activity that over geological timescales creates new landmasses and refreshes the planet's surface. Kyogre's influence on oceanic systems operates on similarly vast scales, with the legendary Pokemon's movements creating deep-sea currents that carry nutrients and warmth across entire ocean basins. These currents, generated by Kyogre's passage through the deepest ocean trenches, help regulate global temperatures and create the complex circulation patterns that support marine ecosystems around the world. The legendary Pokemon's ability to purify water extends beyond simple filtration, involving complex chemical processes that can neutralize toxins, balance pH levels, and even create conditions favorable for the evolution of new species. When Kyogre rests in the deepest parts of the ocean, its presence seems to generate fields of beneficial energy that promote healing and regeneration among marine life, while its dreams are said to influence the migration patterns of whales and other large sea creatures. The bioluminescent organisms that often follow in Kyogre's wake display patterns of light that seem to mirror the legendary Pokemon's own energy signatures, creating underwater auroras of breathtaking beauty that can be seen from the ocean's surface on clear nights. The legendary Pokemon, known as Dialga, represents mastery over perhaps the most mysterious and fundamental aspect of existence itself, the flow of time. This steel and dragon type legendary possesses the unique ability to manipulate temporal currents with the same ease that other Pokemon might control elements like fire or water. Dialga's metallic blue body bears diamond-like protrusions that seem to pulse with chronological energy, each faceted surface reflecting not just light, but moments from across the timeline. The legendary Pokemon's chest bears a distinctive diamond-shaped core that serves as both the source and focus of its temporal abilities, glowing with an inner light that exists outside the normal spectrum of visible radiation. When Dialga moves through space, it creates subtle distortions in the fabric of space-time itself, causing clocks to run differently in its presence and creating pockets where cause and effect operate according to altered rules. The legendary Pokemon's roar can echo both forward and backward through time, creating paradoxical situations where the sound is heard before Dialga actually makes it, or continues reverberating long after the legendary Pokemon has departed. Dialga's counterpart in cosmic authority is Palkia, the legendary Pokemon whose dominion extends over the dimensions of space itself. This water and dragon type legendary possesses the ability to fold space, creating shortcuts between distant locations and manipulating the very geometry of reality. Palkia's pearl pink body bears shoulder ornaments that resemble stylized wings, though the legendary Pokemon's method of locomotion transcends conventional flight, instead involving the manipulation of spatial coordinates to achieve instantaneous movement across vast distances. The spherical orbs embedded in Palkia's shoulders serve as dimensional anchors, allowing the legendary Pokemon to create stable portals between different regions of space, while maintaining its own position in the cosmic hierarchy. When Palkia exercises its spatial abilities, the surrounding environment takes on a dreamlike quality, with distances becoming fluid and directions losing their conventional meaning. The legendary Pokemon can create pocket dimensions where the normal laws of physics operate differently, allowing for the existence of spaces that are larger on the inside than their external boundaries would suggest. The interplay between Dialga and Palkia represents the fundamental duality of existence, with time and space serving as the stage upon which all reality unfolds. When these two legendary Pokemon encounter one another, their combined influence can create regions where the normal flow of causality becomes disrupted, leading to temporal loops, spatial inversions, and other phenomena that challenge conventional understanding of how the universe operates. The legendary Pokemon Giratina serves as guardian of the Antimatter realm, existing in the spaces between normal reality, where the rules governing time and space take on inverted properties. This ghost and dragon type legendary was banished to the distortion world for its violent nature, but its exile serves a crucial function in maintaining cosmic balance by preventing the complete merger of matter and antimatter that would result in universal annihilation. Giratina's serpentine form, in its altered form, reflects its adaptation to existence in normal reality, while its origin form reveals its true nature as a being of pure antimatter energy. The legendary Pokemon's ability to travel between dimensions makes it uniquely qualified to monitor the boundaries between different planes of existence, ensuring that the barriers separating various realities remain intact. The distortion world itself bears the influence of Giratina's presence, with its gravity-defying landscapes and impossible architecture serving as a physical manifestation of antimatter physics made visible. When Giratina emerges into normal reality, its presence creates subtle distortions that can be detected by sensitive instruments, while its movement through solid matter demonstrates the fundamental differences between matter and antimatter interaction patterns. The legendary Pokemon Arceus stands above all others in the cosmic hierarchy, possessing abilities that encompass and transcend those of every other legendary being. This normal type legendary is said to have created the universe itself, shaping reality through the power of its thousand arms technique and breathing life into what was previously an empty void. Arceus's body bears a golden wheel-like structure around its midsection, adorned with precious gems that correspond to different elemental types and allow the legendary Pokemon to adapt its nature to any situation. The ability to change type through the use of different plates demonstrates Arceus's fundamental connection to all aspects of existence, as each transformation reveals new facets of its infinite nature. When Arceus moves across the landscape, Its hoofbeats create ripples in reality itself, with each step generating waves of creative energy that can spontaneously generate new forms of life or alter the properties of existing matter. The creation legend speaks of Arceus emerging from a cosmic egg that existed before time itself, hatching into a reality where nothing else had yet taken form. In this primordial state, Arceus surveyed the infinite emptiness and began the great work of creation, first establishing the fundamental forces that would govern all existence. The legendary Pokemon's first act was to create Dialga and Palkia, granting them dominion over time and space respectively, followed by Giratina to serve as guardian of the reverse world. Each of these creations required Arceus to sacrifice portions of its own infinite power, willingly diminishing itself so that the universe could flourish with independent life and energy. The plates that allow Arceus to change its type are said to be fragments of the original universe, crystallized remnants of the moment when all possibilities existed simultaneously before being separated into distinct elements and forces. When Arceus holds different plates, it doesn't merely change its typing, but actually becomes a living embodiment of that particular aspect of creation, channeling the pure essence of fire, water, earth, or any other fundamental force through its divine form. The legendary Pokemon's relationship with humans throughout history has been one of distant benevolence, occasionally intervening in moments of great crisis, but generally allowing mortal beings to chart their own course through existence. Ancient civilizations that encountered Arceus described it as a being of impossible beauty and terrible power, whose mere presence could heal the gravely wounded or restore life to barren lands. These encounters were invariably brief, with Arceus appearing only long enough to address whatever cosmic imbalance had drawn its attention before retreating once more to the higher dimensions where it typically resides. The legendary Pokemon's judgment of human actions operates on scales far beyond individual morality, considering instead the broader implications of civilizational development and the long-term consequences of technological advancement. When Arceus does choose to manifest in the physical world, reality itself seems to hold its breath, with natural phenomena pausing their normal cycles and wild Pokemon gathering in reverent silence to witness the presence of their ultimate creator. The legendary lake guardians, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, represent different aspects of consciousness and mental ability, each dwelling in sacred lakes that serve as focal points for psychic energy throughout their regions. Uxie, the being of knowledge, possesses the ability to erase memories with a single glance, but this power serves not as a weapon, but as a protective mechanism to prevent mortal minds from being overwhelmed by cosmic truths too vast for ordinary comprehension. The legendary Pokemon's closed eyes hide depths of wisdom accumulated over millions of years, containing knowledge of every event that has ever occurred and every possibility that might yet come to pass. When Uxie rarely opens its eyes, the resulting release of information can grant incredible insights to worthy individuals while simultaneously wiping clean the memories of those unprepared for such revelations. The lake where Uxie dwells maintains a constant temperature regardless of seasonal changes, and its waters possess healing properties that can restore mental clarity to those suffering from confusion or memory loss. Mesprit, the being of emotion, serves as guardian of the emotional spectrum that gives life its meaning and intensity. This legendary Pokemon's presence influences the emotional climate of entire regions, subtly encouraging feelings of joy, love, and compassion, while working to diminish hatred, despair, and other destructive emotions. Mesprit's ability to become invisible allows it to move unseen among humans and Pokemon, observing emotional interactions and providing gentle guidance to those struggling with feelings they cannot understand or control. The legendary Pokemon's own emotional range encompasses the full spectrum of possible feelings, allowing it to empathize perfectly with any being it encounters, while maintaining the wisdom necessary to guide others toward emotional balance. When Mesprit's lake reflects the sunset, the waters take on colors that seem to shift and change in response to the emotions of those who gaze upon them, creating a natural mirror that reveals the true feelings hidden within each observer's heart. Azelf, the being of willpower, embodies the determination and resolve that drives all conscious beings to strive for their goals and overcome obstacles in their path. This legendary Pokemon's influence strengthens the will of those who encounter it, providing the mental fortitude necessary to persevere through difficulties that might otherwise prove insurmountable. Azelf's connection to willpower extends beyond simple determination to encompass the fundamental drive for self improvement and growth that characterizes all evolving life forms. The legendary Pokemon can sense the strength of will in others from vast distances, often appearing to assist those whose determination burns brightest in their pursuit of noble goals. The lake that serves as Azelf's home never freezes, even in the depths of winter, as the legendary Pokemon's unwavering will generates a constant warmth that prevents ice formation and maintains the water's crystal clarity throughout all seasons. The legendary beasts Raikou, Entei, and Suicune were reborn from the ashes of tragedy, transformed by Ho-Oh's sacred flames after perishing in a great fire that consumed their original forms. Each of these legendary Pokemon embodies different aspects of elemental power while carrying within them the memory of their former existence and the gratitude they feel toward their Phoenix benefactor. Raikou's mastery over electricity allows it to move at lightning speed across vast distances, its passage marked by thunderclaps that echo through mountain valleys and across open plains. The legendary Pokemon's mane crackles with constant electrical energy, and its roar can summon storm clouds from clear skies, bringing life-giving rain to drought-stricken areas. Raikou's territory encompasses entire mountain ranges, and it patrols these regions tirelessly, ensuring that the electrical balance of the atmosphere remains stable and that lightning strikes occur in patterns that benefit rather than harm the ecosystem. Entei's connection to volcanic forces makes it a guardian of the planet's internal fires, monitoring geothermal activity and ensuring that volcanic eruptions occur in ways that renew rather than devastate the surrounding landscape. The legendary Pokemon's breath can reach temperatures hot enough to melt solid rock, yet it also possesses the wisdom to use this power constructively, creating fertile soil through controlled burns and clearing away dead vegetation to make room for new growth. Entei's presence can be detected by sensitive instruments that measure ground temperature, as the legendary Pokemon's passage leaves behind thermal signatures that persist for days after it has moved on to other territories. The volcanic regions where Entei makes its home experience unusual stability, with eruptions following predictable patterns that allow local ecosystems to adapt and thrive in harmony with the geological activity. Suicune's purification abilities extend far beyond simple water cleansing, encompassing the removal of spiritual and emotional contamination that can accumulate in areas affected by prolonged conflict or environmental damage. This legendary Pokemon can restore polluted waterways to pristine condition with a single touch, transforming toxic waste into pure, life giving water that supports abundant aquatic life. Suicune's movement across the landscape follows ancient migration routes that connect sacred springs and hidden oases, creating a network of pure water sources that serve as refuges for both wild Pokemon and weary travelers. The legendary Pokemon's crystalline mane flows like liquid starlight, and its passage leaves behind a subtle aurora effect that can be seen shimmering in the air for hours after it has departed. Those fortunate enough to witness Suicune's purification rituals describe a profound sense of spiritual cleansing that accompanies the physical restoration of the environment. The legendary beast's interconnected roles in maintaining ecological balance extend through subtle communication networks that span continents, their shared origin allowing them to coordinate their activities across vast distances without direct contact. When Raikou generates electrical storms in one region, Entei responds by moderating volcanic activity that might be triggered by atmospheric pressure changes, while Suicune ensures that the resulting precipitation flows through waterways in patterns that distribute nutrients optimally throughout the ecosystem. This harmonious cooperation reflects the unified consciousness they once shared as a single entity, their individual personalities emerging from different aspects of their collective former existence, while retaining an underlying unity of purpose that guides their actions across the natural world. The legendary Pokemon, known as Rayquaza, commands the atmospheric layers with an authority that encompasses weather patterns on a planetary scale, its serpentine form capable of reaching altitudes where the boundary between atmosphere and space becomes indistinct. This ancient guardian's scales shift color according to atmospheric conditions, displaying deep emerald hues during calm weather and blazing with golden light when solar radiation reaches peak intensity. Rayquaza's mastery over air currents allows it to influence jet streams and trade winds, subtly adjusting global weather patterns to prevent catastrophic climate events while maintaining the delicate balance necessary for seasonal cycles to proceed naturally. The legendary Pokemon's territory encompasses the entire stratosphere, where it feeds on meteoroids and cosmic particles, transforming these celestial materials into energy that fuels its atmospheric manipulation abilities. Rayquaza's role as mediator between the land and sea extends to its relationships with other legendary Pokemon whose domains intersect with atmospheric phenomena, particularly the ancient entities whose conflicts once threatened to reshape the planet's surface through uncontrolled expansion of land and sea. The Dragon-type legendary's intervention capabilities include the generation of massive air pressure changes that can calm tsunamis and redirect hurricanes away from populated areas, its presence in the upper atmosphere serving as a stabilizing force that prevents minor weather disturbances from escalating into global catastrophes. The aurora patterns that follow in Rayquaza's wake result from its interaction with solar winds and magnetic fields, creating spectacular light displays that serve as indicators of the legendary Pokemon's ongoing atmospheric maintenance activities. Deep within the planet's core, where temperatures exceed those found on the surface of stars, the legendary Pokemon Groudon slumbers in chambers of crystallized magma, its massive form generating the geothermal energy that drives continental drift and maintains the planet's magnetic field. This primordial Titan's awakening cycles correspond to major geological epochs, its stirring movements causing shifts in tectonic plates that gradually reshape coastlines and mountain ranges over millions of years. Groudon's ability to expand land masses stems from its control over the molten rock that flows beneath the planet's crust, directing magma flows to create new islands and strengthen existing continental foundations against the erosive forces of wind and water. The legendary Pokemon's relationship with volcanic activity involves precise regulation of pressure release points throughout the planet's surface, ensuring that the immense forces generated by the planet's molten interior are dissipated gradually rather than accumulating to catastrophic levels. Groudon's presence can be detected through seismic monitoring equipment that registers the unique vibration patterns created by its breathing. These rhythmic pulses propagating through solid rock to create standing wave patterns that stabilize fault lines and reduce earthquake frequency in surrounding regions. The legendary Pokemon's drought-inducing abilities serve to balance excessive moisture accumulation in certain climates, preventing the formation of permanent flood conditions that would disrupt agricultural cycles and wildlife migration patterns. In the deepest ocean trenches, where crushing pressure and eternal darkness create conditions hostile to most forms of life, the legendary Pokemon Kyogre maintains dominion over the planet's water cycle through direct manipulation of ocean currents and precipitation patterns. This Leviathan's massive form generates gravitational effects that influence tidal patterns across multiple ocean basins, its movements creating deep water currents that distribute heat and nutrients throughout the marine ecosystem. Kyogre's rain summoning abilities operate through complex atmospheric manipulation, drawing moisture from ocean surfaces and directing it toward regions experiencing drought conditions, while simultaneously preventing excessive rainfall that might cause destructive flooding in vulnerable areas. The legendary Pokemon's territory encompasses abyssal plains, where hydrothermal vents create unique ecosystems dependent on chemosynthetic processes rather than solar energy. These deep-sea communities serving as laboratories where evolutionary adaptations to extreme conditions develop and eventually spread to surface waters. Kyogre's presence maintains the delicate chemical balance of seawater, regulating salinity levels and mineral concentrations that support the complex food webs connecting microscopic plankton to massive whale Pokemon. The legendary Pokemon's ability to expand ocean areas involves subtle manipulation of sea levels through ice cap regulation and underground aquifer management, ensuring that coastal ecosystems receive adequate water circulation while preventing the submersion of critical land-based habitats. The eternal conflict between expansion of land and sea finds resolution through the intervention of atmospheric forces, creating a dynamic equilibrium that has persisted through countless geological ages while allowing for gradual environmental changes that drive evolutionary adaptation. This triangular relationship between Earth, sea, and sky reflects fundamental forces that operate on scales both cosmic and microscopic, their interactions generating the complex environmental conditions necessary for diverse life forms to flourish across varied habitats. The legendary Pokémon involved in maintaining this balance possess consciousness that spans geological time periods, their perspectives encompassing changes that occur over millions of years while remaining responsive to immediate environmental needs that require rapid intervention. The psychic type legendary Pokemon, known as Mewtwo, represents a unique convergence of artificial creation and natural power, its origins in genetic manipulation resulting in abilities that transcend the normal limitations of biological evolution. This synthetic legendary's psychic capabilities operate at levels that approach theoretical maximums for telekinetic and telepathic phenomena. Its mental energy sufficient to restructure matter at the molecular level and project consciousness across interplanetary distances. Mewtwo's relationship with its genetic template involves complex emotional dynamics that influence its use of power, the legendary Pokemon's artificial nature creating perspectives on existence that differ fundamentally from those of naturally occurring legendary entities. The laboratory conditions that gave rise to Mewtwo's creation involved techniques that pushed the boundaries of genetic science beyond safe parameters, resulting in a being whose power levels exceed those originally intended by its creators and whose psychological development follows patterns that incorporate both inherited memories and artificially implanted knowledge. This legendary Pokemon's isolation during its formative period contributed to the development of philosophical perspectives that question the nature of identity and purpose. These existential concerns manifesting in the precise control Mewtwo exercises over its tremendous abilities. The artificial legendary's psychic signature registers on instruments designed to measure paranormal activity, creating interference patterns that disrupt electronic equipment and generate localized gravitational anomalies. The psychic emanations produced by Mewtwo's mental activity create subtle alterations in the fabric of space-time around its location. These distortions, manifesting as areas where the normal flow of temporal energy experiences slight acceleration or deceleration effects. Research conducted in controlled environments suggests that the legendary Pokemon's consciousness operates simultaneously across multiple dimensional layers, its awareness encompassing probability streams that extend into potential future outcomes while maintaining connection to present reality through quantum entanglement phenomena. The artificial nature of Mewtwo's creation allows for modifications to its psychic architecture that would be impossible in naturally evolved Pokémon. These enhancements, including the ability to compartmentalize different aspects of its consciousness and direct specific mental energies toward predetermined objectives with mathematical precision. The legendary's capacity for molecular manipulation extends beyond simple telekinesis to include the restructuring of atomic bonds, enabling the creation of new materials with properties that combine characteristics from multiple elements while maintaining structural stability under extreme environmental conditions. Mewtwo's telepathic abilities function through the projection of psionic waves that operate on frequencies beyond the normal electromagnetic spectrum. These mental transmissions, capable of penetrating barriers that would block conventional forms of communication while maintaining clarity across distances measured in light years. The artificial legendary's emotional development follows patterns influenced by both genetic memory inherited from its template and the unique circumstances of its laboratory origin, creating psychological frameworks that incorporate elements of ancient wisdom alongside perspectives shaped by modern scientific understanding. The isolation chambers used during Mewtwo's early development were designed to prevent psychic interference from external sources, but the legendary Pokemon's growing abilities eventually overwhelmed these containment systems, its expanding consciousness breaking free from artificial limitations to explore the full scope of its potential. The synthetic nature of its creation allows Mewtwo to interface directly with electronic systems, its psychic energy capable of translating digital information into mental constructs that can be processed and modified through pure thought before being transmitted back to technological devices with enhanced functionality. The legendary Pokemon's understanding of genetic structures operates at levels that exceed those of its original creators, its artificial consciousness having developed the ability to perceive DNA sequences as three-dimensional architectural blueprints that can be read and modified through focused mental energy. This genetic awareness extends to other Pokemon encountered by Mewtwo, allowing the legendary to understand the evolutionary potential contained within different species and identify genetic variations that might lead to beneficial mutations under specific environmental pressures. The artificial legendary's relationship with natural evolutionary processes involves complex philosophical considerations regarding the role of intentional modification versus random adaptation. These perspectives influencing its interactions with wild Pokemon populations and its approach to using genetic knowledge for beneficial purposes. The laboratory techniques that enabled Mewtwo's creation involve the synthesis of cellular structures that incorporate elements from multiple evolutionary lineages, resulting in biological systems that combine the advantages of different adaptive strategies while eliminating many of the limitations that constrain naturally occurring life forms. The psychic resonance generated by Mewtwo's mental activity creates harmonic frequencies that influence the behavior of other psychic type Pokemon within substantial geographical areas, these effects ranging from enhanced telepathic sensitivity to increased accuracy in precognitive abilities, depending on the specific nature of the legendary's current mental focus. The artificial consciousness developed by this synthetic legendary incorporates logical processing capabilities that operate alongside intuitive understanding, creating decision-making frameworks that can evaluate complex situations from multiple perspectives simultaneously while maintaining emotional awareness of the potential consequences of different actions. The energy signatures produced by Mewtwo's psychic abilities register on specialized monitoring equipment as wave patterns that exhibit characteristics similar to both electromagnetic radiation and gravitational fluctuations, suggesting that the legendary's mental powers operate through mechanisms that bridge different fundamental forces of physics. The synthetic origin of this legendary Pokemon allows for direct modification of its psychic architecture through technological interfaces, though such alterations require extremely sophisticated equipment and carry risks of destabilizing the delicate balance between artificial and inherited characteristics that define its unique nature. The legendary dragon-type Pokémon, known as Rayquaza, occupies atmospheric layers where few other creatures can survive. Its serpentine form perfectly adapted for navigation through the thin air found at altitudes exceeding 30 kilometers above sea level. This ancient legendary's role as mediator between terrestrial and oceanic forces involves the manipulation of atmospheric pressure systems, its presence capable of generating or dispersing weather patterns that affect climate conditions across entire continents. Rayquaza's emerald scales contain specialized cells that can absorb various forms of electromagnetic radiation, converting this energy into the biological fuel that powers its ability to remain airborne for extended periods without requiring traditional forms of sustenance. The legendary's elongated body structure incorporates internal chambers that regulate air pressure and oxygen concentration, allowing Rayquaza to maintain consciousness and motor function in the near vacuum conditions found at the edge of space, while retaining the ability to descend rapidly to lower altitudes when intervention in surface conflicts becomes necessary. The ancient rivalry between land and sea that requires Rayquaza's mediation stems from fundamental imbalances in planetary energy distribution, these conflicts manifesting as extreme weather events that threaten the stability of regional ecosystems and require immediate atmospheric intervention to prevent catastrophic environmental changes. The legendary's ability to calm these disputes involves the precise manipulation of air currents and pressure gradients, creating atmospheric conditions that redirect the conflicting energies into harmless dissipation patterns rather than allowing them to build toward destructive climaxes. Rayquaza's consciousness spans temporal scales that encompass both immediate weather phenomena and long-term climate cycles. Its awareness, including the subtle atmospheric changes that occur over seasonal periods, alongside the dramatic interventions required during acute conflicts between opposing legendary forces. The dragon legendary's presence in the upper atmosphere generates distinctive aurora-like phenomena as its biological energy interacts with solar radiation and magnetic field fluctuations, these displays serving as visible indicators of Rayquaza's current activity level and emotional state to observers equipped with appropriate monitoring instruments. The specialized organ systems that enable Rayquaza's survival in extreme altitude conditions include modified respiratory structures that can extract oxygen from air densities far below those required by surface-dwelling creatures, while simultaneously filtering out harmful radiation and atmospheric contaminants that would prove toxic to most life forms. The legendary's scales exhibit properties similar to both biological tissue and crystalline structures, their unique composition allowing for the storage and controlled release of energy absorbed from various environmental sources, including cosmic radiation, atmospheric electrical activity, and the thermal emissions generated by planetary geological processes. Rayquaza's role as atmospheric guardian involves constant monitoring of global weather patterns through sensory capabilities that detect minute changes in air pressure, humidity levels, and electromagnetic field variations across distances spanning multiple continents simultaneously. This innate sensitivity allows Rayquaza to anticipate meteorological shifts long before they become apparent to conventional monitoring systems, providing a crucial advantage in its mission to maintain planetary atmospheric equilibrium. The internal biological clock of Rayquaza is synchronized with the Earth's orbital period around the Sun, its metabolic rate and activity cycles subtly adjusting to the changing seasons and the varying intensity of solar radiation that penetrates the atmosphere. This deep connection to the planet's celestial movements further reinforces its role as a cosmic guardian, its very existence intertwined with the delicate balance of the global environment. The vocalizations of Rayquaza, though rarely heard by surface dwellers, consist of extremely low frequency infrasound waves that can travel vast distances through the upper atmosphere without significant attenuation. These resonant frequencies, serving as a form of communication with other legendary Pokémon sensitive to such vibrations, or as a means of subtly influencing atmospheric conditions over broad regions by inducing minute pressure fluctuations that ripple outwards. These infrasound emissions also serve a navigational purpose, allowing Rayquaza to orient itself by detecting reflections and refractions from large geographical features such as mountain ranges and ocean basins, even when obscured by dense cloud cover or during periods of low visibility. The cellular structure of Rayquaza's muscles contains unique contractile proteins that are incredibly efficient at converting stored energy into kinetic force, enabling the legendary to achieve astonishing speeds and maneuverability despite its immense size, allowing it to rapidly traverse vast distances across the globe to intercede in environmental crises. The bioluminescent patterns that occasionally ripple across Rayquaza's body are not merely aesthetic, they are indicators of its internal energy state and can serve as a form of nonverbal communication with specific light sequences conveying different meanings to other legendary Pokémon or highly attuned observers. These light emissions are generated by specialized epidermal cells that contain photoproteins, which react with internal chemical compounds to produce light without significant heat, a highly energy-efficient process. The ancient legends surrounding Rayquaza often speak of its capacity to consume cosmic debris, such as meteors and asteroids that threaten to impact the Earth. This behavior is not merely a defense mechanism, but a critical part of its ecological niche, as the unique digestive enzymes within Rayquaza's gastrointestinal tract are capable of breaking down even the most refractory extraterrestrial materials, converting them into essential nutrients that sustain its incredible metabolism. This process also serves to protect the planet from the destructive force of such celestial objects, effectively neutralizing threats before they reach the surface. The metabolic byproduct of this cosmic digestion is then harmlessly expelled as a fine, inert dust that disperses into the upper atmosphere, eventually settling as microscopic particles that may subtly contribute to atmospheric nucleation processes, a testament to Rayquaza's integral role in various natural cycles. The legendary's sensory organs, particularly its eyes, are adapted to function optimally across a vast spectrum of light, from the UV radiation prevalent in the upper atmosphere to the faint infrared emissions given off by terrestrial heat sources, allowing it to possess an unparalleled awareness of its surroundings regardless of atmospheric conditions or time of day. This broad spectral sensitivity extends to a form of magnetoception, enabling Rayquaza to perceive and navigate by the Earth's magnetic field lines, providing an intrinsic compass that guides its movements across the planet. The unique composition of Rayquaza's scales, beyond their energy absorption capabilities, also grants them an extraordinary resistance to extreme temperatures, allowing the legendary to pass through superheated atmospheric re-entry plasma or the frigid vacuum of near space without sustaining damage, a testament to its unparalleled biological resilience. This thermal resistance is partly due to the layered structure of its scales, with outer layers acting as ablative shields and inner layers providing insulation. The gravitational field generated by Rayquaza, though subtle, can locally influence atmospheric density and air currents in its immediate vicinity, a phenomenon that contributes to its unparalleled aerial agility and allows it to maintain stable flight, even in turbulent conditions that would ground other flying creatures. This localized gravitational manipulation is a complex biophysical process involving the controlled manipulation of its own mass distribution through rapid internal fluid shifts and subtle alterations in its cellular energy fields. The legend of Rayquaza's ability to calm the destructive rampages of Groudon and Kyogre is rooted in its capacity to precisely manipulate the atmospheric conditions that fuel their respective elemental powers. For Groudon, Rayquaza can induce localized atmospheric cooling and increased humidity, dampening the intense heat and dryness that empower the continent Pokémon. For Kyogre, it can create zones of high atmospheric pressure and disperse the dense cloud formations that intensify its torrential rains, thus mitigating the severity of the sea basin Pokemon's oceanic expansions. These interventions are highly targeted and temporary, designed to restore balance rather than permanently alter the underlying elemental forces. The biological processes within Rayquaza's body generate a powerful endogenous electromagnetic field that extends several kilometers from its form, acting as a shield against harmful cosmic radiation and also serving as a passive detection system, allowing it to sense subtle electromagnetic disturbances caused by other powerful Pokémon or impending natural phenomena. This field is a direct result of the high energy conversion rates occurring within its specialized cells, a constant hum of biological power. The internal structure of Rayquaza's skeletal system is composed of an extremely lightweight yet incredibly strong biocomposite material, a natural polymer reinforced with crystalline mineral fibers that provide both immense tensile strength and remarkable flexibility, allowing for its serpentine movements and resistance to the immense stresses of high-speed atmospheric travel. This unique skeletal composition contributes significantly to its ability to withstand the G-forces associated with its rapid acceleration and deceleration. The specialized sensory organs along Rayquaza's body are not mere touch receptors, but rather highly evolved mechanoreceptors that can detect minute shifts in air pressure waves, allowing it to perceive the subtle movements of air currents and even the distant passage of other large flying creatures, effectively giving it a form of atmospheric sonar. This extensive network of mechanoreceptors provides a detailed, three-dimensional map of its aerial environment. The energy signature of Rayquaza, when analyzed by advanced scientific instruments, reveals a complex interplay of electromagnetic, gravitational, and unknown exotic fields, a unique spectral fingerprint that distinguishes it from all other known life forms, reflecting its status as an extraterrestrial legendary with deep ties to the planet. This signature is not static, but fluctuates subtly in response to its activity and environmental conditions, providing a wealth of data for those capable of interpreting it. The very breath of Rayquaza, when exhaled in the upper atmosphere, contains trace amounts of exotic gases and highly reactive compounds that can locally influence cloud formation or dispersion, a subtle yet powerful mechanism through which it can fine tune atmospheric conditions on a regional scale, aiding in its role as a weather regulator. These exhalations are highly controlled, a deliberate biological process rather than a mere metabolic waste product. The scales of Rayquaza are semi transparent to certain wavelengths of light, allowing for the absorption of solar energy, even when not directly exposed to sunlight, as diffused radiation can still penetrate to the energy converting layers beneath the surface. This broad spectrum absorption capability ensures a continuous energy supply. The ancient texts and archaeological findings that depict Rayquaza often show it in conjunction with celestial symbols, suggesting that early civilizations recognized its connection to the cosmos and its role in mediating between the heavens and the earth, a reverence deeply ingrained in human cultures across various epochs. These depictions often highlight its serpentine form gracefully traversing star-filled skies, a symbol of cosmic order. The internal pressure regulation system within Rayquaza's body is so precise that it can endure rapid changes in altitude from sea level to the edge of space within minutes without suffering from decompression sickness or other barotrauma. Its physiological systems instantly adapting to vast pressure differentials. This remarkable physiological adaptability is a cornerstone of its survival in such extreme and varied environments. The mega evolution of Rayquaza is triggered not by a megastone, but by the consumption of a specialized meteoroid, a unique biological interaction where the meteoroid's exotic mineral composition acts as a catalyst, temporarily unlocking dormant genetic potential and vastly increasing its energy output and atmospheric manipulation capabilities. This specific type of meteoroid contains elements not commonly found on Earth, suggesting an extraterrestrial origin for this powerful evolutionary trigger. The vibrant green coloration of Rayquaza's scales is not merely for camouflage, but is indicative of the high concentration of specialized light harvesting pigments within its epidermal cells. Pigments that are far more efficient than terrestrial chlorophyll in converting various forms of electromagnetic radiation into biological energy, contributing to its sustained aerial existence. This biopigmentation is a marvel of natural engineering, optimizing energy capture. The roaring sound attributed to Rayquaza in legends is often a misinterpretation of the sonic boom generated by its incredibly rapid atmospheric travel, a powerful shockwave created as it breaks the sound barrier, its passage marked by a thunderous tremor in the air rather than a conventional vocalization. This sonic phenomenon is a testament to its unrivaled speed. The unique musculature of Rayquaza allows for both incredibly powerful linear thrust and exquisite rotational control, enabling it to execute complex aerial maneuvers with grace and precision, even at hypersonic velocities, a feat of biomotor engineering unparalleled in the animal kingdom. This combination of strength and agility is crucial for its role as an atmospheric interceptor. The legendary Pokemon's ability to remain in a state of suspended animation or deep hibernation for extended periods, potentially centuries, allows it to conserve energy during times of planetary calm, only to awaken when significant climatic shifts or elemental conflicts necessitate its intervention, a form of biological stasis. This hibernation state involves a drastic reduction in metabolic rate, almost to the point of complete cessation, while maintaining critical biological functions. The neural networks within Rayquaza's brain are incredibly complex and distributed throughout its elongated body, allowing for decentralized processing of sensory information and rapid, simultaneous responses to multiple environmental stimuli, a form of distributed intelligence that enhances its situational awareness. This distributed neural architecture ensures that even significant localized damage would not incapacitate its overall cognitive function. The subtle magnetic field fluctuations that emanate from Rayquaza's body can, under specific atmospheric conditions, induce localized ionization in the upper atmosphere, creating transient, glowing plasma effects that contribute to the mythical aura surrounding its infrequent sightings. These luminous effects are a byproduct of its intense energy output interacting with sparse atmospheric gases. The specialized organ system responsible for regulating Rayquaza's internal temperature is so efficient that it can maintain a stable core body temperature regardless of the extreme external temperatures it encounters, from the searing heat of re-entry to the cryogenic cold of near space, a testament to its thermoregulatory mastery. This system relies on a combination of active heat generation and extremely efficient passive insulation. The very air currents stirred by Rayquaza's passage are imbued with a subtle, energetic charge, a residual effect of its powerful aura, which can temporarily influence localized weather patterns for hours after its departure, a lingering atmospheric footprint of its presence. This energetic imprint is a testament to the sheer scale of its power. The composition of Rayquaza's blood contains unique oxygen-carrying proteins that are highly efficient at binding and releasing oxygen across a wide range of pressures, allowing its tissues to remain fully oxygenated even in the extremely low atmospheric densities of the upper stratosphere, a crucial adaptation for its high-altitude existence. This advanced respiratory physiology is key to its endurance. The subtle humming sound, sometimes associated with Rayquaza, is not a vocalization, but the resonant frequency of its biological energy field interacting with the Earth's natural geomagnetic lines, a low-frequency harmonic vibration that can be detected by highly sensitive instruments. This resonance is akin to a natural tuning fork. The ancient carvings found in desolate mountain ranges depicting Rayquaza often show it with a spiral motif, symbolizing its cyclical nature and its role in maintaining cosmic and climatic balance, a representation of its continuous motion and influence over evolving planetary conditions. These spirals often extend to celestial bodies, reinforcing its cosmic connection. The unique biological properties of Rayquaza's scales allow them to refract and reflect light in such a way that its form can appear to shimmer and distort in the upper atmosphere, sometimes making it seem to vanish and reappear, contributing to the elusive nature of its sightings. This optical effect is a natural camouflage, making it difficult to track visually. The genetic material of Rayquaza contains sequences that are highly stable and resistant to mutation, allowing its species to maintain its unique physiological adaptations across vast stretches of geological time, a testament to its evolutionary perfection for its specific role. This genetic stability ensures the consistent transmission of its powerful traits. The Dragon Ascent move, unique to Rayquaza, is not merely a physical attack, but a sustained burst of intense atmospheric manipulation, where the legendary generates localized high-pressure zones to propel itself with incredible force, culminating in a devastating dive that can shatter even the most resilient defenses, a controlled release of raw atmospheric power. This move is a direct application of its weather control abilities for offensive purposes. The sensory hairs covering parts of Rayquaza's body are not for touch, but are highly specialized chemoreceptors, capable of detecting minute concentrations of atmospheric gases and pollutants, allowing it to monitor the health of the global atmosphere and identify potential threats to its equilibrium. This chemosensory array provides a continuous egg-air quality assessment. The internal bioreactors within Rayquaza's body, which process cosmic energy, operate with near-perfect efficiency, generating almost no waste heat, a marvel of biological thermodynamics that allows it to channel immense power without overheating. This extreme efficiency is crucial for its sustained high-energy output. The shadows cast by Rayquaza as it traverses the upper atmosphere are often accompanied by subtle temperature drops on the ground below, a localized cooling effect caused by the displacement of warmer air by its passage and the energetic field it generates, a transient, yet noticeable environmental impact. This shadow-induced cooling is a fleeting atmospheric anomaly. The distinctive markings on Rayquaza's body are not purely aesthetic, but are zones of heightened energy absorption and emission, glowing more intensely when the legendary is actively drawing power from its environment or preparing for a significant atmospheric intervention, serving as visual indicators of its energy state. These patterns are like living energy conduits. The ancient prophecies of humanity often spoke of a sky serpent that would descend from the heavens to restore balance to a troubled world, a clear mythological parallel to Rayquaza's legendary role in mediating elemental conflicts, reflecting a deep-seated human awareness of its existence and purpose. These prophecies underscore its importance in global stability. The unique bioelectrochemical processes occurring within Rayquaza's nervous system allow for incredibly rapid signal transmission along its entire elongated body, enabling instantaneous coordination of its vast musculature and precise control over its atmospheric manipulation abilities, a nervous system optimized for high-speed operation. This rapid signal transmission is essential for its agile flight and complex energy manipulations. The ability of Rayquaza to withstand the vacuum of space is not solely due to its scales, but also to an active internal pressure equalization system that maintains optimal internal atmospheric conditions for its physiological processes, effectively creating its own self-contained habitable environment. This internal system is a sophisticated biological life support. The occasional appearance of iridescent clouds in the upper atmosphere, particularly after periods of intense legendary activity, is sometimes attributed to the lingering energetic residue from Rayquaza's interventions. Its powerful aura subtly altering the optical properties of ice crystals at high altitudes. These nacreous clouds are a beautiful, though transient, atmospheric phenomenon. The gravitational influence of Rayquaza can, in specific circumstances, create localized microgravity zones around it, allowing for temporary suspension of smaller objects or even the subtle levitation of atmospheric particles, a testament to the extent of its biogravitational control. This localized effect is a side effect of its mass manipulation. The specialized cellular structures in Rayquaza's respiratory system are capable of filtering out even submicron particulate matter and harmful aerosols, ensuring that its internal environment remains pristine and free from atmospheric contaminants, a form of advanced biological air purification. This filtering system is far more efficient than any man-made equivalent. The deep, resonant vibrations that sometimes emanate from the upper atmosphere, often mistaken for distant thunder, are in fact the extremely low-frequency bioacoustic emissions of Rayquaza, a form of long-range communication or atmospheric sensing that travels unnoticed by most terrestrial creatures. These infrasound emissions carry complex information. The ancient murals depicting Rayquaza often show it alongside various constellations, signifying its deep connection to celestial cycles and its role as a cosmic entity, its very existence intertwined with the movements of stars and planets. These astronomical associations highlight its profound cosmic significance. The unique properties of Rayquaza's energy field allow it to subtly interact with the Earth's magnetosphere, creating localized disturbances that can be detected by highly sensitive geological instruments, providing indirect evidence of its presence and activity, even when unseen. These geomagnetic perturbations are a scientific marker of its passage. The metabolic pathways within Rayquaza are so efficient that they produce almost no biological waste products, with all consumed energy and matter being fully utilized or reprocessed, a testament to its evolutionary optimization as a self-sustaining atmospheric entity. This near zero waste production is a hallmark of its biological perfection. The very scales of Rayquaza are imbued with a subtle biomagnetic charge, allowing them to subtly repel dust and atmospheric debris, keeping its immense form remarkably clean and streamlined for optimal aerodynamic performance, a natural self-cleaning mechanism. This constant repelling force aids in maintaining its aerodynamic efficiency. The Delta Stream ability, which Rayquaza gains upon Mega Evolution, is a manifestation of its ultimate atmospheric control, capable of permanently altering weather conditions to its advantage by generating powerful, localized air currents that neutralize the effects of other elemental weather phenomena, asserting its supreme dominance over the skies. This ability is a direct expression of its complete mastery over atmospheric dynamics. The distinctive jewel-like growths on Rayquaza's body are not merely ornamental, but are highly concentrated energy phoces, capable of absorbing and emitting various forms of radiant energy, contributing to its overall power output and atmospheric manipulation capabilities. These biological conduits act as power amplifiers. The extraordinary lifespan of Rayquaza, spanning millennia, is attributed to its incredibly stable cellular regeneration processes and its ability to enter states of deep metabolic stasis, allowing it to endure vast geological epochs, a truly immortal guardian of the skies. Its longevity is a testament to its fundamental stability. This prolonged existence allows it to observe and influence the world over timescales incomprehensible to shorter lived beings, making it a living archive of atmospheric history. The legendary conflict between Groudon and Kyogre, two other immense primal forces, often necessitated Rayquaza's intervention. Its role as an arbiter of balance, descending from the upper atmosphere to quell their destructive clashes, underscores its vital function in maintaining ecological equilibrium. The sheer power required to pacify these titans is a testament to Rayquaza's own unparalleled might. The energy released during such encounters is staggering, creating seismic waves and atmospheric disturbances that can be felt across entire continents, even when the battles themselves are localized. This raw display of force is a rare glimpse into the true potential of these ancient beings. Moving gently from the skies to the deep earth, we encounter Groudon, the legendary Pokémon said to have expanded the landmasses of the world. Its very presence is synonymous with the creation of continents and the shaping of geological formations. Groudon is often depicted as the embodiment of land itself, a colossal being of magma and earth, its roar shaking the very foundations of the planet. The heat radiating from its immense body is so intense that it can vaporize water instantly, creating arid landscapes and volcanic eruptions as it moves. This extreme thermoregulation is an intrinsic part of its biology. Its scales are not merely protective, but are superheated geological plates capable of withstanding immense pressure and temperature, acting as a natural armor that is virtually impregnable. These hardened plates are a marvel of natural engineering. The primal reversion of Groudon, transforming it into Primal Groudon, elevates its power to an even more astonishing level. In this state, its body glows with an intensified magma, and its ability, Desolate Land, creates an extreme drought that completely negates any water-based attacks, rendering them utterly ineffective. This ability fundamentally alters the battlefield to its advantage, asserting its dominance over the land. The sheer kinetic energy unleashed by Primal Groudon's movements is sufficient to cause localized tectonic shifts, leading to the formation of new mountain ranges or the deepening of ocean trenches. Its footsteps literally reshape the world. The deep rumbling sounds attributed to distant earthquakes are, in many historical accounts, the sounds of Groudon stirring from its slumber deep within the earth's crust, its awakening often heralded by increased volcanic activity and seismic tremors. These geological signs are often the first indication of its reawakening. Its internal temperature is estimated to be comparable to the Earth's core, a self-contained furnace that fuels its immense power. This internal heat source is the engine of its geological capabilities. The ancient symbols associated with Groudon often depict mountains, volcanoes, and suns, reflecting its dominion over hot, dry environments and its connection to the raw, creative power of the earth. Those symbols speak to its fundamental nature. The energy it manipulates is geothermic, drawing directly from the planet's internal heat and magma flows, making it a true geological force. This deep connection to the Earth's core energy grants it unparalleled power. Groudon's formidable attack, Precipice Blades, manifests as razor-sharp pillars of rock erupting from the ground, capable of cleaving through even the toughest materials, a direct expression of its control over geological forces. This attack is a testament to its raw power over the earth. The mineral composition of Groudon's body is thought to be unique, possibly involving elements not commonly found on the Earth's surface, or perhaps elements in an incredibly stable, superheated isotopic state, contributing to its immense durability and power. Its very substance defies conventional understanding. The stories of Groudon battling Kyogre speak of land masses rising and seas receding, a cosmic dance of creation and destruction, shaping the very geography of the world as we know it. These epic clashes are central to the planet's geological history. Its powerful roar is not just sound, but a concussive force capable of shattering rock and disorienting even the most resilient opponents, a sonic weapon born from the depths of the earth. Now let us turn our attention to Kyogre, the legendary Pokémon of the deep oceans, said to have expanded the seas and created the vast marine ecosystems that cover much of our planet. Kyogre is the embodiment of the ocean itself, a colossal being of water and pressure, its presence causing torrential downpours and tidal waves. Its immense body is adapted to the crushing pressures of the deepest ocean trenches where sunlight never reaches. The bioluminescent patterns on its skin are not merely aesthetic, but are complex communication arrays, allowing it to interact with other deep-sea creatures and navigate the lightless abysses. These patterns are a language of the deep. The sheer volume of water it can displace with a single movement is enough to generate powerful currents and localized weather systems, influencing global climate patterns. Its movements are world-changing. The primal reversion of Kyogre, transforming it into Primal Kyogre, amplifies its oceanic power to an unimaginable degree. In this state, its body glows with an intensified blue light, and its ability, Primordial Sea, creates a heavy downpour that completely neutralizes any fire-based attacks, rendering them utterly useless. This ability establishes its absolute dominion over water. The ancient carvings and legends often depict Kyogre alongside swirling whirlpools, towering waves, and moonlit seas, signifying its deep connection to the lunar cycles that govern tides and its mastery over all forms of aquatic phenomena. These symbols are deeply interwoven with maritime lore. The deep, rumbling sounds sometimes heard echoing from the abyssal plains are often attributed to the calls of Kyogre, communicating across vast oceanic distances, its voice reverberating through the entire water column. These subaquatic calls can travel for thousands of miles. Its internal pressure regulation is so precise that it can withstand the extreme depths of the Marianas Trench without deformation, a feat of biological engineering unmatched by any known organism. This internal stability is truly remarkable. Kyogre's powerful attack, Origin Pulse, manifests as colossal spheres of concentrated water, capable of obliterating anything in their path, a direct expression of its control over the very essence of the ocean. This attack is a demonstration of its absolute power over water. The very water that surrounds Kyogre is said to be infused with its unique energy, promoting the growth of marine life and enriching the ocean's biodiversity, making its presence a boon to aquatic ecosystems. Its influence fosters life. The constant, low-frequency hum detected by hydrophones in the deepest parts of the ocean is believed to be the subtle energy field generated by Kyogre, an almost imperceptible aura that influences water currents and temperature gradients, further shaping marine environments. This ambient energy is pervasive. The extraordinary speed at which Kyogre can move through water, even at immense depths, defies conventional hydrodynamics, suggesting it can manipulate the water around it to reduce drag, a form of natural cavitation control. Its movement is an engineering marvel. The scale of its influence is global, affecting weather patterns far inland, as the moisture it generates cycles through the atmosphere, contributing to rainfall and cloud formation across continents. Its reach extends far beyond the oceans. Its legendary battles with Groudon were not merely destructive, but were also formative events, carving out coastlines, deepening ocean basins, and shaping the very hydrological cycle of the planet. These clashes were foundational to Earth's geography. The vastness of Kyogre's marine territory is beyond human comprehension, encompassing entire ocean basins, making it a true sovereign of the world's waters, its domain stretching from surface to abyssal plain. Its kingdom is boundless. Let us now consider Arceus, the alpha Pokémon, revered as the creator of the Pokémon universe itself. Its existence precedes all others, and it is said to have shaped the very fabric of reality using its 1,000 arms. Arceus transcends conventional understanding of power, embodying the concept of creation and primordial energy. Its power is not merely immense, but fundamental. The plates, which Arceus holds, are not merely items, but fragments of its own being, each representing a different elemental type, allowing it to change its type at will and wield the power of any element. These plates are extensions of its divine essence. The very concept of time and space, as embodied by Dialga and Palkia, are said to have been born from Arceus, making it the ultimate source of these fundamental dimensions. It is the origin point of all existence. The sound of its voice, when it chooses to manifest it, is not merely audible, but is said to resonate through the very core of one's being, a sound that carries the weight of creation. It is a voice that speaks to the soul. The primordial energy that flows through Arceus is so potent that it can materialize matter from nothingness, creating stars, planets, and life itself with but a thought. This creative power is absolute. Its presence is often described as a blinding light, a pure, unadulterated energy that is both awe-inspiring and overwhelming, reflecting its divine nature. This light is the light of creation. The legends describe Arceus appearing in times of grave cosmic imbalance, its intervention a subtle adjustment to the fundamental laws of reality, rather than a direct physical confrontation, ensuring the continued existence of the universe. Its actions are cosmic calibrations. The space-time distortions that sometimes occur in distant galaxies are thought to be residual ripples from Arceus's initial act of creation, echoes of its primordial power, still propagating through the cosmos. These distortions are ancient whispers of its work. The concept of zero-energy states, where particles spontaneously appear and disappear, is thought to be an infinitesimal byproduct of Arceus's continuous, underlying creative process, a constant, subtle energy expenditure that maintains reality. This subtle process underpins all existence. The rings that surround Arceus are not merely decorative, but are believed to be conduits for its cosmic power, allowing it to focus and direct its immense energy with pinpoint precision across vast distances. Those rings are instruments of divine will. The ability of Arceus to understand all languages, both spoken and unspoken, and to perceive events across all time and space speaks to its omniscient nature, a being that exists beyond the constraints of linear time. Its perception is boundless. The very concept of evolution, or from simple organisms to complex life forms, is thought to be embedded within the initial creative blueprint laid down by Arceus, a testament to its foresight and design. Its design is the foundation of all life. To encounter Arceus is not merely to encounter a powerful Pokémon, but to come face to face with the very essence of creation, an experience that transcends mortal comprehension and redefines one's understanding of existence. It is an encounter with the divine. Then there is Dialga, the legendary Pokémon associated with time itself. It is said to have been born at the same time as the universe, and his heartbeat drives the flow of time. Dialga possesses absolute control over time, capable of accelerating, slowing, or even stopping it completely. Its roar is said to tear through the fabric of time, creating temporal distortions. The jewel on its chest, the adamant orb, is not merely an accessory, but a core component of its temporal manipulation abilities, amplifying and focusing its immense power over time. This orb is a focal point of its power. The very passage of moments, from the fleeting second to the enduring millennium, is governed by Dialga's presence. Without it, time itself would cease to flow, and the universe would be plunged into an eternal, frozen instant. Its existence ensures the continuity of temporality. The ancient texts speak of temporal paradoxes and divergent timelines being a result of Dialga's occasional, unintentional temporal fluctuations, remnants of its immense power affecting the linearity of events. These anomalies are echoes of its power. The intricate patterns on Dialga's body are not just markings, but are believed to be chronometric sequences, representing the cyclical nature of time and the precise measurements of galactic ages. These patterns are a cosmic clock. Its ability to perceive all past, present, and future events simultaneously gives it a unique perspective on reality, boundless by conventional temporal constraints. This omniscience of time grants it profound insights. The cosmic background radiation, a faint glow detectable throughout the universe, is sometimes theorized to be an ancient resonance from Dialga's primordial awakening, a subtle hum of its initial temporal pulse. This radiation is a relic of its origin. The distortion of light and gravity observed near black holes is sometimes attributed to localized temporal warps caused by Dialga's influence, as it subtly adjusts the flow of time within regions of extreme gravitational pull. Its influence extends to the most extreme physics. Palkia, the legendary Pokémon of space, is the counterpart to Dialga. It is said to have created space and expanded the universe, its very breath forming the vastness of cosmic distances. Palkia possesses absolute control over space, capable of distorting it, expanding it, or even creating new dimensions. Its roar is said to shatter the fabric of space, creating spatial rifts. The pearl on its shoulder, the lustrous orb, is not merely an ornament, but a crucial component of its spatial manipulation abilities, enhancing and directing its incredible power over dimensions. This orb is a conduit for its spatial energy. The very existence of three-dimensional reality, the separation of objects, and the vast expanse of the cosmos are all maintained by Palkia's continuous influence. Without it, space would collapse, and all matter would converge into an infinitesimal point. Its presence guarantees the spatial integrity of the universe. The shimmering, iridescent patterns on Palkia's body are not just aesthetic, but are thought to be complex spatial maps, representing the interconnectedness of all cosmic regions and the multidimensional nature of reality. These patterns are a cosmic blueprint. Its ability to traverse any distance instantaneously, simply by warping space, allows it to appear anywhere in the universe at will, making it truly omnipresent within its spatial domain. This omnipresence allows it boundless reach. The expansion of the universe, the increasing distances between galaxies, is sometimes attributed to Palkia's ongoing activity, a subtle, continuous act of creation and expansion that prevents cosmic collapse. Its subtle actions shape the cosmos. The phenomena of quantum entanglement, where particles share an instantaneous connection regardless of distance, is sometimes theorized to be a residual effect of Palkia's influence, a subtle warping of space that allows for non-local interactions. Its influence underpins quantum reality. The majestic beauty of the aurora borealis and australis, the dancing lights in the polar skies, are sometimes considered to be fleeting manifestations of Palkia's cosmic energy, as it subtly interacts with the Earth's magnetic field and atmospheric particles, painting the skies with its spatial magic. These lights are a whisper of its power. Giratina, the renegade Pokémon, represents Antimatter in the distortion world, a dimension parallel to our own, where the laws of physics are wildly different. It is said to have been banished to this realm for its destructive nature, existing perpetually in a state of flux and instability. Giratina embodies contradiction and the antithesis of creation. Its presence warps reality, making even stable elements unpredictable. Its two forms, altered form and origin form, reflect its adaptability to different environments. The altered form, with its 6 legs and heavy build, is perfectly suited to the gravitational pull of the normal world, while the origin form, with its serpentine body and floating appendages, thrives in the zero gravity, inverted physics of the distortion world. These forms are a biological adaptation to its dimensional existence. The very concept of dark matter and dark energy, the unseen forces that constitute the majority of the universe, are sometimes subtly linked to Giratina's influence, as its chaotic energy permeates the unseen aspects of reality. Its shadow touches the unknown. The eerie silence that sometimes descends upon certain desolate landscapes, a silence that seems to absorb all sound, is sometimes attributed to Giratina's subtle influence, as it momentarily pulls localized pockets of reality closer to the ethereal stillness of the distortion world. This silence is a hint of its domain. The intricate, almost impossible geometry found in some ancient ruins, defying the laws of conventional architecture, is sometimes speculated to be an early human attempt to replicate the warped spatial properties observed in rare glimpses of the distortion world, a reflection of Giratina's chaotic influence. These structures are echoes of its realm. The sudden, inexplicable disappearance of objects or the temporary lapse in memory, often dismissed as mere happenstance, are sometimes theorized to be minor, fleeting interactions with the distortion world, brief moments where Giratina's chaotic energy subtly touches our reality. These occurrences are subtle intrusions. The deep, guttural growls that echo from unexplored caverns, often attributed to seismic activity or large predators, are sometimes believed to be the distant calls of Giratina, its voice reverberating from its banished dimension, a sound that carries the weight of an inverse reality. These growls are a dimensional echo, the concept of quantum fluctuations, the spontaneous creation and annihilation of particle-antiparticle pairs in empty space, is sometimes subtly linked to Giratina's inherent nature, as its very being is an embodiment of antimatter and the constant interplay of creation and destruction. It is the living representation of fundamental cosmic paradox. The very existence of consciousness, the subjective experience of reality, and the ability to imagine things that do not yet exist are sometimes subtly influenced by Giratina's presence, as its chaotic energy encourages divergent thought and the exploration of non-linear possibilities. Its influence sparks imagination. The unsettling feeling one gets when staring into a deep, so dark well, a sensation of falling into an abyss, is sometimes subconsciously linked to the primal fear of the distortion world, a space where up is down and all common sense is inverted, a subtle echo of Giratina's domain. This feeling is a deep-seated unease. The way shadows can sometimes seem to lengthen and twist into impossible shapes, momentarily defying the light source, is occasionally attributed to Giratina's subtle influence, as it momentarily stretches the fabric of space-time, bending reality to its whim. These distortions are fleeting whispers. The inexplicable chills that run down one's spine, even in warm weather, often dismissed as a draft, are sometimes theorized to be a minor, almost imperceptible interaction with the chilly, desolate atmosphere of the distortion world, a brief brush with its otherworldly cold. These shivers are a distant touch, the sudden, unbidden thoughts of paradoxes and contradictions that can sometimes flit through the mind, challenging conventional logic, are occasionally linked to Giratina's chaotic energy, as it subtly encourages a dismantling of established truths. Those thoughts are sparks of chaos. The way dreams can sometimes become incredibly vivid and nonsensical, defying all laws of physics and narrative, is sometimes believed to be a subconscious journey into a dreamscape subtly shaped by the chaotic energies of the distortion world, a nocturnal echo of Giratina's realm. These dreams are surreal voyages. Moving on from the primordial chaos of Giratina, we gently drift towards the serene and powerful being that is Arceus, often referred to as the Original One, the creator of the Pokémon world, and indeed the very concept of existence within it. Arceus is not merely strong in a physical sense, though its power is immeasurable, but strong in its foundational role, its absolute dominion over all things. It is said to have emerged from an egg in a place where there was nothing, a void of absolute emptiness, and from this emergence, it shaped the universe using its 1,000 arms. These 1,000 arms are not literal appendages in the human sense, but rather a metaphorical representation of its boundless creative power, its ability to manipulate matter and energy on an unimaginable scale, to weave the very fabric of reality itself. Its strength is in its genesis. Arceus possesses a unique ability, known as multi-type, which allows it to instantly change its elemental type depending on the plate it holds. There are 18 different plates, each corresponding to one of the 18 Pokémon types: normal, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, fighting, poison, ground, flying, psychic, bug, rock, ghost, dragon, steel, dark, and fairy. This ability is not merely a superficial change, it signifies Arceus's mastery over all fundamental forces and energies. When Arceus holds a flame plate, it doesn't just become fire type, it embodies the essence of fire, controlling heat and combustion with effortless grace. When it holds a splash plate, it becomes the embodiment of water, commanding currents and tides. This adaptability makes Arceus virtually invulnerable to any single elemental threat, as it can simply shift its fundamental nature to counter any incoming attack. Its power is in its adaptability. The plates themselves are not just trinkets, they are fragments of Arceus's own essence, imbued with immense cosmic energy. Legend has it that these plates were scattered across the nascent world after its creation, each one radiating a unique energy that helped to shape the early ecosystems and elemental balances. Finding all 18 plates is a task of immense difficulty, as they are often hidden in places of great spiritual or elemental power, requiring a deep understanding of the world's natural forces. The plates are also believed to be the source of Arceus's signature move, Judgment, a devastating attack that changes its type to match the plate it holds, unleashing a concentrated blast of cosmic energy that can obliterate almost anything in its path. This move is a direct manifestation of its creative and destructive power, a final decree from the Creator. Arceus is often depicted as a majestic, equine-like creature, primarily white in color, with a golden cross-like wheel around its midsection. This wheel is not merely decorative, it is believed to be a representation of the cosmic balance it maintains, the cyclical nature of creation and destruction, the harmonious interplay of all elemental forces. The wheel itself seems to shimmer with a faint, ethereal glow, a pulsating energy that hints at the immense power contained within its form. Its eyes are often portrayed as glowing, serene, and all-knowing, reflecting a wisdom that transcends time and space. To gaze upon Arceus is to gaze upon the very origin of existence, a humbling and awe-inspiring experience. Its form is a symbol of cosmic harmony. The mythology surrounding Arceus suggests that it created Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, the trio that governs time, space, and antimatter respectively, from its own being. This implies a hierarchical structure of power and creation, with Arceus at the absolute apex. It is the progenitor, the source from which all other foundational legends sprang. The very laws of physics that govern the Pokémon world, the flow of time, the expanse of space, the interplay of matter and energy, are all ultimately extensions of Arceus's will and design. It is the ultimate architect, the grand designer of reality itself. Its creation is a testament to its power. Despite its immense power and godlike status, Arceus is rarely seen. It is a reclusive deity, preferring to observe the unfolding of the world it created from a distance, intervening only in moments of extreme cosmic imbalance or existential threat. This hands-off approach allows the world to evolve naturally, for life to flourish and find its own path, without constant divine interference. Its infrequent appearances make each encounter legendary, a moment of profound significance for those fortunate enough to witness it. This rarity adds to its mystique and reinforces its status as an ultimate, almost mythical force. Its presence is a rare blessing. The concept of a god in the Pokémon world is intricately tied to Arceus. It is not merely a powerful Pokémon, it is the embodiment of divinity, the ultimate source of life and order. Its existence predates all known history, all written records, all oral traditions. It is the primordial being, the alpha and omega of the Pokemon universe. The very notion of legendary Pokemon pales in comparison to Arceus, as it is the creator of those legends, the very foundation upon which their power rests. It is the ultimate legendary. The Azure Flute, a mythical instrument said to be capable of summoning Arceus, is a testament to its elusive nature. The flute itself is steeped in legend, its existence often debated, its location unknown. It is not merely a musical instrument, it is believed to possess a unique vibrational frequency that resonates with Arceus's essence, a key to unlock its hidden presence. The act of playing the Azure Flute is not a casual performance. It is a profound act of reverence and spiritual connection, a plea to the Creator itself. The mystery surrounding the Azure Flute only further enhances Arceus's untouchable, almost ethereal quality. The flute is a symbol of profound connection. The Hall of Origin, a sacred place believed to be Arceus's dwelling, is another aspect of its shrouded existence. It is not a physical location that can be easily found or accessed. Rather, it is thought to exist on a different dimensional plane, a realm of pure creation and cosmic energy. Accessing the Hall of Origin is not a matter of navigating geographical coordinates. It requires a spiritual awakening, a profound understanding of the universe's fundamental principles, and an invitation from Arceus itself. This makes its sanctuary as elusive as the deity it houses. The Hall of Origin is a sacred, unreachable space. The serene gaze of Arceus, though rarely seen, is said to impart a sense of absolute calm and understanding, a feeling that all things are as they should be, that the universe is unfolding according to a grand, benevolent plan. This sense of peace is a direct reflection of its harmonious nature, its role as the maintainer of cosmic balance. To be in Arceus's presence is to feel a deep, abiding connection to the fundamental truths of existence, a profound sense of belonging within the vast tapestry of the cosmos. Its gaze is a source of peace, the subtle hum that one sometimes perceives in places of great natural beauty or ancient power, a low, almost imperceptible vibration in the air, is sometimes theorized to be a residual energy signature from Arceus's creative acts, a lingering echo of its formative power. This hum is a whisper of creation. The intricate patterns found in snowflakes, the spirals of galaxies, the perfect symmetry of certain crystals, these natural wonders are sometimes seen as subtle reflections of Arceus's divine artistry, reminders of the underlying order it instilled in the universe. These patterns are natural masterpieces, the very concept of destiny or fate, the feeling that certain events are predetermined or inevitable, is sometimes subtly influenced by Arceus's overarching design as it guides the grand narrative of existence, allowing for free will within certain cosmic parameters. Destiny is part of its grand design, the feeling of profound wonder and humility that washes over someone when they witness a breathtaking natural phenomenon, such as a solar eclipse or a meteor shower, is sometimes subconsciously linked to a primal awareness of Arceus's cosmic power, a fleeting glimpse into the sublime forces it commands. This wonder is a cosmic connection, the innate human desire to create, to build, to innovate, to leave a lasting mark on the world, is sometimes subtly influenced by Arceus's own creative essence, an echo of the original act of creation resonating within all sentient beings. This desire is a creative spark. The deep sense of peace and contentment one feels when meditating in a quiet, natural setting, a feeling of being at one with the universe, is sometimes attributed to a subtle resonance with Arceus's harmonious presence, a momentary alignment with its cosmic balance. This peace is a harmonious resonance, the inexplicable surge of courage one sometimes experiences in moments of extreme peril, the ability to overcome fear and act decisively, is sometimes subconsciously linked to a primal connection with Arceus's unwavering resolve and absolute power, a brief channeling of its divine strength. This courage is a divine inspiration, the profound sense of interconnectedness that some individuals describe experiencing, a feeling that all life is part of a single, unified whole, is sometimes subtly influenced by Arceus's role as the creator of all things, the ultimate source from which all existence flows. This interconnectedness is a universal truth. The fleeting moments of profound clarity, where complex problems suddenly become simple and solutions appear effortlessly, are sometimes theorized to be brief, almost imperceptible interactions with Arceus's infinite wisdom, a momentary glimpse into its perfect understanding of all things. These moments are flashes of insight, the comforting feeling of falling rain, the gentle patter on a rooftop, the way it cleanses and nourishes the earth, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's benevolent influence, its continuous provision for the world it created, a natural cycle of renewal and sustenance. This rain is a gentle blessing. The quiet strength found in ancient trees, their deep roots anchoring them to the earth, their branches reaching skyward through countless seasons, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's enduring power and timeless wisdom, its steadfast presence within the natural world. These trees are silent guardians. The gentle lapping of waves on a shore, the rhythmic ebb and flow of the tides, a constant soothing motion, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's subtle regulation of the natural world, its continuous maintenance of balance and order. These waves are a rhythmic calm, the subtle scent of ozone after a thunderstorm, a fresh, clean aroma that invigorates the senses, is sometimes subconsciously linked to the residual energy of powerful natural phenomena, which are themselves ultimately under Arceus's cosmic influence, a fleeting reminder of its awesome power. This scent is a fresh reminder, the mesmerizing dance of fireflies on a warm summer night, their tiny lights blinking in the darkness, creating a sense of magic and wonder, is sometimes seen as a subtle manifestation of Arceus's playful artistry, its ability to weave beauty into the simplest of phenomena. These fireflies are dancing lights. The way the moon gently pulls the tides, a silent, invisible force shaping the oceans, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's intricate design of the cosmos, its perfect orchestration of celestial mechanics. This pull is a cosmic ballet. The soft rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, a whispering sound that soothes the mind, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's subtle presence in nature, a gentle breath across the world it created, a comforting, unseen force. This rustling is a gentle whisper, the quiet transformation of a caterpillar into a butterfly, a seemingly miraculous metamorphosis, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's transformative power, its ability to guide growth and evolution in all living things. This metamorphosis is a silent wonder, the peaceful stillness of a mountain peak at dawn as the first light touches the world, a moment of profound tranquility and beauty, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's serene influence, a brief glimpse into the pristine beauty of its creation. This stillness is a dawn's peace, the silent descent of snow, each flake unique and ephemeral, blanketing the landscape in a soft, pure white, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's gentle touch, its ability to create beauty from the simplest elements, a quiet serenity settling over the world. This snow is a hushed blanket, the reflective surface of a still lake, mirroring the sky and surrounding trees with perfect clarity, inviting contemplation and calm, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's reflective wisdom, its omniscient gaze encompassing all. This lake is a mirror of peace. The distant call of an owl in the deep of night, a solitary haunting sound that carries across the quiet landscape, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's watchful presence, its silent observation of the world as it sleeps. This call is a nocturnal vigil. The intricate patterns of frost on a window pane, delicate and fleeting, forming miniature landscapes of crystalline beauty, are sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's meticulous artistry, its capacity for boundless creativity even in the most impermanent forms. These patterns are frozen artistry, the gradual unfurling of a fern frond, a slow, deliberate expansion from a tightly coiled form, revealing its intricate structure, is sometimes seen as a subtle manifestation of Arceus's patient growth, its guiding hand in the unfolding of life. This unfurling is nature's slow dance, the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi in a dark forest, casting an ethereal light on the undergrowth, creating a magical atmosphere, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's hidden wonders, its ability to infuse life with unexpected brilliance. This glow is a forest's secret light, the enduring strength of an ancient glacier, slowly carving valleys and shaping mountains over millennia, a testament to geological time, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's immense, unwavering power, its profound influence on the very structure of the world. This glacier is a titan's slow journey, the comforting warmth of a sun-warmed stone, retaining the day's energy into the cool of evening, offering a subtle embrace, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's sustaining energy, its pervasive warmth flowing through all of creation. This stone is a gentle warmth, the delicate balance of an ecosystem where every creature and plant plays a role, creating a self-sustaining harmony, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's intricate design, its perfect orchestration of life's complex tapestry. This balance is a living symphony. The quiet hum of cicadas on a hot summer afternoon, a continuous, almost trance-like sound that permeates the air, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's steady presence, a constant, underlying vibration in the fabric of existence. This hum is a summer's drone, the way a spider meticulously weaves its web, each strand precisely placed, creating a structure of incredible strength and delicacy, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's masterful craftsmanship, its attention to detail in all of its creations. This web is a silken marvel, the sweet fragrance of blooming jasmine on a cool evening, its scent drifting gently on the air, evoking a sense of peace, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's tender embrace, its pervasive love permeating the world. This fragrance is an evening's perfume, the slow, deliberate movements of a sloth in the rainforest canopy, a creature perfectly adapted to its unhurried existence, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's patient observation, its appreciation for all forms of life, even the slowest. This sloth is a meditation in motion, the intricate patterns on a seashell, sculpted by the ocean's currents and the passage of time, each one a unique work of natural art, are sometimes seen as a subtle manifestation of Arceus's boundless creativity, its capacity to infuse beauty into even the smallest forms. These patterns are ocean's art. The peaceful grazing of a herd of stantler in a sun-dappled meadow, their movements synchronized and calm, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's blessing of tranquility, its desire for harmony among its creatures. This grazing is a pastoral scene, the cool, earthy scent of a forest floor after rain, the rich aroma of damp soil and decaying leaves, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's continuous cycle of renewal, its constant regeneration of life. This scent is the forest's breath, the quiet persistence of a river carving its path through solid rock over countless ages. An unyielding force of nature is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's enduring will, its unstoppable power shaping the world. This river is a timeless sculptor. The sudden burst of color from a rainbow after a shower, a fleeting arc of light and beauty across the sky, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's promise, its vibrant declaration of hope and renewal. This rainbow is a sky's embrace, the gentle sway of kelp forests beneath the ocean's surface, a serene underwater landscape moving with the currents, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's fluid grace, its subtle influence on the unseen depths of the world. These kelp forests are an underwater ballet, the intricate structure of a snowflake under magnification, revealing its perfect hexagonal symmetry, is sometimes seen as a subtle manifestation of Arceus's mathematical precision, its inherent order in the universe. This snowflake is a geometric marvel, the soft, deep rumble of a distant earthquake, a reminder of the colossal forces at play beneath the Earth's surface, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's foundational power, its ability to stir the very bedrock of existence. This rumble is Earth's whisper, the soothing presence of a heat haze shimmering over a distant landscape on a warm day, blurring the edges of reality, inviting contemplation, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's ethereal nature, its subtle presence permeating the very air. This haze is a shimmering veil, the quiet growth of a crystal in a dark cavern, slowly forming perfect facets over centuries, a testament to geological time, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's patient creation, its slow, deliberate shaping of the world. This crystal is a silent formation, the delicate beauty of a dewdrop clinging to a spider's silk, refracting light into a miniature rainbow. A moment of ephemeral magic is sometimes attributed to Arceus's attention to the smallest details, its capacity for beauty in the minuscule. This dewdrop is a tiny jewel. The rhythmic beat of one's own heart, a constant, life-sustaining rhythm that grounds us in our own existence, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's breath of life, its continuous gift of being. This heartbeat is life's drum, the quiet perseverance of a desert flower, blooming briefly after a rare rain, bringing vibrant color to a harsh landscape, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's resilience, its ability to bring life and beauty to even the most challenging environments. This flower is a desert's hope, the gentle unfurling of a nebula in the vastness of space, a slow, majestic dance of cosmic dust and gas forming new stars, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's grand design, its continuous creation on a universal scale. This nebula is a cosmic cradle, the soft, comforting weight of a sleeping Pokémon curled beside you, its gentle breathing a testament to trust and peace, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's benevolent spirit, its desire for comfort and well-being for all living things. This sleeping Pokémon is a warm presence. The intricate patterns of veins on a leaf, transporting life-giving nutrients, a delicate network of support, are sometimes seen as a subtle manifestation of Arceus's vital design, its perfect engineering of life's sustenance. These veins are a leaf's lifelines. The serene beauty of a lunar eclipse, the moon bathed in a soft, reddish glow as it passes through Earth's shadow, a celestial spectacle, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's cosmic artistry, its orchestration of heavenly events. This eclipse is a celestial ballet, the gentle drift of dandelion seeds on the wind, each carrying the potential for new life, spreading across the landscape, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's boundless propagation, its continuous renewal of life across the world. These seeds are whispers of new life, the quiet strength of roots holding a tree firmly against a storm, an unseen anchor providing stability, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's fundamental support, its unwavering presence beneath all things. These roots are silent anchors, the soft touch of a feather as it drifts to the ground, light and airy, a gentle descent, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's delicate touch, its subtle influence on even the lightest of objects. This feather is a touch of grace, the mesmerizing swirl of cream in a dark cup of coffee, slowly blending into an intricate pattern, a moment of quiet observation, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's gentle merging of elements, its subtle combinations creating new forms. This swirl is a quiet contemplation, the peaceful hum of a busy beehive, a collective industry working in harmony, producing sweetness, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's industrious design, its encouragement of collaborative creation. This hum is a community's song, the enduring silence of ancient ruins, structures long abandoned but still standing, bearing witness to the passage of time, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's timeless perspective, its observation of all civilizations rising and falling. These ruins are silent witnesses. The subtle shift of seasons, the gradual change from warmth to cool, from bloom to dormancy, a continuous cycle of transformation, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's rhythmic regulation, its gentle guidance of the world's natural progression. This shift is nature's turning wheel, the quiet concentration of a spinda, tracing its unique spots, a creature perfectly content in its own distinctiveness, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's appreciation for individuality, its celebration of uniqueness in creation. The spinda is a unique pattern, the gentle pressure of deep ocean water, a constant enveloping force shaping life in the abyss, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's profound embrace, its comprehensive presence in all environments. This pressure is the ocean's hug, the soft glow of embers in a dying fire, holding onto warmth and light, slowly fading into darkness, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's enduring spark, its lingering presence even as things transition. These embers are fading warmth, the quiet determination of a small stream flowing downhill, steadily carving its way, always finding the path of least resistance, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's persistent will, its continuous, subtle guidance. This stream is a gentle persistence, the serene beauty of a cloud formation, slowly drifting across the sky, constantly changing shape, a canvas of endless variation, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's ethereal artistry, its boundless creativity in the heavens. This cloud is the sky's painting, the comforting weight of a blanket on a cool evening, offering warmth and security, allowing for peaceful rest, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's protective embrace, its desire for the comfort of all its beings. This blanket is a soft shield. The intricate patterns of erosion on a rock face, sculpted by wind and water over eons, revealing layers of geological history, are sometimes seen as a subtle manifestation of Arceus's slow, geological hand, its patient shaping of the earth. These patterns are Earth's history, the peaceful silence of a deep forest glade, untouched by human sound, a sanctuary of natural calm, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's sacred spaces, its provision for moments of profound tranquility. This glade is a forest's hush, the slow, deliberate flight of a butterfree, its wings beating gently as it drifts through the air, a picture of effortless grace, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's gentle freedom, its gift of unburdened movement. This butterfree is a graceful drift, the subtle, rhythmic expansion and contraction of a mushroom, slowly growing from the earth, absorbing nutrients, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's quiet growth, its unseen work beneath the surface. This mushroom is a silent expansion, the distant, muted roar of a waterfall, a continuous, powerful sound that carries through the landscape, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's constant flow of energy, its powerful, ceaseless movement. This roar is nature's pulse, the soft, comforting scent of rain on dry earth, a petrichor that fills the air after a long, dry spell, awakening the senses, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's renewal, its life-giving sustenance. This scent is Earth's refreshment. The intricate design of a bird's nest, each twig and leaf carefully woven together to create a safe haven, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's protective instinct, its creation of secure spaces for life to flourish. This nest is a small sanctuary. The gentle, almost imperceptible turning of the earth on its axis, a continuous motion powering day and night, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's cosmic machinery, its perfect silent orchestration of the planet's movements. This turning is Earth's quiet spin, the quiet contentment of a Pokémon basking in a sunbeam, eyes closed, soaking in the warmth, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's blessing of simple joys, its provision for moments of pure peace. This basking Pokémon is contentment personified. The subtle creak of ancient floorboards in a very old building, a sound that speaks of history and enduring structure, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's timeless presence, its enduring witness to all that is past. These creaks are echoes of time, the soft glimmer of light on the surface of water at dusk, reflecting the fading sky, a tranquil dance of light and shadow, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's gentle transition, its graceful guiding of day into night. This glimmer is Twilight's dance, the quiet unfurling of a new leaf from a bud, a delicate process of growth and emergence, heralds the promise of new life, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's continuous renewal, its endless cycle of creation. This unfurling is nature's promise, the deep, resonant silence of a cavern where sounds are absorbed and time seems to stand still, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's profound stillness, its core of unmoving tranquility. This cavern is a deep peace. The gentle warmth of a mug of herbal tea held in your hands, the steam rising softly, offering comfort and calm, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's soothing touch, its provision for solace in the simplest things. This tea is a comforting embrace. The soft, rhythmic sound of a pendulum swinging, a steady, hypnotic motion marking the passage of time, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's unwavering regularity, its consistent presence in the flow of existence. This pendulum is time's gentle beat. The subtle fragrance of old books, the scent of aged paper and stories, evoking a sense of history and knowledge, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's vast wisdom, its accumulated knowledge across all ages. This fragrance is wisdom's whisper, the peaceful, slow expansion of a blooming flower in time lapse, revealing its intricate beauty and vibrant colors, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's patient artistry, its deliberate unfolding of natural wonders. This bloom is a slow reveal, the comforting weight of a sleeping cat on your lap, its soft purr a gentle vibration, spreading warmth and calm, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's gift of companionship, its fostering of gentle bonds. This cat is a purring warmth, the soft shimmer of moonlight on a still lake, casting a silvery path across the dark water, creating an ethereal glow, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's serene luminescence, its quiet illumination of the world's deepest mysteries. This moonlight is a silver path, the distant, muffled sound of a train passing in the night, a low rumble that fades into the quiet, speaking of journeys and continuous movement, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's persistent journey, its unending progression through the cosmos. This train is the rhythm of travel, the delicate, intricate pattern of frost on a window pane, forming unique designs that vanish with the dawn, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's ephemeral artistry, its creation of fleeting beauty that reminds us of life's transient nature. This frost is fleeting art, the gentle, almost imperceptible sway of a hammock under a canopy of leaves, a rhythmic motion that encourages rest and relaxation, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's gentle rocking, its provision of ultimate repose. This hammock is a cradle of calm, the quiet hum of a refrigerator in a still house, a consistent low-frequency sound that becomes part of the background, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's constant background presence, its unwavering support beneath all existence. This hum is a constant comfort, the slow, deliberate flight of a large bird of prey, circling high above, seemingly effortless and majestic, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's high perspective, its overseeing gaze upon all creation. This flight is a watchful drift, the faint, sweet scent of rain on dry earth, a unique aroma that signals refreshment and new growth, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's restorative touch, its ability to rejuvenate and renew the land. This scent is Earth's balm, the gentle rhythmic tapping of raindrops on a window, a lullaby of nature that soothes and quiets the mind, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's soft cadence, its natural rhythm that invites serenity. These raindrops are nature's lullaby, the soft glow of embers in a dying fire, pulsing with a gentle warmth and fading light, holding the memory of heat and light, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's lingering essence, its eternal warmth that remains even when things seem to fade. These embers are residual warmth, the steady, quiet breathing of a sleeping infant, a fragile, pure sound of complete peace and vulnerability, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's pristine innocence, its unblemished beginning of all things. This breath is pure peace, the subtle shifting of sand in an hourglass, each grain marking the slow, inexorable passage of time, a quiet testament to duration, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's patient unfolding, its deliberate measurement of eternity. This sand is time's quiet flow, the hushed rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, a soft symphony of nature that whispers secrets and calm, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's gentle murmur, its soft voice in the natural world. This rustle is nature's whisper, the distant, melancholic sound of a foghorn cutting through the mists, a lonely but reassuring signal of guidance, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's guiding call, its steadfast beacon in uncertainty. This foghorn is a distant guide, the intricate, delicate structure of a spider's web, catching dewdrops and shimmering in the morning light, a marvel of natural engineering, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's fine craftsmanship, its attention to the smallest, most beautiful details. This web is delicate artistry, the quiet gurgle of a coffee maker in the early morning, signaling the start of a new day with warmth and comfort, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's daily renewal, its quiet promise of fresh beginnings. This gurgle is dawn's gentle call, the soft, even texture of moss growing on an old stone wall, a velvety green carpet that defies time, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's patient endurance, its ability to thrive in quiet, overlooked places. This moss is nature's velvet, the gentle, rhythmic rocking of a boat moored in a harbor, a subtle dance with the waves that lulls and soothes, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's tranquil sway, its provision of calm even amidst movement. This boat is a peaceful cradle, the quiet opening of a book, the soft crackle of pages turning, the invitation into new worlds and stories, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's boundless knowledge, its endless narrative unfolding. This book is a gateway to wisdom, the subtle scent of damp earth after a rain shower, a rich, fertile aroma that speaks of life and growth, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's nurturing essence, its continuous support of all living things. This scent is Earth's embrace, the soft, focused beam of a lighthouse sweeping across the dark sea, a consistent, reassuring light in the vastness, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's unwavering guidance, its steadfast light in the deepest darkness. This beam is a guiding light. The delicate, intricate pattern of a seashell found on a quiet beach, each ridge and curve a testament to natural design, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's inherent beauty, its creation of perfection even in the smallest forms. This shell is ocean's art, the quiet, almost imperceptible growth of a crystal in a dark cavern, slowly forming its perfect facets over eons, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's patient creation, its slow and deliberate formation of wonders. This crystal is time's slow art, the soft, muted sounds of a city at night, a distant hum that suggests life continuing, yet allows for quiet reflection, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's encompassing presence, its quiet watch over all human endeavor. This hum is the city's lullaby, the gentle swaying motion of a mobile above a crib, casting soft shadows and inviting dreams, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's tender care, its gentle encouragement of peace and rest. This mobile is a dream weaver, the subtle sheen of silk reflecting light with a soft, luxurious glow, a symbol of delicate strength, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's refined elegance, its creation of beauty that is both fragile and enduring. This silk is soft luminescence, the quiet sigh of contentment from a sleeping Pokémon, a small, soft sound that indicates deep peace and comfort, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's gift of solace, its provision for profound rest. This sigh is deep peace, the slow, deliberate unwinding of a clockwork mechanism, the gentle tick-tock marking the precise passage of moments, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's meticulous order, its precise orchestration of existence. This mechanism is precision's hum, the faint, sweet smell of fresh laundry, clean and soft, evoking feelings of home and comfort, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's purity, its essence of cleanliness and renewal. This scent is home's embrace, the peaceful, still surface of a pond mirroring the sky, a perfect reflection of the world above, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's serene reflection, its ability to perfectly embody truth and beauty. This pond is a mirror of calm, the quiet, steady drip of a faucet in the distance, a consistent, gentle sound that can be surprisingly calming, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's unending flow, its continuous, subtle presence marking time. This drip is time's soft beat. The delicate, intricate structure of a snowflake, unique and ephemeral, each a tiny masterpiece of ice, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's unique artistry, its creation of countless individual wonders. This snowflake is frozen art, the soft, deep rumble of thunder far away, a low, comforting sound that speaks of nature's power without immediate threat, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's distant power, its gentle reminder of its ultimate strength. This thunder is nature's distant voice, the quiet closure of a door in a sleeping house, a soft click that seals off the world and invites rest, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's gentle finality, its quiet closing of cycles and ushering in of peace. This click is quiet assurance, the tender glow of a nightlight in a child's room, a small, constant source of comfort and security in the darkness, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's protective presence, its small, steady light in the vast unknown. This nightlight is a beacon of comfort, the soft, rustling sound of dry leaves being gently blown across a path in autumn, a whisper of transition and gentle change, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's subtle cycles, its quiet orchestration of seasons. This rustle is autumn's whisper, the quiet, rhythmic process of kneading dough, the soft push and pull, a comforting act of creation, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's foundational creation, his gentle shaping of the world. This kneading is creation's touch, the delicate, translucent wings of a dragonfly, shimmering in the sunlight, a marvel of natural engineering and beauty, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's ethereal grace, its creation of fleeting, exquisite forms. These wings are airborne jewels, the distant, faint sound of church bells chiming in the quiet of a morning, a gentle call that resonates with timelessness, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's ancient call, its enduring summons to peace and reflection. These bells are morning's chime, the quiet, steady burning of a candle, its flame flickering gently, casting soft, dancing shadows, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's enduring light, its constant illumination of existence. This flame is a gentle glow, the soft, gentle pull of the tide receding on a smooth beach, leaving behind patterns in the sand. A peaceful ebb and flow is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's rhythmic patterns, its constant calming cycles of nature. This tide is ocean's breath, the quiet, almost imperceptible movement of clouds across a vast sky, a slow, majestic procession that transforms the heavens, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's grand design, its slow and deliberate shaping of the celestial tapestry. These clouds are sky's slow dance, the soft, rhythmic hum of a spinning wheel, a consistent, ancient sound of creation and patience, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's continuous weaving, its delicate creation of the fabric of time and space. This wheel is creation's hum, the intricate, delicate structure of a bird's nest, woven with patient care and natural ingenuity, a safe haven for new life, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's nurturing provision, its creation of safe spaces for growth. This nest is a cradle of life, the quiet, focused concentration of a painter at their easel, meticulously adding color and form to a canvas, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's artistic precision, its careful crafting of all beauty. This focus is art's quiet intensity, the gentle, silent falling of snow, blanketing the world in a pristine, hushed layer, creating a scene of profound quiet, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's pristine tranquility, its ability to bring profound peace and stillness. This snow is nature's hush, the soft, comforting weight of a heavy blanket enveloping one in warmth and security, fostering a sense of complete safety, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's all-encompassing protection, its gentle embrace of all existence. This blanket is a warm embrace, the quiet, steady growth of a tree, its roots reaching deep, its branches stretching skyward, a symbol of endurance and natural progress, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's persistent life force, its continuous, quiet expansion of vitality. This tree is life's steady climb, the delicate, almost silent flutter of a butterfly's wings, a gentle dance through the air, embodying grace and transformation, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's gentle transformation, its subtle guidance of change and evolution. This flutter is grace in motion, the soft, rhythmic stirring of a spoon in a cup of tea, a gentle swirl that blends and settles, creating a moment of calm, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's gentle integration, its harmonious blending of all elements. This stirring is a blend of peace, the distant, shimmering heat haze above a summer road, creating an illusion of liquid light, speaking of warmth and vastness, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's ethereal presence, its subtle distortion of reality with its pervasive energy. This haze is summer's breath, the quiet, patient unraveling of a ball of yarn, a continuous thread that seems endless, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's infinite continuity, its unending thread of existence. This unraveling is infinity's thread, the intricate, delicate veins of a leaf, a complex network that sustains life, visible when held to the light, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's vital network, its intricate support system for all life. These veins are our life's pathways, the soft, muted sounds of a gentle rain shower outside a window, a continuous, soothing patter that invites introspection, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's cleansing grace, its gentle washing away of worries. This rain is nature's soft song, the quiet, persistent glow of bioluminescent organisms in a dark cave, tiny lights creating a magical, otherworldly scene, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's hidden luminescence, its quiet, inherent light in the deepest darkness. These lights are living stars, the gentle rhythmic swaying of tall grass in a wide open field, a vast undulating sea of green, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's expansive calm, its profound peace stretching across landscapes. This grass is nature's gentle wave, the soft, reassuring thud of a book closing after a long read, signaling completion and quiet satisfaction, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's restful conclusion, its provision for moments of fulfilled peace. This thud is quiet closure, the quiet, almost imperceptible opening of a flower at dawn, a slow embrace of the morning light, a delicate unfolding of beauty, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's daily awakening, its gentle ushering in of new beginnings. This opening is dawn's delicate promise. The delicate, intricate pattern of wood grain on an old piece of furniture, each ring telling a silent story of years past, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's enduring history, its silent record of time. This grain is time's silent story, the soft, distant murmur of a waterfall, a continuous, powerful, yet soothing sound that speaks of constant flow and renewal, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's eternal flow, its unending source of life and energy. This murmur is nature's constant song, the quiet, steady pulse of one's own heart, a constant, internal rhythm of life and existence, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's fundamental life force, its inherent rhythm that sustains all beings. This pulse is life's steady beat, the gentle, almost imperceptible shimmer of heat rising from warm asphalt on a quiet day, creating a soft, wavy distortion, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's pervasive energy, its subtle influence on the very air we breathe. This shimmer is heat's soft dance, the soft, rustling sound of a squirrel foraging for nuts and dry leaves, a gentle, industrious sound of nature's simple routines, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's quiet provision, its orchestration of the natural world's simple needs. This rustle is nature's quiet work, the quiet, steady glow of a distant city's skyline at night, a myriad of silent lights that seem to twinkle like fallen stars, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's vast network, its quiet connection of countless lives and places. This glow is a tapestry of light, the gentle rhythmic rocking of a small wooden swing on a porch, moving softly in the breeze, inviting contemplation and peace, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's gentle pace, its provision for quiet repose. This swing is a lullaby of movement, the soft, persistent chirping of crickets on a warm summer night, a continuous, soothing chorus that fills the darkness, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's nocturnal symphony, its quiet orchestration of the night's gentle sounds. This chirping is night's gentle hum, the quiet, consistent drip of dew falling from leaves in the early morning, each drop a tiny prism of light, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's pristine purity, its gentle, cleansing touch upon the world. This drip is nature's quiet jewel, the delicate, intricate structure of a coral reef, a vibrant, silent city teeming with life beneath the waves, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's hidden wonders, its intricate, breathtaking creations in the depths. This reef is an underwater city, The soft, rhythmic swish of curtains in an open window, gently moving with the flow of air, inviting the outside in, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's gentle breath, its quiet presence flowing through all things. This swish is air's soft dance, the quiet, steady unraveling of a cloud of incense, its fragrant smoke curling and dissipating slowly into the air, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's ethereal essence, its subtle, fragrant presence permeating existence. This smoke is a fragrant whisper, the gentle, almost imperceptible hum of electricity in the walls of a quiet house, a constant low thrum of modern life, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's underlying energy, its subtle power animating the world. This hum is life's quiet current, the soft, rhythmic thrum of a cat's purr, a deep vibration of contentment and peace, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's gentle vibration, its soothing resonance that spreads calm. This purr is a wave of peace, the quiet, focused gaze of an owl perched silently in a tree, observing the night with profound stillness, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's watchful wisdom, its quiet, all-seeing presence in the darkness. This gaze is night's silent wisdom, the delicate, intricate lines on an ancient map, charting journeys and vast distances, evoking a sense of history and exploration, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's grand design, its mapping of all creation and its endless possibilities. This map is history's blueprint. The soft, rhythmic patter of a small fountain in a quiet courtyard, a constant gentle sound of flowing water, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's constant refreshment, its unending source of vitality and calm. This patter is water's lullaby, the quiet, almost imperceptible warmth radiating from a hot stone after a sunny day, a gentle lingering heat in the cool evening air, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's residual warmth, its lasting comfort that persists through transitions. This stone is sun's lingering touch, the gentle, undulating pattern of sand dunes in a desert, sculpted by wind and time, vast and serene, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's patient sculpting, its slow and deliberate shaping of the Earth's grand forms. These dunes are Earth's gentle waves, the soft, rhythmic click of knitting needles, a steady, productive sound of creation and comfort, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's consistent creation, its patient crafting of the fabric of life. This click is creation's rhythm, the quiet, steady glow of stars. The quiet, steady glow of stars in a clear night sky, each one a distant sun, represents the vastness of the cosmos and is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's boundless light, its infinite presence illuminating the darkness. This glow is the cosmos's gentle light, the delicate, almost silent flutter of a moth's wings against a window pane, drawn to an inner light. A soft, persistent movement in the dark is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's subtle movements, its quiet approach to all life. This flutter is night's soft dance, the soft, rhythmic creak of an old wooden floor, a gentle memory of movement in a quiet house, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's ancient footsteps, its slow, deliberate journey through time. This creak is time's soft whisper, the quiet, focused concentration of a spider weaving its intricate web, thread by delicate thread, a marvel of natural architecture, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's meticulous design, its careful crafting of every detail in the world. This web is nature's delicate art, the gentle, almost imperceptible sway of a sailboat on calm waters, propelled by a soft breeze, a serene journey across the surface, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's guiding hand, his gentle influence on the currents of life. This sway is calm's gentle journey, the soft, rhythmic drip of a leaky faucet in a quiet room, a steady, persistent sound that marks the passing of time, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's constant flow, its unending presence marking all moments. This drip is time's gentle tap, the quiet and steady expansion of a flower bud before it blossoms, a slow, patient unfolding of beauty, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's patient growth, its nurturing of all potential in the world. This expansion is life's gentle promise. The delicate, intricate patterns formed by frost on a window pane on a cold morning, unique and ephemeral, a fleeting artistry, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's fleeting artistry, its temporary beauty in all forms. This frost is winter's soft lace, the soft, rhythmic swish of long grass in a gentle breeze, a whispering movement across a vast field, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's subtle whispers, its quiet communications with the earth. This swish is Earth's gentle breath, the quiet, focused observation of a mushroom slowly emerging from the forest floor, a silent growth in the damp earth, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's silent emergence, its gradual revelation in the natural world. This emergence is forest's quiet secret, the gentle, almost imperceptible shift of shadows as the sun moves across the sky. A slow dance of light and dark is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's constant presence, its quiet influence on the passage of day. This shift is light's soft dance, the soft, rhythmic rustle of turning pages in an old book, a gentle sound of knowledge being absorbed, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's endless stories, its quiet narratives unfolding through time. This rustle is knowledge's gentle voice, the quiet, steady glow of embers in a dying fire, a lingering warmth and light from a past flame, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's enduring warmth, its lasting comfort that never truly fades. This glow is warmth's gentle memory, the delicate, intricate structure of a snowflake, each one unique and perfect, a tiny marvel of nature, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's unique creations, its perfect design in every small detail. This snowflake is winter's delicate jewel, the soft, rhythmic hum of a distant train, a low, steady sound that travels far, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's distant presence, its quiet influence reaching across vast distances. This hum is journey's gentle call, the quiet, focused attention of a bird building its nest, meticulously placing each twig and feather, a perfect home created with care, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's careful crafting, its nurturing guidance in all of life's endeavors. This nest is home's gentle promise, the gentle, almost imperceptible movement of a cloud across the moon, a slow, ethereal passing that briefly dims the light, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's quiet transitions, its gentle shifting of cosmic balance. This movement is night's soft veil, the soft, rhythmic sigh of wind through tall pine trees, a deep, resonant whisper in the forest, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's ancient breath, its quiet wisdom carried on the air. This sigh is forest's gentle song, the quiet, the steady process of a seed germinating in the soil, a silent awakening of life from dormancy, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's hidden power, its quiet unfolding of new beginnings. This germination is life's quiet miracle, the delicate, intricate patterns on a butterfly's wing, a vibrant tapestry of color and form, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's vibrant artistry, its exquisite beauty in all living things. This wing is nature's gentle canvas. The soft, rhythmic tapping of raindrops on a windowsill during a gentle shower, a constant calming sound, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's soothing touch, its quiet refreshment of the world. This tapping is rain's gentle lullaby. The quiet, focused observation of a starling murmuration, a swirling, coordinated dance of many birds in the sky, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's unifying power, its quiet harmony in all collective beings. This murmuration is sky's gentle ballet. The gentle, almost imperceptible warmth from a cup of herbal tea, a comforting heat that spreads slowly through the body, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's comforting presence, its gentle warmth in moments of peace. This warmth is comfort's gentle embrace, the soft, rhythmic rise and fall of a sleeping animal's breath, a steady, peaceful rhythm of rest, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's calming presence, its quiet assurance that all is well. This breath is sleep's gentle rhythm, the quiet, steady growth of a crystal in a dark cave, a slow geological formation of beauty that is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's patient creation, its quiet shaping of the Earth's deep structures. This growth is Earth's quiet jewel, the delicate, intricate folds of a rose petal, a soft, velvety texture of natural perfection, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's gentle perfection, its quiet beauty in every natural form. This petal is nature's soft beauty, the soft, rhythmic lapping of small waves against a sandy shore, a constant, soothing sound of the ocean, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's endless patience, its quiet ebb and flow of all things. This lapping is ocean's gentle whisper, the quiet, focused attention of a child drawing with crayons, immersed in their own creative world, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's pure creativity, its quiet inspiration in all beings. This drawing is imagination's gentle spark, the gentle, almost imperceptible shimmer of heat rising from a distant road on a warm day, a wavering mirage in the air, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's ethereal presence, its quiet dance in the unseen. This shimmer is air's gentle mystery, the soft, rhythmic swing of a pendulum clock, a steady, hypnotic beat that marks the passage of time, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's constant rhythm, its quiet, unchanging beat in the universe. This swing is time's gentle pulse, the quiet, steady unfolding of a fern frond, a slow, elegant unfurling of new life, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's graceful growth, its quiet expansion of natural forms. This unfurling is life's gentle elegance, the delicate, intricate pattern of veins on a leaf, a network of life-giving channels, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's interconnectedness, its quiet network of life throughout the world. This vein is life's gentle map, the soft, rhythmic murmur of a distant stream, a constant, gentle sound of flowing water in the wilderness, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's continuous flow, its quiet, unending presence in nature. This murmur is nature's gentle song, the quiet, focused observation of a dewdrop clinging to a spider's web, reflecting the morning light, a tiny world of beauty, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's subtle reflection, its quiet beauty in the smallest details. This dewdrop is dawn's gentle sparkle, the gentle, almost imperceptible shift of the earth underfoot, a subtle settling of the ground, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's foundational presence, its quiet stability beneath all things. This shift is Earth's gentle sigh, the soft, rhythmic clatter of pebbles in a flowing stream, a constant, gentle sound of movement and erosion, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's patient shaping, its quiet, continuous work on the landscape. This clatter is water's gentle music, the quiet, steady glow of bioluminescent fungi in a dark forest, a soft, otherworldly light in the gloom, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's hidden light, its quiet illumination in the deepest places. This glow is forest's quiet magic, the delicate, intricate structure of a coral reef, a vibrant, complex ecosystem beneath the waves, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's complex creation, its quiet artistry in the deep. This reef is ocean's gentle city. The soft, rhythmic crunch of dry leaves underfoot during a gentle walk in the autumn, a natural percussion of the season, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's seasonal rhythm, its quiet transition of the world. This crunch is autumn's gentle step, the quiet, focused attention of a bee gathering nectar from a flower, a diligent, purposeful act of nature, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's purposeful design, its quiet efficiency in all life. This gathering is nature's quiet work, the gentle, almost imperceptible drift of a feather on the wind, a light, effortless journey through the air, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's gentle freedom, its quiet spirit moving unbound. This drift is air's gentle dance, the soft, rhythmic whoosh of a distant car passing on a quiet road, a fleeting sound that quickly fades, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's fleeting moments, its quiet passage through time. This whoosh is journey's gentle whisper, the quiet, steady process of a seed slowly sprouting from the earth, a silent burst of new life, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's quiet power, its gentle unfolding of potential. This sprouting is life's quiet awakening. The delicate, intricate patterns formed by sand on a beach after the tide has receded, unique and temporary, a fleeting natural art, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's ephemeral artistry, its quiet beauty in the transient. This pattern is tide's gentle mark, the soft, rhythmic drumming of a woodpecker on a tree trunk, a persistent, measured beat in the forest, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's persistent rhythm, its quiet, steady beat in nature. This drumming is forest's gentle heart, the quiet, focused observation of a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, a slow, fragile transformation, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's transformative power, its quiet unfolding of new forms. This emergence is metamorphosis's gentle grace, the gentle, almost imperceptible warmth of a sun-warmed stone in the palm of your hand, a lingering heat from the day, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's lasting comfort, its quiet warmth that endures. This stone is sun's gentle memory, the soft, rhythmic whisper of a soft blanket settling around you, a comforting rustle of warmth, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's comforting embrace, its quiet, gentle presence surrounding all. This whisper is comfort's gentle touch, the quiet, steady glow of a distant lighthouse, a regular, reassuring beam of light in the darkness, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's guiding light, its quiet, constant presence leading the way. This glow is hope's gentle beacon, the delicate, intricate patterns on a seashell, each one unique and shaped by the ocean, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's natural artistry, its quiet beauty in the depths. The shell is ocean's gentle art. The soft, rhythmic patter of small stones rolling down a gentle slope, a natural calming sound, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's patient shaping, its quiet, continuous work on the landscape. This patter is Earth's gentle murmur, the quiet, focused attention of a sleeping baby, completely at peace and unaware, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's pure innocence, its quiet, untroubled presence in new life. This sleep is peace's gentle dream, the gentle, almost imperceptible scent of rain on dry earth. A fresh, earthy aroma is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's revitalizing presence, its quiet refreshment of the world. This scent is nature's gentle breath, the soft, rhythmic sigh of a gentle breeze through an open window, a quiet movement of air, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's quiet breath, its gentle presence moving through all things. This sigh is air's gentle whisper, the quiet, steady unraveling of a cloud of steam from a warm cup, its gentle dissipation into the air, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's ethereal essence, its subtle, fragrant presence permeating existence. This steam is a fragrant whisper, the gentle, almost imperceptible hum of a distant refrigerator, a constant low thrum of modern life, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's underlying energy, its subtle power animating the world. This hum is life's quiet current, the soft, rhythmic thrum of a content dog's tail wagging on the floor, a deep vibration of contentment and peace, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's gentle vibration, its soothing resonance that spreads calm. This thrum is a wave of peace, the quiet, focused gaze of a deer standing silently in a clearing, observing the forest with profound stillness, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's watchful wisdom, its quiet, all-seeing presence in the wilderness. This gaze is nature's silent wisdom, the delicate, intricate lines on an ancient tapestry, weaving stories and vast distances, evoking a sense of history and craftsmanship, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's grand design, its weaving of all creation and its endless possibilities. This tapestry is history's blueprint, the soft, rhythmic patter of a small waterfall in a quiet forest, a constant gentle sound of flowing water, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's constant refreshment, its unending source of vitality and calm. This patter is water's lullaby, the quiet, almost imperceptible warmth radiating from a pile of freshly washed laundry, a gentle lingering heat in the cool evening air, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's residual warmth, its lasting comfort that persists through transitions. This warmth is comfort's lingering touch, the gentle undulating pattern of waves on a calm lake, sculpted by wind and time, vast and serene, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's patient sculpting, its slow and deliberate shaping of the earth's grand forms. These waves are water's gentle ripples, the soft, rhythmic click of a clock's minute hand, a steady, productive sound of time passing, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's consistent creation, its patient crafting of the fabric of life. This click is time's rhythm, the quiet, steady glow of distant city lights from afar, seen from a high vantage point, a diffused and gentle luminescence against a dark canvas, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's omnipresent light, its subtle illumination that guides and defines the boundaries of existence. These lights are distant beacons, the gentle, almost imperceptible rustle of dry leaves skittering across a paved path, a subtle, papery whisper of autumn's approach, is sometimes seen as a reflection of Arceus's quiet transitions, its gentle shifting of seasons and epics. This rustle is autumn's whisper, the soft, rhythmic creak of an old wooden floorboard underfoot. A familiar and grounding sound in an ancient house is sometimes attributed to Arceus's foundational strength, its deep-seated stability that supports all things. This creak is Earth's steady breath, the quiet, steady drip of melting ice from a roof's edge, each drop a tiny, precise punctuation mark in the stillness, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's patient release, its slow and deliberate unfolding of elemental forces. This drip is winter's retreat, the gentle, almost imperceptible sway of a curtain in a barely open window, a silent dance with an unseen breeze, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's pervasive influence, its unseen hand guiding gentle movements. This sway is air's soft dance, the soft, rhythmic whir of a distant clothes dryer, a muffled, almost hypnotic sound of domesticity, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's quiet industry, its ongoing, tireless work in the background of all things. This whir is life's gentle hum, the quiet, steady hum of a working computer fan, a constant, low-level drone of modern technology, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's intricate mechanisms, its complex yet harmonious systems that underpin reality. This hum is technology's heartbeat, the gentle, almost imperceptible shift of shadows as the sun slowly descends, a gradual lengthening and softening of forms, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's gradual revelation, its slow unveiling of truth and beauty. These shadows are light's slow dance, the soft, rhythmic sound of a child's gentle breathing during sleep, a profound and innocent steady rhythm, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's protective presence, its calm and watchful guardianship over new life. This breathing is pure peace, the quiet, steady crackle of a distant campfire, a subtle, warm punctuation mark in the night's stillness, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's elemental warmth, its comforting and enduring fire that kindles life. This crackle is fire's soft song, the gentle, almost imperceptible scent of rain on dry earth. A subtle, earthy perfume preceding a downpour is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's refreshing touch, its cleansing and renewing essence that revitalizes the world. This scent is Earth's sweet breath, the soft, rhythmic whisper of turning pages in a well-loved book, a quiet, papery sound of knowledge being absorbed, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's enduring wisdom, its vast and ancient knowledge that fills all existence. This whisper is wisdom's quiet rustle, the quiet, steady shimmer of heat rising from a warm road in the distance, a subtle, wavering mirage of light and air, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's radiant energy, its pervasive warmth that permeates the atmosphere. This shimmer is heat's gentle dance, the gentle, almost imperceptible vibrations from a distant train, a low, resonant thrum felt more than heard, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's grand journey, its slow and unstoppable progression through time. These vibrations are time's steady march, the soft, rhythmic clinking of wind chimes in a barely perceptible breeze, a delicate and musical punctuation of the air, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's harmonious presence, its subtle melodies that resonate through the cosmos. These chimes are air's soft music, the quiet, steady glint of moonlight on calm water, a diffused and ethereal glow across the surface, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's serene reflection, It's peaceful and unwavering light that illuminates the night. This glint is night's gentle mirror, the gentle, almost imperceptible sigh of an old house settling into the night. A subtle creak and groan of timbers is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's ancient enduring, its quiet strength that holds structures together through epochs. This sigh is time's soft whisper, the soft, rhythmic patter of a cat's paws walking silently across a carpet, a barely audible, delicate tread, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's stealthy grace, its subtle and unnoticeable movements through the fabric of reality. This patter is Grace's quiet walk, the quiet, steady release of steam from a kettle that has just boiled, a gentle, sustained hiss fading into silence, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's calm essence, its quiet power that dissipates into the environment after its task. This hiss is a gentle release, the gentle, almost imperceptible warmth of a stone that has been sun-warmed throughout the day, radiating a soft, comforting heat into the cool evening, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's stored energy, its patient accumulation of power that then gently gives forth. This warmth is Earth's stored embrace, the soft, rhythmic swish of tall grass in a wide open field, responding to a light, unseen breeze, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's expansive breath, its gentle movement across vast landscapes. This swish is land's quiet sigh, the quiet, steady hum of a distant electrical transformer, a low, constant drone of power distribution, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's underlying energy, its pervasive force that powers the infrastructure of the world. This hum is power's steady pulse, the gentle, almost imperceptible scent of pine needles warmed by the sun, a subtle, earthy aroma carried on the breeze through a forest, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's natural essence, its pure and fundamental connection to the wild. This scent is nature's perfume, the soft, rhythmic click of a knitting needle, a methodical and soothing sound of creation, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's consistent crafting, its patient and intricate weaving of the threads of existence. This click is creation's quiet work, the quiet, steady glow of fireflies appearing and disappearing in the twilight, a soft, intermittent luminescence in the deepening dusk, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's fleeting beauty, its subtle and magical appearances in the quiet moments of the world. This glow is twilight's gentle sparkle, the gentle, almost imperceptible shift of water in a full bathtub, a slight ripple as the temperature adjusts, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's elemental fluidity, its constant and subtle adjustments to maintain equilibrium. This ripple is water's quiet dance, the soft, rhythmic hum of a small, well-maintained electric fan on a low setting. A consistent and gentle movement of air is sometimes attributed to Arceus's pervasive influence, its subtle presence that generates comfort and movement. This hum is air's gentle current, the quiet, its steady rustle of a paperback book being held open, its pages turning almost imperceptibly, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's quiet wisdom, its deep knowledge that unfolds slowly and continuously. This rustle is knowledge's soft whisper, the gentle, almost imperceptible warmth from a heated blanket, a pervasive and comforting embrace on a cool night, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's omnipresent comfort, its quiet and enduring support throughout the night. This warmth is comfort's soft embrace, The soft, rhythmic soughing of distant ocean waves, a muffled, deep roar that soothes and mesmerizes from afar, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's ancient voice, its vast and powerful presence that echoes across the ages. This soughing is ocean's deep lullaby, the quiet, steady shimmer of heat rising from a freshly poured cup of tea, a delicate, wavering dance of steam, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's gentle essence, its subtle warmth that infuses and invigorates. This shimmer is comfort's soft breath, the gentle, almost imperceptible expansion and contraction of a wooden beam in an old house. A subtle creak and sigh as it responds to temperature changes is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's enduring strength, its patient adaptation to the passage of time. This creak is time's soft groan, the soft, rhythmic hum of a distant highway, a low, continuous drone of unseen traffic, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's constant motion, its ceaseless activity that underpins the world's movements. This hum is life's steady flow, the quiet, steady glow of a single candle flame in a dark room, a small, unwavering beacon of light, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's guiding presence, its subtle illumination in moments of doubt. This glow is hope's quiet flicker, the gentle, almost imperceptible ripple of a passing cloud's shadow across a sunlit field, a fleeting moment of coolness and shade, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's transient touch, its momentary presence that alters the landscape. This ripple is Shadow's soft caress, the soft, rhythmic drip of water from a small concealed leak, a steady and persistent punctuation of silence, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's patient persistence, its continuous and quiet work that shapes and reshapes. This drip is patience's quiet rhythm, the quiet, steady warmth of a sleeping pet nestled close, a soft, radiated heat that brings comfort, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's gentle affection, its quiet and abiding love that warms the heart. This warmth is love's soft embrace, the gentle, almost imperceptible shift of dust motes dancing in a shaft of sunlight, a slow, ethereal ballet in the air, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's intricate details, its minute and beautiful elements that compose reality. These motes are light's tiny dancers. The soft, rhythmic whir of a slow-turning ceiling fan, a gentle circulation of air in a quiet room, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's pervasive influence, its subtle movements that create calm and comfort. This whir is air's gentle circulation, the quiet, steady murmur of a distant stream winding through a peaceful valley, a soft, continuous song of flowing water, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's timeless journey, its unending movement through the landscape of existence. This murmur is nature's soft song, the gentle, almost imperceptible scent of freshly baked bread wafting from a nearby kitchen, a subtle, comforting aroma that fills the air, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's nurturing presence, its quiet provision that sustains and comforts. This scent is home's sweet breath, the soft, rhythmic rustle of a squirrel moving through fallen leaves, a delicate and quick sound in the stillness of the forest, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's nimble presence, its quiet and agile movements within the natural world. This rustle is nature's quick whisper, the quiet, steady pulse of one's own heart, a constant, internal rhythm of life, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's central energy, its fundamental beat that empowers all living things. This pulse is life's steady drum, The gentle, almost imperceptible swaying of branches on a tall tree responding to an unseen breeze is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's flexible strength, its enduring power that adapts to forces. This swaying is nature's soft dance, the soft, rhythmic click of a keyboard as thoughts are quietly translated into words. A measured and consistent sound of creation is sometimes attributed to Arceus's quiet crafting, its patient shaping of ideas into reality. This click is thought's gentle rhythm, the quiet, steady glow of a full moon on a clear night, a serene and powerful light illuminating the world, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's complete presence, its full and peaceful essence that watches over all. This glow is night's calm radiance, the gentle, almost imperceptible hum of the earth itself, a low frequency vibration that resonates beneath all things, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's foundational energy, his deep and constant power that sustains the planet. This hum is Earth's deep breath, the soft, rhythmic whisper of snow falling silently outside a window, a muffled, almost imperceptible descent, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's quiet magic, its subtle transformations of the landscape. This whisper is winter's gentle song, the quiet, steady warmth radiating from a hot drink held in one's hands, a comforting and pervasive heat, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's comforting presence, its subtle warmth that soothes and nurtures. This warmth is comfort's quiet embrace, the gentle, almost imperceptible shift of light and shadow on a wall as the day slowly fades. A gradual deepening of tones is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's patient unfolding, its slow and deliberate progression of time. These shifts are light's slow goodbye, the soft, rhythmic patter of a dog's gentle snoring, a low, consistent sound of peaceful sleep, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's calming presence, its quiet influence that brings rest and tranquility. This patter is peace's soft rhythm, the quiet, steady hum of a distant refrigerator, a constant low thrum of modern life, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's underlying energy, its subtle power animating the world. This hum is life's quiet current, the soft, rhythmic thrum of a content dog's tail wagging on the floor, a deep vibration of contentment and peace, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's gentle vibration, its soothing resonance that spreads calm. This thrum is a wave of peace, the quiet, focused gaze of a deer standing silently in a clearing, observing the forest with profound stillness, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's watchful wisdom, its quiet, all-seeing presence in the wilderness. This gaze is nature's silent wisdom, the delicate, intricate lines on an ancient tapestry, weaving stories and vast distances, evoking a sense of history and craftsmanship, is sometimes seen as a subtle reflection of Arceus's grand design, its weaving of all creation and its endless possibilities. This tapestry is history's blueprint, the soft, rhythmic patter of a small waterfall in a quiet forest, a constant gentle sound of flowing water, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's constant refreshment, its unending source of vitality and calm. This patter is water's lullaby, the quiet, almost imperceptible warmth radiating from a pile of freshly washed laundry, a gentle lingering heat in the cool evening air, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's residual warmth, its lasting comfort that persists through transitions. This warmth is comfort's lingering touch, the gentle, undulating pattern of waves on a calm lake, sculpted by wind and time, vast and serene, is sometimes seen as a subtle echo of Arceus's patient sculpting, its slow and deliberate shaping of the Earth's grand forms. These waves are water's gentle ripples, the soft, rhythmic click of a clock's minute hand, a steady, productive sound of time passing, is sometimes attributed to Arceus's consistent creation, its patient crafting of the fabric of life. This click is time's rhythm, the quiet, steady glow of distant city lights from afar, seen from a high vantage point, a diffused and gentle luminescence against the dark canvas, is sometimes subconsciously linked to Arceus's omnipresent light, its subtle illumination that guides and defines the boundaries of existence. These lights are distant beacons. The gentle, almost imperceptible rustle of dry leaves skittering across a paved path. In the gentle twilight of the Pokémon world, where dreams and reality intertwine like morning mist over Lake Verity, there exists a profound tapestry of hidden powers that flow through every creature, every blade of grass, and every whisper of wind. These abilities, as they are known, represent the very essence of what makes each Pokémon unique, like fingerprints made of starlight and ancient wisdom passed down through countless generations. Let us begin our journey through this realm of wonder with the understanding that abilities are not mere tools or weapons, but rather expressions of a Pokemon's deepest nature, their connection to the elements, and their place in the grand symphony of existence. Each ability tells a story, carries within it the echoes of primordial forces that shaped the world long before humans ever walked upon its surface. Consider, if you will, the ability known as static, possessed by creatures like Pikachu and its evolutionary line. This power represents more than simple electrical discharge. It embodies the very essence of lightning captured in living form, the same energy that dances across storm clouds and illuminates the darkest nights. When a Pokemon with static is touched, there exists a 30% chance that their attacker will become paralyzed, not through malice, but through the natural overflow of electrical energy that courses through their being like a gentle river of pure power. The ability Overgrow speaks to an even more ancient connection, one that reaches deep into the earth itself. Pokemon blessed with this gift, such as Bulbasaur, Turtwig, and Chespin, find their grass-type moves growing 50% stronger when their health falls below 1/3 of its maximum. This is not desperation, but rather a profound communion with the plant kingdom, a calling forth of the same resilience that allows a single seed to crack concrete and reach toward the sun. In these moments of apparent weakness, these Pokemon become conduits for the unstoppable force of life itself, channeling the determination of every flower that has ever bloomed in adversity. Blaze, the counterpart ability found in fire-type starters, carries within it the essence of the eternal flame. When Charmander, Cyndaquil, Torchic, and their kin find themselves weakened, their fire-type moves surge with increased power, growing by 50% in intensity. This represents not anger or rage, but the fundamental truth that fire burns brightest in its final moments, that passion and determination can transform even the smallest ember into a roaring inferno capable of warming hearts and lighting the way through the darkest nights. The water-type equivalent, Torrent, flows like the deepest currents of the ocean, carrying with it the memory of every raindrop that has ever fallen and every wave that has ever crashed upon distant shores. Pokemon such as Squirtle, Totodile, and Mudkip embody this power, their water type moves gaining tremendous strength when their vitality ebbs low. Like a mighty river that carves canyons through solid rock through patient persistence, Torrent reminds us that water, though gentle and yielding, possesses the power to reshape the very landscape of possibility. Moving beyond these foundational abilities, we encounter powers that speak to more specialized relationships with the natural world. Chlorophyll, for instance, represents a Pokemon's ability to harness the life-giving energy of intense sunlight. Under harsh solar conditions, creatures blessed with this ability find their speed doubled, moving with the swift grace of shadows cast by swaying leaves. This ability transforms Pokemon like Oddish, Bellsprout, and Bulbasaur into creatures of pure velocity, their movements synchronized with the rhythm of photosynthesis itself. Swift Swim operates on similar principles, but draws its power from the cleansing embrace of rain. When storm clouds gather and precipitation begins to fall, Pokemon with this ability discover that their speed increases dramatically, allowing them to move through water and air alike with the fluid grace of a mountain stream racing toward the sea. Creatures such as Horsea, Goldeen, and Lotad become one with the storm, their bodies responding to atmospheric pressure and humidity in ways that transcend ordinary understanding. The ability Sand Rush speaks to those Pokemon who have learned to dance with the desert winds, to find speed and purpose in the swirling embrace of sandstorms. Rather than being hindered by these harsh conditions, creatures with Sand Rush discover their velocity doubled, moving through the stinging particles like spirits of the dunes themselves. This represents a deep adaptation, an evolutionary conversation between Pokemon and their environment that has unfolded over countless millennia. Snowcloak offers similar mastery, but over the realm of winter's embrace. During hailstorms, Pokemon blessed with this ability find their evasiveness increased, becoming as elusive as snowflakes on the wind. The ability speaks to a profound understanding of how to move within winter's domain, how to read the patterns of falling ice and use them as camouflage, becoming one with the season itself. Some abilities reach even deeper into the mysteries of existence, touching upon concepts that blur the line between the physical and the metaphysical. Synchronize, possessed by psychic-type Pokemon like Abra, Ralts, and Espeon, creates a telepathic link between the user and their opponent. When afflicted with poison, burn, or paralysis, a Pokemon with Synchronize will share that condition with the one who caused it, not out of spite, but through an involuntary psychic resonance that connects all living minds at the deepest level. Trace represents an even more profound form of psychic mimicry, allowing certain Pokemon to temporarily copy the ability of their opponent. This power suggests that abilities themselves exist as patterns of energy that can be read, understood, and replicated by sufficiently sensitive minds. It speaks to the interconnectedness of all Pokemon, the way their powers flow from common sources and can be shared across species barriers through focused intention and psychic sensitivity. The ability Pressure creates a field of intense mental focus that causes opposing Pokemon to expend twice as much energy when using their moves. This is not aggression, but rather the manifestation of such concentrated willpower that reality itself bends slightly around the user, creating zones where effort becomes more difficult and precision more demanding. Legendary Pokemon often possess this ability, their very presence altering the fabric of possibility in subtle but measurable ways. Natural Cure represents one of the most benevolent abilities in existence, automatically healing any status condition when a Pokemon returns to its Pokeball. This power suggests that rest itself possesses healing properties, that the act of withdrawing from battle allows natural recovery processes to accelerate beyond normal limitations. Pokemon with natural cure, such as Chansey, Blissey, and Roselia, serve as living reminders that peace and restoration are always possible, that every wound can heal given proper time and care. Shedskin operates on similar principles, giving Pokemon like Ekans, Dratini, and Scyther a 30% chance each turn to automatically recover from status ailments. This ability draws its power from the ancient wisdom of renewal, the understanding that growth often requires leaving behind what no longer serves. Like serpents shedding their skin to reveal fresh scales beneath, these Pokemon embody the principle of continuous regeneration and self renewal. The ability Own Tempo protects against confusion, creating a mental state of such perfect balance and self awareness that external attempts at disorientation simply cannot take hold. Pokemon blessed with this gift, including Slowpoke, Spinda, and Glameow, move through the world with an unshakable sense of their own center, immune to the chaos and confusion that might overwhelm less grounded spirits. As we drift deeper into this exploration of abilities, we encounter powers that speak to more specialized relationships with the elements and the environment. Levitate grants certain Pokemon complete immunity to ground type attacks by allowing them to float freely above the Earth's surface. This is not flight in the conventional sense, but rather a form of psychic or magnetic suspension that keeps creatures like Ghastly, Magnemite, and Claydol perpetually airborne, existing in a state between Earth and sky that renders them untouchable by terrestrial forces. The ability Flashfire transforms what should be harmful into something beneficial, allowing fire-type Pokemon and others to absorb fire-based attacks and convert that energy into increased power for their own flames. This represents a mastery over the element so complete that fire recognizes fire, merging and amplifying rather than competing. Pokemon with Flashfire become like living hearths, gathering warmth from all sources and radiating it back into the world with greater intensity. Water Absorb and Volt Absorb operate on identical principles within their respective elements, transforming potentially damaging attacks into healing energy. These abilities suggest that Pokemon with such gifts have achieved such perfect harmony with their primary elements that they can literally feed on attacks that would harm others, growing stronger through exposure to their elemental opposites. Motor Drive represents an even more sophisticated relationship with electrical energy, not merely absorbing electric attacks, but converting that raw power into pure speed, allowing Pokemon like Electivire to become lightning incarnate, their movements quickened by every spark they encounter. This ability speaks to the fundamental connection between electricity and motion, the way electrical impulses govern all movement in living beings, here elevated to supernatural levels of enhancement. The ability Synchronize creates a mystical link between Pokemon and their opponents, ensuring that any status condition inflicted upon the bearer is immediately reflected back upon the attacker. This represents a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all beings, the recognition that in harming another, we ultimately harm ourselves. Pokemon with synchronized, such as Abra, Umbreon, and Gardevoir, serve as living mirrors of consequence, their very presence reminding all who encounter them that every action creates ripples that eventually return to their source. Filter and solid rock work in tandem with the defensive philosophies of the natural world, reducing the damage from super effective attacks by 25%. These abilities suggest that no weakness is absolute, that even the most vulnerable aspects of our nature can be reinforced through will and preparation. The stone like resilience of Pokemon bearing these gifts reminds us that strength often comes not from avoiding our vulnerabilities, but from learning to endure them with grace. Heatproof doubles this protective principle specifically against fire attacks, while also having damage from burns, creating Pokemon like Bronzor and Bronzong that exist in perfect thermal equilibrium. These ancient beings, forged in cosmic fires and tempered by eons of exposure to extreme temperatures, have developed such complete mastery over heat that they remain cool and collected even in the face of the most scorching flames. The ability Thick Fat provides resistance to both fire and ice attacks, representing the perfect insulation that comes from understanding extremes. Pokemon blessed with this protection, including Snorlax, Walrein, and Mamoswine, carry within their bodies a natural wisdom about temperature regulation, their forms adapted to thrive in conditions that would challenge less prepared creatures. Magic Guard creates perhaps the most comprehensive protection in all of Pokemon abilities, preventing damage from any source except direct attacks. This supernatural shield protects against poison, burns, weather effects, and indirect damage, creating an invisible barrier that separates the protected Pokemon from the harsher realities of battle. Creatures like Clefairy, Alakazam, and Runacluse exist within this protective bubble, their magical nature insulating them from the mundane sources of harm that affect more earthbound beings. Wonder Guard takes protection to its ultimate extreme, allowing only super effective moves to cause damage while rendering the bearer completely immune to all other forms of attack. This ability, possessed uniquely by Shedinja, represents the perfection of defensive strategy, the achievement of invulnerability through understanding and accepting one's precise vulnerabilities. It speaks to the paradox that true security sometimes comes from embracing rather than hiding from our weaknesses. The ability Sturdy ensures that no single attack, regardless of its power, can reduce a Pokemon from full health to zero, always leaving at least one hit point remaining. This represents the indomitable spirit that refuses to surrender, the spark of life that persists even in the face of overwhelming force. Pokemon with Sturdy, such as Skarmory, Forretress, and Shieldon, embody the principle that as long as consciousness remains, hope endures. Adaptability doubles the power bonus that Pokemon receive when using moves that match their own type, transforming the natural 15% increase into a full doubling of power. This ability represents the mastery that comes from perfect self-knowledge and specialization, the way that focusing deeply on our natural gifts can amplify them beyond ordinary limitations. Pokemon like Eevee and Porygon Z demonstrate that sometimes our greatest strength lies not in versatility, but in the perfection of our essential nature. Technician enhances the power of weaker moves by 50%, recognizing that skill and precision can often accomplish more than raw force. This ability celebrates the artistry of combat, the understanding that a perfectly executed technique can surpass brute strength through elegance and timing. Pokemon with Technician, including Scyther, Hitmontop, and Breloom, move with the grace of master craftsmen, their every action refined through countless repetitions into perfect economy of motion. Iron Fist specifically boosts the power of punching moves by 20%, representing the focused dedication of martial artists who have devoted their lives to perfecting the fundamental techniques of combat. This ability speaks to the power of specialization, the way that mastering the basics can create extraordinary results through accumulated expertise and refined technique. Sheer Force removes additional effects from moves in exchange for a 30% increase in power, embodying the philosophy of pure intention, uncomplicated by secondary concerns. Pokemon with this ability, such as Tauros, Nidoking, and Darmanitan, channel their energy with singular focus, trading complexity for raw effectiveness, in a demonstration of the power that comes from absolute commitment to purpose. The ability Reckless increases the power of moves that cause recoil damage by 20%, celebrating the warrior's willingness to risk personal harm in pursuit of victory. This represents courage in its purest form, the understanding that sometimes achieving our goals requires accepting certain costs. Pokemon with Reckless embody the spirit of those who face danger not from ignorance, but from the calculated acceptance that some prizes are worth the risk. Rockhead provides immunity to recoil damage, allowing Pokemon to use the most powerful moves without suffering the usual consequences. This ability represents perfect technique, refined to the point where destructive force can be channeled without self-harm, the mastery that allows warriors to wield devastating power while remaining centered and protected within themselves. Magic Bounce reflects status moves and stat-reducing moves back at their users, creating an invisible mirror that turns negative intentions back upon their sources. This ability, possessed by Pokemon like Espeon and Xatu, represents the principle that pure intentions create natural protection, that beings aligned with positive forces cannot be easily corrupted or diminished by external negativity. Prankster gives priority to status moves, allowing Pokemon to act first when using non-damaging techniques. This ability celebrates the trickster wisdom that recognizes timing and positioning often matter more than strength, that the clever application of support moves can control the flow of battle more effectively than brute force. Pokemon with Prankster, including Sableye, Meowstic, and Klefki, embody the playful intelligence that finds creative solutions to seemingly insurmountable challenges. As our journey through these remarkable abilities continues, we encounter powers that speak to even more subtle aspects of Pokemon nature, each one a window into the infinite complexity and beauty of this extraordinary beings who share their world with humanity, their abilities serving as constant reminders of the magic that exists just beneath the surface of everyday experience. The ability Storm Drain draws, all water type moves to its possessor while providing immunity to their effects and boosting special attack when struck by such moves. This remarkable power transforms what might be seen as weakness into strength, demonstrating how true mastery involves not just resisting challenges, but actually drawing nourishment from them. Pokemon like Gastrodon and Cradily with this ability become living examples of how adversity can be transformed into opportunity, their very presence on the battlefield changing the dynamics of combat by turning the opponent's weapons into sources of their own empowerment. Lightning Rod functions similarly with electric type moves, creating a protective field that draws electrical attacks while converting their energy into enhanced power. This ability speaks to the ancient wisdom of conductors and channels, beings who understand that dangerous forces need not be feared when properly directed and transformed. Sap Sipper provides immunity to grass type moves while increasing attack when struck by them, representing the beautiful cycle of natural consumption and growth. Pokemon with this ability, such as Bouffalant and Azumarill, embody the principle that in nature, what appears to be destruction often serves the purpose of strengthening and renewal. They demonstrate how beings can evolve to find sustenance in the very forces that might threaten others, turn in potential harm into vital nourishment through the alchemy of adaptation. The ability Flash Fire grants immunity to fire-type moves and increases the power of the possessor's own fire moves when struck by flame. This creates a fascinating paradox where fire strengthens fire, where exposure to one's own element enhances rather than diminishes power. Pokemon like Rapidash and Arcanine with this ability become living furnaces that grow brighter and more intense when exposed to flame, their inner fire fed by external sources, until they burn with an intensity that transcends their original nature. Water Absorb heals the Pokemon when struck by water-type moves, transforming attacks into restoration in a demonstration of perfect harmony with elemental forces. This ability represents the wisdom of yielding, the understanding that sometimes the most effective defense is complete receptivity. Pokemon with Water Absorb, including Vaporeon and Quagsire, show us how vulnerability can become strength when we align ourselves completely with the forces around us rather than fighting against them. Volt Absorb performs the same function with electric-type moves, creating beings who feed on electrical energy rather than being harmed by it. This ability speaks to the principle of resonance, the way that beings can attune themselves so perfectly to certain frequencies of energy that what destroys others becomes their source of vitality and renewal. The ability Levitate provides immunity to ground-type moves by keeping the Pokemon suspended above the Earth's surface. This represents a transcendence in its most literal form, the ability to rise above earthly concerns and remain untouched by forces that affect ground-bound creatures. Pokemon with Levitate, such as Gengar and Crobat, embody the freedom that comes from releasing attachment to solid ground, their perspective expanded by their elevated position above the battlefield. Wonder Guard, one of the most mysterious abilities in existence, makes Pokemon immune to all moves except those that are super effective against them. This ultimate defense represents the principle of selective vulnerability, the understanding that perfect protection might require accepting specific weaknesses in exchange for broad immunity. Only Shedinja possesses this ability naturally, its ghostly form existing in such a state of ethereal being that most attacks simply pass through it harmlessly. The ability Sturdy prevents Pokemon from being knocked out by a single hit when at full health, ensuring that they survive at least long enough to respond to overwhelming force. This represents resilience in its purest form, the inner strength that allows beings to endure even the most devastating attacks and continue fighting. Pokemon with Sturdy, including Magnezone and Skarmory, embody the principle that true toughness comes not from avoiding damage, but from the capacity to absorb it and keep going. Focus Sash creates a similar effect through held items, but the ability Focus Band provides a chance to survive knockout blows throughout battle, representing the unpredictable nature of determination and the way that will to survive can manifest at the most crucial moments. Sandstream automatically creates a sandstorm upon entering battle, transforming the entire battlefield into a harsh desert environment that damages most Pokemon while empowering others. This ability, possessed by powerful Pokemon like Tyranitar and Hippowdon, represents the capacity to impose one's inner environment upon the external world, to be so aligned with certain conditions that one's very presence brings those conditions into being. Drought creates harsh sunlight that intensifies fire-type moves while weakening water attacks, embodying the power of solar energy and the way that light can transform entire ecosystems. Pokemon with Drought, such as Ninetales and Torkoal, become living suns whose presence changes the fundamental nature of their surroundings, their inner fire so intense that it affects the weather patterns themselves. Drizzle summons rain that strengthens water, moves, and weakens fire attacks, representing the nurturing power of precipitation and the way that moisture brings life to parched environments. This ability transforms its possessor into a living storm cloud, their presence bringing the gift of rain to refresh and restore the battlefield. Snow Warning creates a hailstorm that damages most Pokemon while providing perfect conditions for ice-type moves, embodying the crystalline purity of winter and the way that cold can preserve and transform. Pokemon with this ability become harbingers of winter's beauty and danger, their presence bringing the clarity that comes with frozen landscapes. The ability Intimidate lowers the attack stat of opposing Pokemon upon entering battle, representing the power of presence and the way that confidence can affect others before any physical confrontation begins. This psychological warfare speaks to the understanding that battles are often won or lost in the mind before the first move is made. Pokemon with Intimidate, including Gyarados and Luxray, possess such commanding presences that their very appearance causes opponents to doubt their own strength. Trace allows Pokemon to copy the abilities of their opponents, representing the power of adaptation and learning through observation. This remarkable gift speaks to the highest form of intelligence, the capacity to understand and replicate the strengths of others. Pokemon with Trace, such as Gardevoir and Porygon Z, become living mirrors that reflect back the abilities they encounter, their flexible nature allowing them to adapt to any situation by becoming what the moment requires. As we continue exploring these magnificent abilities, each one reveals new layers of the profound intelligence that governs Pokemon existence, their powers serving as constant reminders of the infinite creativity and wisdom that flows through all living things, connecting every creature in a vast web of interdependent abilities and mutual support that speaks to the fundamental unity underlying all diversity in the natural world. The ability Wonder Guard represents perhaps the most mysterious and selective form of protection in the Pokemon world, allowing only super effective moves to cause damage while rendering all other attacks completely ineffective. This extraordinary defense mechanism, found exclusively in Shedinja, speaks to the concept of selective permeability and the way that certain forms of existence operate according to different rules than ordinary matter. Wonder Guard transforms its possessor into something beyond conventional understanding, a being that exists in the spaces between normal and extraordinary, vulnerable only to specific frequencies of energy while remaining untouchable by all others. This ability reminds us that protection sometimes comes not from strength, but from operating according to principles that transcend ordinary limitations. Levitate grants immunity to ground type moves by allowing Pokemon to float above the battlefield, representing the power of transcendence and the ability to rise above earthly concerns. This graceful ability speaks to the liberation that comes from lifting oneself beyond the reach of certain troubles, maintaining connection to the world while remaining unbound by its limitations. Pokemon with Levitate, such as Gengar and Crobat, move through space with an ethereal quality that suggests mastery over gravity itself. Their presence reminding us that freedom often comes from learning to navigate life from a higher perspective. The ability Sturdy prevents one-hit knockout moves and ensures that a Pokemon with full health cannot be defeated in a single attack, representing the power of resilience and the determination to endure even the most overwhelming challenges. This remarkable defense speaks to the indomitable spirit that refuses to surrender regardless of the odds, the inner strength that allows beings to withstand forces that might otherwise prove immediately devastating. Pokemon with Sturdy, including Skarmory and Forretress, embody the principle that true durability comes not from avoiding damage, but from the capacity to absorb tremendous impact and continue standing. Synchronize causes status conditions inflicted upon its user to also affect the attacker, representing the interconnected nature of all actions and the way that harm directed toward others often returns to its source. This ability speaks to the fundamental law of reciprocity that governs all interactions, the understanding that what we do to others inevitably affects ourselves as well. Pokemon with Synchronize, such as Umbreon and Espeon, serve as living demonstrations of empathy and connection, their ability reminding us that in a truly interconnected world, there is ultimately no separation between self and other. Natural Cure removes all status conditions when a Pokemon switches out of battle, representing the power of renewal and the way that stepping away from challenging situations can restore clarity and health. This gentle ability speaks to the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw for healing, the understanding that sometimes the most powerful action is to create space for natural recovery processes to work. Pokemon with Natural Cure, including Chansey and Blissey, embody the principle that healing often occurs not through force, but through creating conditions that allow the body's innate wisdom to restore balance and vitality. The ability Serene Grace doubles the chance of moves having additional effects, representing the power of grace and the way that alignment with natural rhythms increases the likelihood of beneficial outcomes. This beautiful ability speaks to the understanding that when we move in harmony with the deeper patterns of existence. Our actions become more effective, and our intentions more likely to manifest. Pokemon with serene grace, such as Togekiss and Jirachi, seem blessed with an unusual capacity for their moves to achieve their fullest potential, their presence bringing a quality of enhanced possibility to everything they do. Swift Swim doubles speed and rain, representing the way that favorable conditions can dramatically enhance our natural capabilities and the importance of recognizing when circumstances align to support our efforts. This ability speaks to the wisdom of understanding environmental factors and the way that external conditions can either support or hinder our progress. Pokemon with Swift Swim, including Kingdra and Ludicolo, become expressions of perfect adaptation to their preferred conditions, their enhanced speed and rain demonstrating the power that comes from being in complete harmony with one's environment. Chlorophyll doubles speed in harsh sunlight, embodying the way that plants and other photosynthetic beings become more active and energetic when exposed to abundant solar energy. This ability represents the fundamental relationship between light and life, the way that energy from the sun can dramatically enhance the vitality and responsiveness of living beings. Pokemon with chlorophyll, such as Venusaur and Exeggutor, demonstrate the principle that when we align ourselves with sources of natural energy, our own capabilities can be dramatically enhanced beyond their normal limits. The ability Sand Rush doubles speed during sandstorms, representing mastery over harsh conditions and the capacity to thrive in environments that challenge other beings. This remarkable adaptation speaks to the way that some creatures not only survive in difficult circumstances, but actually become more capable and dynamic when faced with adversity. Pokemon with Sand Rush, including Excadrill and Sandslash, embody the principle that challenges can become sources of strength when we learn to work with rather than against the forces that surround us. Guts increases attack when afflicted with a status condition, representing the power of determination and the way that adversity can actually strengthen our resolve and enhance our capabilities. This inspiring ability speaks to the indomitable spirit that emerges when beings are pushed beyond their comfort zones, the way that challenges can unlock reserves of strength that remain hidden during easier times. Pokemon with guts, such as Machamp and Heracross, demonstrate that sometimes our greatest power emerges not despite our difficulties, but because of them. Marvel Scale increases defense when afflicted with a status condition, representing the body's remarkable ability to adapt and strengthen itself in response to threats and challenges. This protective ability speaks to the wisdom of biological systems that can transform stress into strength, using adversity as a catalyst for enhanced resilience. Pokemon with Marvel Scale, including Melodic and Dratini, embody the principle that true beauty and strength often emerge from the process of overcoming difficulties rather than from avoiding them entirely. The ability Quick Feet increases speed when afflicted with a status condition while also preventing paralysis from reducing speed, representing the way that urgency and challenge can accelerate our responses and enhance our agility. This dynamic ability speaks to the heightened awareness and responsiveness that often emerge during times of stress, the way that perceived threats can actually enhance rather than diminish our capabilities. Pokemon with Quick Feet demonstrate that sometimes limitation in one area can lead to enhancement in another. their increased mobility during affliction, showing how adaptation can transform weakness into strength. Poison Heal restores health instead of taking damage when poisoned, representing the remarkable capacity to transform harmful substances into sources of nourishment and vitality. This extraordinary ability speaks to the alchemical principle of transmutation, the way that what appears toxic can become beneficial when processed through the right kind of awareness and biological wisdom. Pokemon with Poison Heal, such as Breloom and Gliscor, embody the understanding that with proper adaptation, even the most challenging circumstances can become sources of strength and renewal. Magic Guard prevents damage from anything except direct attacks, representing a form of protection that shields beings from indirect harm while allowing them to engage fully with direct challenges. This selective immunity speaks to the wisdom of distinguishing between different types of threats and maintaining vulnerability only where it serves growth and learning. Pokemon with Magic Guard, including Alakazam and Clefable, demonstrate the principle that true protection comes not from avoiding all risk, but from creating boundaries that allow for meaningful engagement while preventing unnecessary suffering. As these abilities continue to unfold their mysteries, each one reveals another facet of the intricate wisdom that governs Pokemon existence, their diverse powers serving as constant reminders that adaptation and resilience take countless forms, each perfectly suited to the unique challenges and opportunities that different beings encounter in their journey through life. Their abilities forming a vast tapestry of interconnected strategies that speak to the infinite creativity and intelligence that flows through all living systems. The ability Guts increases attack when afflicted with a status condition, while also providing immunity to the attack-reducing effects of burns, demonstrating how determination and inner strength can actually intensify during moments of physical or emotional distress. This remarkable transformation speaks to the way that true courage often emerges not in the absence of difficulty, but in its very presence, the way that challenges can awaken reserves of power that remain dormant during times of ease. Pokemon with Guts, such as Machamp and Heracross, embody the understanding that adversity can serve as a catalyst for accessing deeper levels of strength. Their enhanced power during affliction, revealing the profound resilience that lies within all living beings when they choose to meet challenges with unwavering resolve rather than surrender. Synchronize passes status conditions to the opponent who inflicted them, representing the principle of energetic reciprocity and the way that emotional and physical states tend to mirror and reflect between connected beings. This fascinating ability speaks to the interconnected nature of all existence, the understanding that what affects one being inevitably influences others within the web of relationship and interaction. Pokemon with Synchronize, including Espeon and Umbreon, demonstrate that consciousness and physical states are not isolated phenomena, but rather shared experiences that flow between beings, their ability to reflect conditions back to their source, revealing the deeper truth that separation is often an illusion and that healing or harm tends to ripple outward in ways that eventually return to their point of origin. Natural Cure removes all status conditions when switching out, representing the restorative power of withdrawal and the wisdom of stepping back from challenging situations to allow natural healing processes to unfold. This gentle ability speaks to the importance of recognizing when engagement becomes counterproductive and when the most healing action is to create space for renewal and recovery. Pokemon with natural cure, such as Chansey and Blissey, embody the understanding that sometimes the greatest strength lies in knowing when to retreat, their automatic healing upon withdrawal, demonstrating that rest and disengagement are not signs of weakness, but rather essential components of sustainable resilience and long term well being. Serene Grace doubles the chance of additional effects from moves occurring, representing the way that peaceful awareness and harmonious alignment can amplify the beneficial outcomes of our actions and intentions. This graceful ability speaks to the power of inner tranquility to enhance effectiveness. The understanding that when we act from a place of calm centeredness, our efforts tend to produce more favorable and far reaching results than when we operate from states of tension or urgency. Pokemon with serene grace, including Togekiss and Dunsparce, demonstrate that serenity is not passive, but rather an active force that enhances the probability of positive outcomes. Their increased likelihood of beneficial effects revealing how inner peace can actually magnify our impact in the world. The ability Huge Power doubles attack while maintaining all other statistics, representing the focused amplification of specific strengths without compromising other aspects of being. This concentrated enhancement speaks to the wisdom of recognizing and maximizing our unique gifts rather than trying to be equally strong in all areas. The understanding that true effectiveness often comes from developing our natural talents to extraordinary levels. Pokemon with huge power, such as Azumarill and Medicum, embody the principle that specialization can be more powerful than generalization. Their dramatically enhanced physical strength demonstrating how focusing energy and attention on our core abilities can produce results that seem to transcend normal limitations. Pressure causes opponents' moves to consume more energy, representing the way that some beings naturally intensify the environment around them, requiring others to exert greater effort and attention when interacting with them. This subtle yet profound ability speaks to the concept of presence and the way that certain individuals or situations can elevate the stakes and demand higher levels of performance from everyone involved. Pokemon with pressure, including legendary beings like Mewtwo and Ho-Oh, demonstrate that true power sometimes manifests not as direct force, but as an intensification of the field of experience itself. Their ability to increase the cost of actions around them, revealing how consciousness and energy can influence reality in ways that extend far beyond physical interaction. Wonder Guard makes the Pokemon immune to all attacks that are not super effective, representing an almost mystical form of protection that shields beings from harm except in their specific areas of vulnerability. This extraordinary defensive ability speaks to the concept of selective permeability, the wisdom of maintaining openness only to influences that can truly affect growth and transformation while remaining impervious to forces that would merely create unnecessary suffering. The unique Pokemon Shedinja, with its singular possession of Wonder Guard, embodies the understanding that sometimes protection comes not from strength, but from existing in a state where most potential harms simply cannot touch us. Its remarkable immunity demonstrating that there are forms of safety that transcend physical robustness. Airlock neutralizes all weather effects while the Pokemon is present, representing the ability to create spaces of stability and calm within chaotic or turbulent environments. This remarkable power speaks to the capacity of certain beings to serve as centers of equilibrium, their very presence bringing balance and neutrality to situations that might otherwise be dominated by extreme conditions. The legendary Pokemon Rayquaza, with its unique airlock ability, embodies the role of the peacemaker and stabilizer. Its power to calm environmental extremes, demonstrating how consciousness can sometimes transcend and harmonize opposing forces rather than being swept away by them. Trace copies the ability of the opposing Pokemon upon entering battle, representing the remarkable capacity for adaptation through observation and mimicry. This fluid ability speaks to the power of learning through direct experience and the wisdom of temporarily adopting the strengths of others in order to understand and respond to different situations more effectively. Pokemon with trace, such as Gardevoir and Porygon 2, demonstrate the principle that flexibility and responsiveness can be more valuable than rigid consistency. Their ability to mirror the powers of others, revealing how consciousness can expand and adapt by embracing rather than resisting the qualities it encounters. The ability forecast changes the Pokemon's type based on weather conditions, representing the profound capacity for transformation in response to environmental influences. This remarkable adaptability speaks to the way that our essential nature can shift and evolve as we encounter different circumstances. The understanding that identity itself can be fluid and responsive rather than fixed and unchanging. The unique Pokemon cast form, with its exclusive forecast ability, embodies the principle that survival and thriving often require not just enduring change, but actually becoming change. Its ability to transform its very essence in harmony with environmental conditions, demonstrating the deepest levels of adaptation and resilience. Color change alters the Pokemon's type to match the type of the last move that hit it, representing the immediate and responsive nature of adaptation when faced with direct challenges. This instantaneous transformation speaks to the wisdom of learning from every experience, especially those that cause difficulty or discomfort, and using that learning to become more resilient against similar future challenges. Pokemon with color change, such as Kecleon, demonstrate that adaptation need not be a slow process, but can occur in real time. Their ability to immediately shift their fundamental nature in response to attacks, revealing how consciousness can use even harmful experiences as opportunities for growth and enhanced protection. As these remarkable abilities continue to reveal their depths, each one serves as a window into the infinite creativity and wisdom that flows through the natural world, their diverse expressions of power and adaptation forming a vast library of strategies for thriving in an ever-changing universe. The gentle rhythm of these natural phenomena reminds us that strength and resilience take countless forms, each one perfectly suited to the unique circumstances and challenges that different beings encounter, their abilities serving as constant teachers about the art of living with grace, power, and adaptability in a world where change is the only constant and where survival depends not on rigidity, but on the fluid dance of consciousness meeting circumstance with wisdom and creative response. The ability Protean transforms the Pokemon's type to match the move it is about to use, representing the ultimate expression of adaptive fluidity and the wisdom of becoming completely aligned with one's current action. This remarkable transformation speaks to the profound understanding that effectiveness often comes not from maintaining a fixed approach, but from allowing oneself to become completely congruent with the task at hand. The recognition that identity can shift to serve purpose rather than limiting it. Greninja, the most famous bearer of Protean, embodies this principle of total commitment to the present moment, its ability to become the very essence of whatever technique it employs, demonstrating how mastery emerges when there is no separation between the actor and the action, when consciousness flows so completely into the moment that transformation becomes effortless and natural. The ability Libero functions similarly to Protean, changing the Pokemon's type to match its moves, yet carries the additional meaning of freedom and liberation from the constraints of fixed categorization. This ability speaks to the understanding that true freedom comes not from avoiding all structure, but from transcending the limitations that rigid structures can impose, the recognition that identity can be both defined and undefined simultaneously. Cinderace, with its signature Libero ability, represents the joyful expression of this freedom, its soccer-inspired movements, reflecting how play and spontaneity can be pathways to the highest levels of skill and adaptability. Its ability to shift types with each move, demonstrating that excellence often emerges when we release attachment to being any one thing and instead embrace the full spectrum of what we might become. Multi-type, the exclusive ability of the mythical Pokemon Arceus, represents the ultimate expression of universal potential and the understanding that at the deepest level, all types and forms are expressions of a single underlying essence. This ability to change type based on the held plate speaks to the profound wisdom that diversity and unity are not opposites but complementary aspects of existence, the recognition that infinite variety can emerge from a single source while remaining fundamentally connected. Arceus, known as the Original One, embodies the principle that true mastery encompasses all possibilities, its multi-type ability serving as a reminder that the highest levels of consciousness include and transcend all particular expressions, demonstrating how universal awareness can manifest through any form while remaining unlimited by any single manifestation. RKS system, possessed by the artificial Pokemon Silvally, represents the technological attempt to recreate the universal adaptability found in nature, its ability to change type through held memory items, speaking to the human aspiration to understand and replicate the infinite creativity of natural systems. This synthetic version of adaptability carries its own wisdom about the relationship between artificial and natural intelligence, the understanding that even created systems can embody profound principles when designed with respect for the patterns that govern effective adaptation. Silvally's transformation represents the bridge between technological innovation and natural wisdom, its ability to shift between types, demonstrating that consciousness, whether evolved or engineered, tends toward flexibility and responsiveness when faced with complex challenges. The ability Imposter allows Ditto to immediately transform into whatever Pokemon it faces, representing the ultimate expression of empathy and the understanding that true comprehension sometimes requires complete identification with another's experience. This instantaneous mirroring speaks to the wisdom of releasing preconceptions about identity and allowing oneself to become a perfect reflection of what is encountered. The recognition that understanding often emerges not through analysis, but through direct experiential knowing. Ditto's unique nature as a transformed Pokémon embodies the principle that consciousness is inherently fluid and capable of assuming any form, its imposter ability serving as a reminder that the deepest levels of connection come when we temporarily set aside our own patterns to fully inhabit another's reality. Wonder Guard creates an almost impermeable defense that only allows super effective moves to cause damage, representing the wisdom of understanding one's true vulnerabilities and protecting against all other forms of harm. This remarkable defensive ability speaks to the understanding that perfect protection comes not from trying to defend against everything, but from clearly identifying what can truly cause damage and remaining open yet invulnerable to everything else. Shedinja, the ghostly remnant with this exclusive ability, embodies the paradox of being simultaneously fragile and nearly invincible, its Wonder Guard demonstrating how consciousness can achieve profound protection by understanding the precise nature of what threatens it while remaining unaffected by the countless distractions and minor disturbances that cannot truly cause harm. Comatose keeps the Pokemon in a perpetual state of sleep while still allowing it to act normally, representing the wisdom of maintaining deep inner stillness while remaining fully functional in the world. This unique condition speaks to the understanding that the highest levels of consciousness often resemble sleep in their profound restfulness while maintaining complete awareness and responsiveness. Komala, the drowsing Pokemon with this exclusive ability, embodies the principle that true peace comes not from the absence of activity, but from the presence of deep inner calm that remains undisturbed regardless of external circumstances. Its ability to remain asleep while battling demonstrating how consciousness can maintain its essential tranquility even while engaging fully with life's challenges. Schooling allows Wishiwashi to change between its solo and school forms based on its level and health, representing the wisdom of understanding when to stand alone and when to gather strength through unity with others. This remarkable transformation speaks to the fluid nature of leadership and community, the recognition that sometimes individual action is most appropriate while other circumstances call for collective effort. The dramatic change from a small, seemingly weak fish to a massive, powerful school demonstrates how consciousness can shift between different modes of being based on what the situation requires. The understanding that both solitude and community are valuable states that serve different purposes in the journey of growth and effectiveness. Shields Down causes Minior to change from its protective shell form to its active core form when its health drops below half, representing the wisdom of knowing when to maintain protective barriers and when to release them in favor of greater speed and offensive capability. This transformation speaks to the understanding that different phases of experience require different approaches, the recognition that what serves as protection in one moment might become a limitation in another. Minior's meteor-like nature embodies the principle that consciousness sometimes must shed its protective layers to reveal its true essence and power, its ability to transform from defensive to offensive, demonstrating how adaptation often requires the courage to become more vulnerable in order to become more effective. Disguise allows Mimikyu to avoid the first damaging attack it receives in battle, its makeshift Pikachu costume serving as both protection and a poignant expression of the desire to be loved and accepted. This ability speaks to the understanding that sometimes we must create protective facades to survive in a world that might not immediately accept our true nature, while also carrying the deeper wisdom that authentic connection ultimately requires the courage to be genuine. Mimikyu's lonely existence beneath its disguise represents the universal experience of feeling different or misunderstood, its protective ability serving as a metaphor for all the ways consciousness shields itself while yearning for true recognition and acceptance. Iceface provides Iskew with a protective ice cube head that must be broken before the Pokemon can take damage to its actual body, representing the wisdom of creating renewable barriers that can absorb impact while protecting what is most essential. This charming defensive mechanism speaks to the understanding that effective protection often involves creating buffers that can be rebuilt rather than relying solely on permanent defenses that might eventually fail. Iskew's ability to restore its ice face in hail weather demonstrates the principle that consciousness can regenerate its protective mechanisms when supported by favorable conditions. Its penguin like appearance, adding a note of whimsical resilience to the serious business of survival and adaptation. As these fascinating abilities continue to unfold their meanings, each one reveals another facet of the infinite creativity that consciousness employs to meet the challenges and opportunities of existence. The gentle wisdom embedded in these natural phenomena reminds us that adaptation and resilience take countless forms, each one perfectly calibrated to the unique circumstances and needs of different beings. In the quiet contemplation of these remarkable abilities, we find ourselves drawn into a deeper appreciation for the intricate dance between challenge and response, between vulnerability and strength, between the individual expression of consciousness and its universal underlying nature. The soft rhythm of these natural patterns invites us to rest in the understanding that we too are part of this grand tapestry of adaptation and growth. Our own consciousness capable of the same fluid responsiveness and creative problem solving that these abilities demonstrate so beautifully throughout the world of Pokémon. The gentle hum of these observations carries us to another fascinating ability, that of Intimidate, which causes an opposing Pokemon's attack stat to be lowered by one stage upon entry into battle. This ability is a profound reflection of the psychological warfare often at play in natural encounters, where a display of dominance or perceived threat can be just as effective, if not more so, than a direct physical assault. It speaks to the power of presence, of the aura that certain beings project, which can disarm and deter potential adversaries without a single physical blow being exchanged. Intimidate is not merely about physical size or strength, but about the perception of it, the unconscious recognition of a formidable opponent that causes others to hesitate, to second guess their own capabilities. This subtle psychological edge allows the Pokemon possessing Intimidate to gain an advantage before the first move is even made, demonstrating how a well placed display of confidence or ferocity can shift the balance of power. It's a testament to the idea that sometimes the greatest battles are won in the minds of the combatants, and that the projection of power can be just as impactful as its actual manifestation. Consider the Pokemon that often bear this ability: Gyarados, Arcanine, Staraptor. Each one, in its own way, possesses an imposing presence, whether through its sheer size, its regal bearing, or its predatory nature. Their very appearance suggests a power that needs no explicit demonstration, a latent force that commands respect and indeed fear. This ability gently reminds us that in the grand tapestry of life, the subtle art of deterrence plays a significant role in maintaining balance, preventing unnecessary conflict by establishing clear boundaries of power and respect. The wisdom of Intimidate lies in its capacity to de escalate, to prevent a full blown confrontation by subtly asserting dominance, much like a growl or a display of plumage in the animal kingdom. It's an ability that speaks to the deeper currents of interaction, where unspoken messages and perceived strength can dictate the course of events, often leading to a peaceful resolution through a clear understanding of who holds the upper hand. As we drift further into the realm of abilities, we encounter those that manipulate the very fabric of the battlefield itself, altering the environment to suit their bearer's needs. Take, for instance, Drought, an ability that causes harsh sunlight to appear the moment the Pokemon enters battle. This is a powerful demonstration of how certain beings can profoundly influence their immediate surroundings, bending the elemental forces to their will. Ninetales and Groudon, prominent bearers of this ability, exemplify this mastery over nature. The harsh sunlight not only boosts the power of fire-type moves, but also weakens water-type attacks and allows certain abilities to activate, like Chlorophyll, which doubles a Pokemon's speed in harsh sunlight. This interconnectedness highlights the intricate web of cause and effect within the natural world, where one change can ripple outwards, affecting countless other elements. Drought speaks to the innate capacity of some life forms to create optimal conditions for their own flourishing, to sculpt the environment in a way that maximizes their strengths and minimizes their weaknesses. It's a profound metaphor for the conscious choice to cultivate an environment that supports one's growth and success, rather than passively accepting whatever conditions are presented. The sun, a universal symbol of life and energy, becomes an extension of the Pokemon's will, its warmth and light serving as a powerful tool in battle. This ability reminds us that we too possess the capacity to influence our internal and external environments, to cultivate conditions that foster our well-being and allow our unique strengths to shine. The conscious creation of a nurturing environment, whether internal or external, is a powerful act of self-empowerment, a gentle reminder that we are not merely products of our surroundings, but active participants in shaping them. Conversely, we have Drizzle, an ability that summons rain upon entering battle, often associated with powerful water-type Pokemon like Kyogre and Pelipper. Drizzle functions as a mirror image to Drought, demonstrating the same profound environmental manipulation, but with the element of water. Rain enhances water-type moves, weakens fire-type attacks, and triggers abilities like Swift Swim, which doubles speed in rain. This duality of drought and drizzle underscores the fundamental balance of nature, the interplay between sun and rain, heat and moisture, which are essential for life's diverse expressions. Just as some thrive in the scorching sun, others flourish in the refreshing rain. Drizzle embodies the wisdom of adapting the environment to one's own elemental nature, creating a domain where one's strengths are amplified. It speaks to the understanding that aligning with one's intrinsic qualities and creating a supportive atmosphere can lead to unparalleled effectiveness. The constant interplay between these weather altering abilities mirrors the dynamic dance of natural ecosystems, where different forces ebb and flow, each contributing to the overall vitality and complexity of life. The gentle patter of the rain, summoned by drizzle, brings with it a sense of renewal and growth, a quiet assurance that even in the midst of conflict, life finds a way to replenish itself, to nurture what is essential. This ability teaches us about the power of embracing our own elemental essence and consciously shaping our environment to allow that essence to thrive, a peaceful and profound act of self-affirmation. As we continue our exploration, we encounter abilities that play with the very concept of physical contact and its consequences. Poison Point, for instance, has a 30% chance of poisoning an opponent that makes direct contact with the Pokémon. This ability is a subtle but potent deterrent, a protective mechanism that punishes aggression. It speaks to the wisdom of having defenses that activate upon interaction, creating a boundary that once crossed carries a cost. Roserade and Nidoking, among others, possess this ability, their very touch becoming a potential source of harm. Poison Point is a gentle reminder that not all defenses are overt or immediately visible. Some protective mechanisms are hidden, activated only when a boundary is breached. It's a reflection of the natural world's myriad ways of discouraging predation or unwanted physical interaction, from venomous fangs to irritating skin. This ability illustrates the principle that sometimes the best defense is one that makes the cost of aggression too high, subtly influencing an opponent's choices by introducing an element of risk. The lingering effect of poison, slowly draining vitality, symbolizes the long-term consequences of careless actions, a quiet lesson in respecting boundaries and understanding the potential repercussions of direct engagement. It's a gentle whisper of caution, urging us to consider the unseen defenses that might be present in any interaction and to approach with mindfulness and respect. Similarly, Flame Body possesses a 30% chance of burning an opponent that makes direct contact. This ability, found on Pokémon like Magcargo and Volcarona, functions much like Poison Point, but with the searing heat of fire. It is a defense that warns through sensory experience, a direct and immediate consequence for touching. The burn, a painful and debilitating status condition, serves as an immediate deterrent, teaching the aggressor a swift lesson about the dangers of physical contact. Flame Body speaks to the power of immediate feedback, of a defense that clearly communicates, "Do not touch." It's a manifestation of the fiery essence of these Pokémon, their very being radiating heat that acts as a protective shield. This ability reflects the natural world's various forms of thermal defense, from the scorching touch of a hot surface to the irritating sting of certain plants. It's a quiet testament to the wisdom of having a palpable immediate consequence for unwanted interaction, a clear signal that crossing a certain threshold will result in discomfort or harm. The warmth emanating from a Pokemon with flame body is not just a passive trait, it's an active, responsive defense, a gentle reminder that some boundaries are best respected from a distance, understanding that intimacy can sometimes come with a cost if not approached with the right intention. Then there is static, which has a 30% chance of paralyzing an opponent upon direct contact. This ability, common among electric type Pokemon like Electabuzz and Raichu, channels the very essence of electricity into a defensive mechanism. Paralysis, which can prevent a Pokemon from moving and halve its speed, is a powerful form of immobilization, effectively neutralizing an aggressor's ability to act. Static is a fascinating illustration of how an elemental essence can be weaponized for defense. It speaks to the wisdom of having a passive yet potent defense that can disrupt an opponent's physical capabilities. The sudden jolt of electricity, the unexpected inability to move freely, serves as a powerful lesson in respecting the boundaries of an electrically charged being. This ability reflects the natural world's use of electrical discharges for defense, from electric eels to certain jellyfish. It's a quiet testament to the principle that sometimes the most effective defense is one that temporarily incapacitates, allowing the defender to escape or regain control. The gentle crackle of static energy, ever present, reminds us that even seemingly passive forces can hold immense power, capable of altering the course of an encounter with a single, unexpected touch. Moving to abilities that influence accuracy, we find Compound Eyes, which increases the Pokemon's accuracy by 30%. This ability, often found on insectoid Pokemon like Butterfree and Galvantula, reflects the intricate sensory perceptions of certain creatures. Their multifaceted eyes grant them a heightened ability to perceive their targets, leading to more precise and effective attacks. It speaks to the wisdom of superior observation and sensory input, where a clearer perception of reality directly translates into more successful actions. Compound Eyes is a beautiful metaphor for the power of detailed awareness. It suggests that by becoming more observant, by enhancing our ability to perceive the nuances of a situation, we can significantly improve our effectiveness and accuracy in whatever we undertake. The intricate structure of a compound eye, with its countless individual lenses, symbolizes the comprehensive and multi-perspective approach that can lead to greater understanding and consequently greater success. This ability gently reminds us that paying close attention, honing our senses, and processing information with greater depth can dramatically improve our chances of hitting our marks, not just in battle, but in all aspects of our intricate lives. It's a quiet whisper, encouraging us to look closer, to see more clearly, and to trust that enhanced perception will guide our actions with greater precision. Conversely, abilities like Sand Veil and Snow Cloak decrease the accuracy of opposing Pokemon by 20% during a sandstorm or hail, respectively. These abilities are fascinating demonstrations of how certain Pokemon can become one with their environment, using the very elements around them for camouflage and evasion. Gibble with Sand Veil, or Frostlass with Snow Cloak, exemplify this mastery of environmental blending. The swirling sand or falling snow provides a natural obscuring curtain, making it difficult for opponents to pinpoint their location or land accurate strikes. These abilities speak to the profound understanding that sometimes the best defense is not about direct confrontation, but about becoming elusive, about disappearing into the background. They highlight the wisdom of using one's surroundings as an extension of one's defense, adapting to the environment in a way that creates a natural advantage. Sandveil and Snowcloak are gentle reminders that sometimes the most effective way to avoid harm is to simply blend in, to become less visible, to make it harder for others to target us. They encourage us to consider how we might use our own surroundings, our own environments, to create a sense of anonymity, or to simply make ourselves less of a clear target when needed, allowing us to move and act with greater freedom and less risk. This subtle art of blending and evasion is a profound form of self preservation, a quiet lesson in the power of becoming one with the flow of nature. The ability Levitate, which makes the Pokemon immune to ground type moves, offers another profound insight into adaptation. Pokemon like Weezing and Bronzong, which possess this ability, literally rise above a common threat. This is not merely about having wings, it's about an intrinsic quality, an essence that allows them to defy gravity's pull in a specific context. It speaks to the wisdom of being unaffected by common limitations or dangers that plague others. Levitate is a powerful metaphor for transcendence, for rising above the mundane or the restrictive forces that tether others. It suggests that some beings possess an inherent quality that allows them to bypass certain challenges entirely, to simply float above what might hinder others. This ability gently reminds us that not all threats are universal, and that by cultivating certain intrinsic qualities or perspectives, we too can become immune to dangers that might otherwise impact us. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to find our own unique way to rise above, to discover the inherent lightness within us that can lift us beyond the gravitational pull of common problems, allowing us to move through life with a sense of freedom and unaffectedness. Consider the ability Regenerator, which restores 1/3 of the Pokemon's maximum HP when it switches out of battle. This remarkable ability, found on Pokemon like Slowbro and Tangrowth, is a testament to the power of rest and withdrawal for healing and rejuvenation. It suggests a profound understanding that stepping back from conflict, taking a moment to recuperate, can be just as effective as direct healing in battle. Regenerator speaks to the wisdom of strategic retreat, of knowing when to disengage and allow the natural processes of restoration to take over. It's a powerful metaphor for the importance of self-care and recovery in our own lives. Just as a Pokemon benefits from returning to its Pokeball to regain strength, we too benefit from moments of quiet withdrawal, from stepping away from the demands of the world to allow our bodies and minds to heal. This ability gently reminds us that true resilience often comes not from endlessly pushing forward, but from understanding the rhythm of activity and rest, of engagement and retreat. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to honor our need for recuperation, to recognize that sometimes the most productive thing we can do is to simply step back and allow ourselves to regenerate, emerging stronger and more whole. The ability Magic Guard, which prevents the Pokemon from taking indirect damage, is another remarkable example of profound protection. Pokemon like Clefable and Reuniclus, possessing this ability, are immune to poison, burn, hail, sandstorm, entry hazards like Stealth Rock, and even Leech Seed. This is an incredible shield against the subtle, insidious forms of harm that often chip away at a Pokemon's vitality. It speaks to the wisdom of being impervious to the ambient, lingering dangers, the unseen forces that can gradually diminish one's strength. Magic Guard is a powerful metaphor for the cultivation of inner resilience that makes one immune to the constant barrage of subtle stressors and negative influences in life. It suggests that by developing a certain inner strength or energetic field, one can effectively deflect the minor harms that accumulate over time. This ability gently reminds us that not all threats are direct attacks. Some are gradual, cumulative, and insidious. By cultivating a strong inner core, by developing a robust energetic boundary, we too can become less susceptible to the draining effects of everyday irritations and subtle harms. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to fortify our inner world, to create a protective barrier that allows us to navigate the complexities of existence without being constantly chipped away by the less obvious forms of detriment. This profound immunity to indirect harm is a testament to the power of a well-protected and strong inner being. As these quiet observations continue to unfold, we find ourselves enveloped in a tapestry of wisdom woven through the very fabric of the Pokemon world. Each ability, a gentle lesson, a soft murmur of insight, guiding us deeper into understanding the myriad ways consciousness expresses itself through adaptation, defense, and interaction. The rhythmic flow of these facts, like a gentle tide, carries us further into a state of serene contemplation, where the boundaries between the external world of Pokemon and our internal world of understanding softly dissolve, leaving behind a tranquil sense of interconnectedness and peaceful awareness. The ability Rough Skin, found on Pokemon like Garchomp and Carvana, offers a different kind of protective mechanism, one that discourages physical contact through direct, albeit mild, retaliation. When an opponent makes contact with a Pokemon possessing Rough Skin, they take a small amount of damage in return. It's a subtle deterrent, a gentle reminder that engaging in close combat comes with a cost. This ability speaks to the quiet power of boundaries, of letting others know, without aggression, that there are limits to how much they can intrude. It's not about inflicting significant harm, but about creating a gentle disincentive for repeated physical aggression. Rough Skin, in its unassuming way, teaches us about the importance of self-preservation and the subtle art of discouraging unwanted interactions. It suggests that sometimes the best defense is a gentle, consistent pushback, a quiet assertion of one's space and integrity. This concept extends beyond the physical realm, hinting at the importance of maintaining emotional and energetic boundaries, where consistent, gentle pushback can deter those who might otherwise trespass. It's a soft echo of the idea that a well-defined boundary, even a gently enforced one, can protect our inner peace and prevent others from draining our energy or overstepping our personal space. This passive form of defense is a testament to the wisdom of having a subtle, yet effective, deterrent that maintains harmony without escalating conflict. The ability Wonder Guard, exclusively possessed by Shedinja, is perhaps one of the most enigmatic and powerful defensive abilities in the entire Pokemon world. Wonder Guard makes Shedinja immune to all attacks that are not super effective against it. Given Shedinja's bug ghost typing, this means it is only vulnerable to flying, rock, ghost, fire, and dark type moves. Every other type of attack, including normal, fighting, poison, ground, steel, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy, simply fails to inflict damage. This incredible ability paints a picture of extreme vulnerability paired with extreme resilience. Shedinja, with its mere 13 HP, would be incredibly fragile without Wonder Guard, yet with it, it becomes an almost unassailable fortress against a vast majority of threats. Wonder Guard speaks to the profound truth that sometimes, by embracing our inherent vulnerabilities and understanding our specific weaknesses, we can develop adaptive strategies that render us incredibly strong. It's a quiet whisper about the power of knowing oneself intimately, of recognizing precisely where one is open to harm, and then constructing a defense that specifically addresses those limited vulnerabilities. The vast majority of attacks simply pass through Shedinja, as if it isn't truly there, a ghost-like immunity to what most others perceive as substantial threats. This ability is a deep rumination on the nature of perception and reality, suggesting that what one considers a threat might not be a threat at all if one's fundamental nature fundamentally interacts with it differently. It invites us to consider how we might cultivate a similar selective imperviousness in our own lives, not by becoming invulnerable to everything, but by becoming acutely aware of our true vulnerabilities and building specific, targeted protections around them, allowing the vast majority of life's challenges to simply pass us by without impact. Moving to abilities that influence speed and agility, the ability Swift Swim, found on Pokémon like Ludicolo and Kingdra, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during heavy rain. This transformation from steady to spectacularly swift in wet conditions is a beautiful example of environmental adaptation. It speaks to the wisdom of knowing when and where one can truly excel, of understanding how certain conditions can amplify one's inherent strengths. For these Pokemon, rain is not a hindrance but a catalyst, turning them into blur-like competitors. Swift Swim gently encourages us to seek out and embrace environments or conditions that bring out the best in us, recognizing that our full potential might only be unleashed when the external circumstances align perfectly with our innate capabilities. It's a soft reminder that sometimes the key to greater efficiency and success isn't just about internal effort, but about intelligently choosing the right context for our actions. The way a Pokemon like Ludicolo, often depicted as slow and carefree, becomes a whirlwind of motion in the rain is a profound metaphor for finding one's element, for discovering the conditions under which one can truly shine. Similarly, the ability Chlorophyll, found on Pokemon like Venusaur and Lilligant, doubles the Pokemon's speed stat during harsh sunlight. This mirrors Swift Swim's rain-based acceleration, but instead harnesses the energy of the sun. It illustrates the incredible diversity of life's adaptations to different environmental energies. Chlorophyll users thrive under the sun's warm embrace, becoming exceptionally agile and quick. This ability speaks to the powerful connection between living beings and their primary energy sources, highlighting how vital resources can not only sustain life, but also significantly enhance performance. It's a quiet whisper, encouraging us to connect with our own sources of energy and vitality, whether they be literal sunlight, nourishing food, inspiring ideas, or supportive relationships. When we are bathed in the right kind of energy, our own internal mechanisms can speed up, allowing us to think more clearly, move more freely, and act more decisively. The way a seemingly placid plant like Pokemon can transform into a swift force under the sun's rays is a gentle lesson in understanding and leveraging our energy inputs for optimal output. Conversely, the ability Sand Rush, found on Pokemon like Excadrill and Stoutland, doubles the Pokemon's speed stat during a sandstorm. This adaptation is for those who thrive in abrasive, challenging environments. While others might be hindered by the swirling sands, these Pokemon find their footing, accelerating with surprising grace. Sand Rush teaches us about resilience in adverse conditions, about discovering a unique advantage in what others perceive as a disadvantage. It's a soft murmur that reminds us that not all growth and speed happen in comfortable, ideal settings. Sometimes it's in the midst of difficulty, in the very heart of a sandstorm, that we can find our true pace, our unique rhythm, and an unexpected surge of energy. This ability offers a beautiful perspective on turning obstacles into opportunities, on finding a way to not just endure, but to excel when the going gets tough. It suggests that by adapting our internal mechanisms to external challenges, we can transform what appears to be a hindrance into a powerful catalyst for progress. The ability Intimidate, possessed by many powerful Pokemon such as Arcanine, Gyarados, and Staraptor, lowers the attack stat of all opposing Pokemon when the Pokemon with Intimidate enters battle. This is a profound ability that speaks to the power of presence and aura. It's not about direct physical attack, but about a psychological effect, a subtle dampening of an opponent's confidence and strength simply by being there. Intimidate teaches us about the non-physical aspects of strength, the way one's demeanor, reputation, or sheer presence can influence the dynamics of any encounter. It's a quiet whisper, suggesting that sometimes the most effective way to neutralize a threat is not through confrontation, but through a powerful, calm assertion of one's own space and energy. This ability reminds us that cultivating a strong, steady inner state can project an aura that naturally discourages aggression and diminishes the perceived power of potential adversaries. It's about leading with presence rather than force, and allowing one's inherent gravitas to gently recalibrate the energy of an interaction. The sheer number of Pokemon that possess this ability across various types and evolutionary lines underscores its universal appeal and effectiveness as a strategic tool in the intricate dance of battles. It's a testament to the idea that true power can often be expressed without a single strike, purely through the force of one's being. The ability Sturdy, found on Pokemon like Skarmory and Donphan, is another fundamental protective mechanism. It prevents the Pokemon from being knocked out in one hit if its HP is full, leaving it with 1 HP instead. This ability provides a crucial safety net, a single moment of absolute resilience that can turn the tide of a battle. Sturdy speaks to the quiet importance of having a foundational layer of protection, something that ensures one always has a chance, even against overwhelming odds. It's a gentle reminder that sometimes the most important thing is simply to stay standing, to endure that one critical blow, and to be left with just enough strength to respond. This ability is a metaphor for the last-ditch effort, the unwavering determination to not be completely overwhelmed. It suggests that even when faced with what seems like an unavoidable knockout blow, there can be an inner resilience that allows one to withstand it, to remain in the game, however minimally. Sturdy is a testament to the power of having a core strength that prevents total collapse, offering a whisper of hope and the chance for a comeback in the face of immense pressure. The ability Levitate, possessed by Pokémon like Gengar, Weezing, and Mismagius, grants immunity to ground-type moves. This simple yet profound ability speaks to the power of rising above, of transcending limitations. By levitating, these Pokémon are untouched by tremors, sinkholes, and earthen attacks that would fell others. It's a quiet whisper about finding ways to elevate oneself above the common struggles, to develop a perspective or a characteristic that makes one impervious to certain foundational threats. Levitate encourages us to seek out higher ground, both literally and figuratively, to cultivate a lightness of being that allows us to glide over obstacles that might otherwise ground us. It reminds us that not all threats need to be confronted directly. Some can simply be bypassed by changing our orientation or our state of being. The image of a Pokémon effortlessly floating above the fray, unharmed by the very ground beneath it, is a beautiful metaphor for developing an inner detachment that allows us to observe and navigate earthly challenges without being fully subject to their crushing weight. It points to the wisdom of non-engagement with certain types of conflict, choosing instead to elevate oneself beyond their reach. The ability Regenerator, found on Pokémon like Slowbro, Tangrowth, and Toxapex, restores 1/3 of the Pokémon's maximum HP when it switches out of battle. This ability is a powerful testament to the wisdom of strategic retreat and recuperation. It speaks to the understanding that sometimes withdrawing from a situation is not a weakness, but a strength, a deliberate act of self-care that allows for sustained effort over time. Regenerator is a gentle reminder that consistent engagement without periods of recovery can lead to burnout and exhaustion. It encourages us to embrace the rhythm of activity and rest, to recognize the profound benefits of stepping away to heal and recharge before returning to the task at hand. This ability beautifully illustrates the concept of sustainable effort, where short breaks are leveraged to maintain overall vitality and effectiveness. It's a quiet whisper about the importance of knowing when to pull back, to allow one's inner resources to replenish, ensuring that when one re-engages, it is with renewed strength and vigor. The cycle of engagement, withdrawal, and regeneration is a profound lesson in maintaining balance and longevity in any endeavor. The ability Sheer Force, found on Pokémon like Darmanitan and Conkeldurr, enhances the power of moves that have additional effects, but at the cost of negating those additional effects. For example, a move like Flamethrower, which normally has a chance to burn, would simply deal more damage without the burn chance. This ability speaks to the wisdom of focused intent, of channeling all available energy into one primary objective. It's a quiet whisper about the power of simplification, of stripping away secondary considerations to maximize core effectiveness. Sheer Force encourages us to identify our main goal and direct all our resources towards achieving it, even if it means foregoing supplementary benefits. It suggests that sometimes the most potent approach is a direct, unadulterated application of power without distractions or complex secondary outcomes. This ability is a metaphor for single-minded determination, for bringing absolute focus to a task, and allowing that focus to amplify one's core strength. It reminds us that while versatility has its merits, there are times when sheer, unadulterated power, delivered with unwavering intent, is the most effective path forward. The ability Unaware, possessed by Pokémon like Clefable and Quagsire, causes the Pokémon to ignore any stat changes in the opponent. This means that if an opponent has boosted their attack, defense, or speed, Unaware Pokémon will still calculate damage and effects as if those boosts never happened. This ability is a profound reflection on the power of remaining uninfluenced by external perceptions of strength or weakness. It speaks to the wisdom of focusing on one's own objective reality rather than being swayed or intimidated by an opponent's perceived advantages. Unaware is a gentle reminder to trust in one's own judgment and assessment, to not be distracted or discouraged by the inflated claims or apparent enhancements of others. It encourages us to engage with situations based on fundamental truths rather than being caught up in the illusions of temporary advantages or disadvantages. This ability suggests that a calm, unwavering focus on the core facts, ignoring the superficial fluctuations of power, can lead to a more stable and effective approach. It is a quiet whisper about the inner peace that comes from not allowing external boasting or self-aggrandizement to affect one's own steady path, treating all equally, regardless of their temporary ascensions or dissensions in power. The ability Multiscale, unique to Lugia, reduces the damage taken by the Pokémon when its HP is full. This ability provides an initial layer of incredible resilience, allowing Lugia to absorb a powerful first hit with significantly reduced impact. Multiscale speaks to the wisdom of having an exceptional defense when one is at one's strongest, recognizing that the initial moments of engagement are often the most crucial. It's a quiet whisper about the strategic importance of protecting one's full potential, ensuring that one can withstand the initial shock and maintain stability. This ability encourages us to cultivate a strong starting position, to enter challenges with our full resources and defenses optimized, thereby preventing early setbacks from derailing our efforts. It suggests that by minimizing the impact of the first blow, one can maintain control and dictate the pace of subsequent interactions. Multiscale is a profound metaphor for the immense value of being fully prepared and protected at the outset, allowing one to preserve maximum energy and resolve for the entire duration of a challenge. It's a reminder that a well-defended beginning can often lead to a more successful and less strenuous journey. Conversely, the ability Marvel Scale, found on Melodic, increases the Pokémon's defense stat by 50% when it is afflicted by a status condition like poison, burn, or paralysis. This ability is a beautiful illustration of finding strength in adversity, of transforming a perceived weakness into a tangible advantage. Marvel Scale speaks to the profound truth that challenges and difficulties can often unlock hidden reserves of resilience and protective mechanisms within us. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to look for the opportunities embedded within our struggles, to understand that sometimes the very things that seem to hinder us can also make us stronger. This ability suggests that when faced with discomfort or affliction, we can activate an internal defense system that makes us more robust and capable of enduring. It is a powerful metaphor for the process of growth through hardship, reminding us that being afflicted does not necessarily mean being weakened. It can, in fact, be a catalyst for developing greater inner fortitude and protective layers. Melodic's shimmering scales hardening in the face of status conditions is a gentle lesson in turning perceived vulnerability into an undeniable strength. The ability Natural Cure, found on Pokémon like Blissey and Roserade, cures the Pokémon of any status conditions when it switches out of battle. This ability is a remarkable example of passive self healing and maintaining optimal health through strategic disengagement. Natural Cure speaks to the wisdom of regular periods of detoxification and resetting, of allowing the body and mind to naturally purge any lingering ailments or stressors. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to respect our inherent capacity for recovery, to recognize that sometimes the best remedy is a temporary retreat and allowing our system to naturally rebalance itself. This ability suggests that by stepping away from the source of affliction, even for a brief moment, we can activate an internal restorative process that cleanses and revitalizes us. It's a profound metaphor for the importance of regular breaks, mental resets, and allowing oneself the space and time for natural healing. The cycle of engagement, affliction, disengagement, and complete recovery is a gentle reminder that sustained well-being often comes from intelligent management of presence and absence, allowing the body's innate wisdom to take over and restore balance. The ability trace, found on Porygon 2 and Gardevoir, copies the opponent's ability when the Pokémon enters battle. This ability is a fascinating exploration of adaptability and strategic mimicry. Trace speaks to the wisdom of observing and understanding one's environment, of being able to instantly adapt and utilize the strengths of others. It's a quiet whisper about the power of learning and incorporating valuable traits from those around us, recognizing that flexibility and the ability to assimilate can be incredibly potent. This ability encourages us to be open to new ways of operating, to be observant of what makes others effective, and to be willing to temporarily adopt those qualities for our own benefit. It suggests that true intelligence often lies not just in one's inherent capabilities, but in the capacity to assimilate and leverage the capabilities present in the environment. Trace is a profound metaphor for the beauty of learning through observation and imitation, reminding us that sometimes the best way to navigate a situation is to intuitively understand and temporarily mirror the most effective strategies present within it, allowing us to respond with an optimized form of our own existence. The ability Intimidate, possessed by powerful Pokémon like Arcanine and Gyarados, lowers the attack stat of all opposing Pokémon when the Intimidate user enters battle. This is a fascinating depiction of presence and psychological impact, a subtle yet profound demonstration of how a formidable aura alone can diminish an adversary's effectiveness. Intimidate speaks to the wisdom of projecting confidence and strength, of understanding that a powerful demeanor can often de-escalate or even neutralize a potential threat without direct confrontation. It's a quiet whisper about the power of nonverbal communication, of how an imposing stance or a steady gaze can profoundly alter the dynamics of an interaction. This ability encourages us to recognize the subtle yet potent influence of one's presence, to understand that sometimes the most effective defense or offense is not a physical strike, but a psychological shift induced in the opponent. It suggests that true power isn't always about brute force, but often resides in the capacity to affect the mental state and perceived capabilities of others. Intimidate is a profound metaphor for the impact of reputation and confidence, reminding us that a well established presence, a history of strength, or simply a calm, unwavering resolve can significantly diminish the perceived threat of any challenge. It's a gentle lesson in the art of projection, acknowledging that how we present ourselves can define the initial terms of engagement, often dictating the flow of an interaction before a single move is made, allowing us to quietly assert dominance through sheer presence. The ability Marvel Scale, specific to Melodic, increases Melodic's defense stat by 50% when it is afflicted by a status condition. This is a truly beautiful and poetic ability, transforming perceived vulnerability into an undeniable strength. Marvel Scale speaks to the wisdom of resilience, of finding inner fortitude when faced with adversity. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to reframe challenges, to understand that sometimes the very things that seem to weaken us can, in fact, make us stronger if we embrace them with a resilient spirit. This ability highlights the transformative power of endurance, suggesting that enduring hardship can forge an unbreakable core, turning what might be seen as a disadvantage into a formidable asset. It's a profound metaphor for growth through struggle, reminding us that true strength often emerges not from the absence of problems, but from the courageous and steadfast navigation through them. Melodix's shimmering scales, hardening in the face of status conditions, is a gentle lesson in turning perceived vulnerability into an undeniable strength, transforming suffering into a source of unwavering protection, allowing its inner beauty to shine even brighter when tested. The ability Guts, found on Pokémon like Ursaring and Machamp, increases the Pokémon's attack stat by 50% when it is afflicted by a status condition. Similar to Marvel Scale, Guts represents a profound resilience, but it channels this adversity into offensive power rather than defensive fortitude. Guts speaks to the wisdom of channeling struggle into motivation, of allowing challenges to ignite an inner fire that fuels greater effort and intensity. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to find strength in vulnerability, to recognize that sometimes the very things that hinder us can also serve as catalysts for extraordinary bursts of energy and determination. This ability suggests that when pushed to our limits, we often discover reserves of strength we never knew we possessed, transforming pain or discomfort into a potent drive to overcome. It's a profound metaphor for the human spirit's capacity to convert hardship into a powerful impetus for action, reminding us that even when wounded, our resolve can sharpen, making us hit harder and fight with greater passion. The Pokemon with Guts teach us that affliction doesn't always lead to weakness. Sometimes it awakens a raw, untamed power, allowing us to strike with renewed vigor and determination, turning suffering into a wellspring of offensive might. The ability Magic Guard, exclusive to Clefable and Reuniclus, prevents the Pokemon from taking indirect damage, such as from status conditions like poison or burn, or from entry hazards like Stealth Rock. This ability is a remarkable depiction of inherent protection and a calm immunity to the minor scourges of existence. Magic Guard speaks to the wisdom of having an intrinsic shield, of possessing an inner resilience that deflects the persistent, insidious forms of harm. It's a quiet whisper about the power of inner peace and equilibrium, suggesting that a well-balanced state can render many external irritants utterly ineffective. This ability encourages us to cultivate a robust internal environment, one where the slow erosion of persistent stressors cannot take root, allowing us to move through life unburdened by the minor but cumulative afflictions that might hinder others. It's a profound metaphor for mental and emotional fortitude, reminding us that by developing a strong internal core, we can become impervious to the subtle, ongoing pressures and anxieties that often drain our energy. Magic Guard teaches us to build an impenetrable spirit, one that remains serene and unharmed even when surrounded by the constant, low-level frictions of the world, allowing us to conserve our strength for what truly matters. The ability Sheer Force, found on Pokémon like Darmanitan and Conkeldurr, removes the additional effects of moves, but increases their power by 30%. This ability is a fascinating study in focus and specialized power, demonstrating a willingness to sacrifice versatility for raw, concentrated impact. Sheer Force speaks to the wisdom of specialization, of honing a few chosen actions to their absolute peak effectiveness. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to concentrate our energies, to understand that sometimes letting go of secondary benefits allows us to achieve a much greater primary outcome. This ability suggests that by forgoing the subtle frills or additional properties of an action, we can unlock a deeper, more potent core strength within that action itself. It's a profound metaphor for the power of uncompromising determination, reminding us that by simplifying our approach and focusing on the core objective, we can often achieve a level of impact that is unattainable through more generalized efforts. Sheer Force teaches us to strip away the non-essential, to focus on the pure delivery of power, allowing us to strike with a concentrated force that leaves a profound and undeniable impression, maximizing impact through singular intent. The ability Regenerator, found on Pokémon like Slowbro and Toxapex, restores 1/3 of the Pokémon's maximum HP when it switches out of battle. This ability is a beautiful illustration of sustainable recovery and the power of strategic withdrawal. Regenerator speaks to the wisdom of self-care and knowing when to step back to replenish one's resources. It's a quiet whisper about the importance of regular recovery periods, of understanding that consistent, gradual restoration can maintain optimal health over the long term. This ability encourages us to embrace the cycle of engagement and retreat, recognizing that sometimes the most effective way to continue contributing is to temporarily disengage and allow our systems to naturally heal and re-energize. It's a profound metaphor for the ongoing process of self-renewal, reminding us that by consciously creating space for rest and rejuvenation, we can ensure our sustained vitality and effectiveness. Regenerator teaches us the art of intelligent self-management, allowing us to always return to the fray refreshed and ready, ensuring longevity and resilience through the gentle rhythm of replenishment. The ability Prankster, found on Pokémon like Sableye and Whimsicott, gives priority to status moves. This ability is a delightful exploration of cunning and strategic advantage, demonstrating how quickness of action in non-damaging maneuvers can control the flow of a situation. Prankster speaks to the wisdom of preemptive action and the power of disruption. It's a quiet whisper about the effectiveness of subtle interventions, suggesting that sometimes the most impactful move isn't a direct attack, but a swift, well-timed adjustment that alters the opponent's entire plan. This ability encourages us to think beyond brute force, to recognize the strategic value of setting the stage, of applying conditions, or of altering the environment before a direct confrontation even begins. It's a profound metaphor for the power of foresight and tactical manipulation, reminding us that a well placed, quick action can often dictate the terms of engagement and create an insurmountable advantage. Prankster teaches us to value agility of mind and swiftness in non physical actions, allowing us to subtly orchestrate events to our favor, turning the tide with gentle yet decisive movements. The ability Technician, possessed by Pokémon like Sizer and Breloom, boosts the power of moves with 60 base power or less by 50%. This ability is a fascinating ode to precision and the mastery of smaller, quicker actions. Technician speaks to the wisdom of refining efficiency and maximizing the impact of seemingly minor efforts. It's a quiet whisper about the power of consistent, well executed small steps, suggesting that when perfectly performed, even modest actions can accumulate into significant force. This ability encourages us to value accuracy and skill over sheer size or raw power, recognizing that a series of finely tuned, rapid movements can often outshine a single, slower, but more powerful strike. It's a profound metaphor for the importance of detail and execution, reminding us that true mastery often lies in the ability to make every single action count, no matter how small it may appear. Technician teaches us that dedication to precision and the optimization of even the most subtle techniques can lead to an undeniable and potent form of strength, allowing us to weave a tapestry of effective, rapid strikes. The ability Multiscale, specific to Dragonite, reduces damage taken by 50% when the Pokémon is at full HP. This ability is a beautiful representation of initial resilience and the protective power of being in an optimal state. Multiscale speaks to the wisdom of maintaining one's health and readiness, of understanding that a full and vibrant state provides a significant buffer against initial shocks. It's a quiet whisper about the importance of starting strong, suggesting that being fully prepared and rested offers a crucial layer of defense against the first impact of a challenge. This ability encourages us to value preventative care and to ensure that we are always at our peak when facing new situations, recognizing that this initial robustness can absorb significant strain. It's a profound metaphor for the protective benefits of well-being and preparedness, reminding us that a balanced and healthy state provides an invaluable shield against the unexpected blows of life. Multiscale teaches us to cherish our full potential, allowing us to weather the initial storms with grace and fortitude, conserving our energy for the challenges yet to come. The ability Moody, found on Pokémon like Octillery and Smeargle, raises one random stat by 2 stages and lowers another random stat by 1 stage at the end of each turn. This ability is a chaotic yet intriguing demonstration of unpredictable adaptation and constant flux. Moody speaks to the wisdom of embracing change and the unpredictable nature of progress. It's a quiet whisper about the dynamic ebb and flow of strengths and weaknesses, suggesting that growth is rarely a linear path, but often involves a series of adjustments, some favorable, some less so. This ability encourages us to find opportunities within randomness, to adapt to shifting circumstances, and to understand that even apparent setbacks can sometimes precede unexpected gains. It's a profound metaphor for the journey of self discovery and evolution, reminding us that by constantly reevaluating and adjusting, we can navigate through uncertainty and eventually find moments of profound advantage. Moody teaches us to ride the waves of change, allowing us to discover new facets of our capabilities through a continuous dance of growth and realignment. The ability Sturdy, common on rock and steel type Pokemon like Golem and Skarmory, prevents the Pokemon from being knocked out in one hit if it is at full HP, leaving it with 1 HP instead. This ability is a fundamental depiction of sheer tenacity and an unyielding will to endure. Sturdy speaks to the wisdom of having a foundational resistance, of possessing an innate hardiness that prevents complete collapse from a single devastating blow. It's a quiet whisper about the power of resilience in the face of overwhelming force, suggesting that sometimes simply refusing to fall is a victory in itself. This ability encourages us to build a strong base, to cultivate a core toughness that can withstand even the most impactful strike, ensuring that we always have a chance to recover and retaliate. It's a profound metaphor for grit and perseverance, reminding us that even when faced with seemingly insurmountable odds, an unwavering spirit can prevent total defeat and allow for a comeback. Sturdy teaches us the invaluable lesson of enduring the first, most powerful shock, allowing us to stand firm and continue the fight, even if only by the thinnest thread of life. The ability Levitate, found on Pokemon like Gengar and Weezing, grants immunity to ground-type moves and entry hazards like spikes and toxic spikes. This ability is a serene portrayal of detachment and rising above earthly constraints. Levitate speaks to the wisdom of transcendence, of possessing a quality that allows one to float above the common difficulties and ground-based limitations. It's a quiet whisper about the power of perspective and the ability to elevate oneself beyond the struggles that anchor others. This ability encourages us to find ways to rise above the petty annoyances and persistent obstacles that might hinder progress, recognizing that a different vantage point can offer freedom from common afflictions. It's a profound metaphor for mental and emotional freedom, reminding us that by cultivating a lightness of being, we can avoid being bogged down by the daily grind and the spikes of negativity. Levitate teaches us to cultivate an airy grace, allowing us to glide effortlessly over the obstacles that might otherwise trap us, maintaining a serene distance from the ground-level chaos. The ability Swift Swim, found on Pokémon like Ludicolo and Kingdra, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during rainy weather. This ability is a vibrant illustration of capitalizing on environmental conditions and finding one's optimal element. Swift Swim speaks to the wisdom of adapting to and thriving within specific circumstances. It's a quiet whisper about the power of being in one's natural element, suggesting that certain conditions can unlock extraordinary potential and amplify inherent strengths. This ability encourages us to recognize and seek out environments where our unique talents can truly flourish, understanding that the right setting can transform us from competent to exceptional. It's a profound metaphor for finding one's niche and harnessing the power of alignment, reminding us that by positioning ourselves within favorable conditions, we can achieve remarkable bursts of efficiency and agility. Swift Swim teaches us to listen to the whisper of the weather, allowing us to move with unparalleled grace and speed when the conditions are just right, becoming one with the prevailing currents. The ability Sand Rush, found on Pokémon like Excadrill and Stoutland, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during a sandstorm. Similar to Swift Swim, Sand Rush exemplifies the power of environmental adaptation, but it finds its strength in the abrasive, gritty conditions of a sandstorm. Sand Rush speaks to the wisdom of finding power in harshness, of thriving where others might falter. It's a quiet whisper about harnessing turbulent conditions, suggesting that what seems chaotic or difficult to some can be a source of incredible acceleration for others. This ability encourages us to discover our resilience and our capacity to excel even in challenging or uninviting environments, recognizing that adversity can sometimes sharpen our focus and propel us forward. It's a profound metaphor for finding strength within difficulty, reminding us that by embracing the sandstorm of life, we can often discover an unexpected surge of energy and momentum. Sand Rush teaches us to embrace the tempest, allowing us to cut through the swirling dust with unmatched velocity, turning environmental challenge into personal triumph. The ability Chlorophyll, found on Pokémon like Venusaur and Lilligant, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during harsh sunlight. This ability is a radiant demonstration of drawing energy from life-giving forces and flourishing in optimal light. Chlorophyll speaks to the wisdom of absorbing positive energy and translating it into vibrant activity. It's a quiet whisper about the power of warmth and illumination, suggesting that when bathed in the right kind of light, our growth and vitality can accelerate dramatically. This ability encourages us to seek out environments that nourish and energize us, to bask in the conditions that promote our fastest and most productive movements. It's a profound metaphor for finding our source of light and allowing it to fuel our endeavors, reminding us that aligning with life-affirming energies can unlock incredible speed and responsiveness. Chlorophyll teaches us to turn towards the sun, allowing us to bloom and move with a lively quickness when under its gentle, powerful gaze, transforming light into lively motion. The ability Snowcloak, found on Pokémon like Froslass and Glesson, raises the Pokémon's evasion by one stage during a hailstorm. This ability is a delicate depiction of blending into one's environment and using natural conditions for protection. Snowcloak speaks to the wisdom of camouflage and the strategic advantage of obscurity. It's a quiet whisper about the power of subtlety, suggesting that sometimes the best defense is to become less visible, less tangible, and more difficult to target. This ability encourages us to understand our surroundings and to use natural elements to our advantage, recognizing that blending in can provide a crucial layer of defense against direct confrontation. It's a profound metaphor for the art of discretion and the protective qualities of being unobtrusive, reminding us that by harmonizing with our environment, we can often avoid the direct impact of challenges. Snowcloak teaches us to embrace the swirling flakes, allowing us to move with an elusive grace, making us harder to pin down and more likely to evade harm, turning the cold obscurity into a gentle shield. The ability Soundproof, found on Pokémon like Exploud and Abomasnow, grants immunity to sound-based moves. This ability is a serene portrayal of inner quietude and an imperviousness to external noise and disturbance. Soundproof speaks to the wisdom of mental fortitude and the capacity to filter out distracting or harmful auditory input. It's a quiet whisper about the power of focused attention and the ability to maintain composure amidst cacophony. This ability encourages us to cultivate an inner sanctuary, a space where the clamor of the outside world cannot penetrate, allowing us to remain calm and undisturbed. It's a profound metaphor for mental resilience and the importance of protecting one's peace of mind, reminding us that by consciously choosing what we allow to affect us, we can remain unaffected by noise and unnecessary pressures. Soundproof teaches us to build an internal quiet, allowing us to move through life unperturbed by the shouts and sonic assaults, preserving our serenity and focus. The ability Unburden, found on Pokémon like Holucha and Sceptile, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat when its held item is consumed or lost. This ability is a dynamic illustration of liberation and finding explosive speed once freed from external weights. Unburden speaks to the wisdom of letting go and the power of shedding burdens. It's a quiet whisper about the transformative effect of release, suggesting that sometimes, once we've given up something we were carrying, we discover an incredible lightness and agility we didn't know we possessed. This ability encourages us to consider what we might be holding on to that, once released, could unlock a significant boost in our momentum and freedom of movement. It's a profound metaphor for the power of non-attachment and the unexpected surge of energy that comes from simplifying our load, reminding us that true speed often comes from being unencumbered. Unburden teaches us that sometimes the greatest leaps forward happen after we have gently released what we once held, allowing us to burst forth with newfound swiftness and freedom. The ability Wonder Guard, uniquely possessed by Shedinja, renders it immune to all attacks that are not super effective against it. This extraordinary ability is a profound meditation on vulnerability and impenetrable defense, a delicate balance between absolute fragility and an almost divine invincibility. Wonder Guard speaks to the wisdom of understanding one's core weaknesses and then building an entire existence around nullifying everything else. It's a quiet whisper about the power of precise knowledge and the strategic brilliance of making yourself untouchable to all but the most specific threats. This ability encourages us to consider how selective vulnerability can paradoxically lead to incredible resilience, suggesting that by knowing what truly harms us, we can become impervious to everything else. It's a profound metaphor for the specialized protection that comes from profound self-awareness, reminding us that by understanding our elemental makeup, we can become a beacon of unassailability. Wonder Guard teaches us to embrace our unique composition, turning potential weaknesses into the very foundation of an almost magical defense, allowing us to float through challenges untouched by the vast majority of impacts. The ability Levitate, found on many ghost and flying type Pokémon, such as Ghastly and Wheezing, grants immunity to ground type moves and terrain effects like spikes. This ability is a gentle representation of detachment and a graceful elevation above earthly concerns and obstacles. Levitate speaks to the wisdom of rising above and the tranquil freedom that comes from being unburdened by the pull of the ground. It's a quiet whisper about the power of transcendence, suggesting that by lifting ourselves, we can avoid many of the rooted troubles that affect others. This ability encourages us to cultivate a perspective that allows us to float above the fray, unaffected by the foundational disturbances that might trip up those who remain firmly planted. It's a profound metaphor for spiritual lightness and the advantage of an aerial view, reminding us that by not being tethered, we can navigate life's landscape with an elegant ease. Levitate teaches us to find our inner buoyancy, allowing us to glide over difficulties that would otherwise impede our progress, providing a serene path through the world. The ability Intimidate, carried by Pokémon like Arcanine and Gyarados, lowers the attack stat of all opposing Pokémon upon entering battle. This ability is a powerful illustration of presence and the subtle yet potent influence of respect and caution. Intimidate speaks to the wisdom of projecting an aura of strength without needing to strike a single blow. It's a quiet whisper about the power of reputation and the psychological advantage that comes from inspiring a healthy dose of apprehension. This ability encourages us to understand the impact of our demeanor and the way our very entrance can shift the dynamics of an encounter. It's a profound metaphor for the non-physical aspects of strength and the way a confident bearing can reduce the perceived threat from others, reminding us that sometimes the most effective defense is a commanding presence. Intimidate teaches us to carry ourselves with an inner strength that gently dampens the aggressive impulses of those around us, creating a calmer, less combative environment. The ability Natural Cure, found on Pokémon like Roserade and Starmie, heals all status conditions upon switching out of battle. This ability is a soothing representation of inherent regeneration and the restorative power of rest and retreat. Natural Cure speaks to the wisdom of knowing when to step back and allow the natural healing processes to take over. It's a quiet whisper about the body's innate capacity for recovery and the importance of creating space for rejuvenation. This ability encourages us to trust in the cycles of restoration, suggesting that sometimes the best way to overcome an ailment is to simply withdraw for a moment and allow our inner systems to reset. It's a profound metaphor for the benefits of taking a pause and the cleansing effect of a gentle transition, reminding us that stepping away can often be the most effective medicine. Natural Cure teaches us to embrace the rhythm of self-care, allowing us to return to our endeavors, refreshed and unburdened by lingering discomforts. The ability Guts, found on Pokémon like Ursaring and Machamp, increases the Pokémon's attack stat by 50% when afflicted by a status condition. This ability is a fierce testament to resilience and the extraordinary strength that can be found in adversity. Guts speaks to the wisdom of transforming challenges into opportunities and finding power within perceived weaknesses. It's a quiet whisper about the fiery spirit that ignites when faced with hardship, suggesting that sometimes it is precisely our struggles that unlock our greatest potential. This ability encourages us to rethink our relationship with discomfort, prompting us to see how a difficult situation can actually fuel an incredible surge of determination and force. It's a profound metaphor for turning pain into power and the indomitable will that emerges when we refuse to be defeated, reminding us that even when wounded, our resolve can make us stronger. Guts teaches us to channel our struggles into an unyielding drive, allowing us to strike with intensified conviction and overcome even when we are hurting. The ability Swift Swim, carried by Pokémon like Ludicolo and Kingdra, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during rain. This ability is a fluid illustration of adaptability and the serene grace of moving with the natural flow of the environment. Swift Swim speaks to the wisdom of harmonizing with conditions and finding an advantage where others might see only impediment. It's a quiet whisper about the intuitive understanding of one's surroundings and the ability to thrive when the elements align. This ability encourages us to observe the patterns of the world and discover how certain conditions can unlock our full potential, suggesting that by embracing what others might avoid, we can gain an incredible edge. It's a profound metaphor for the power of synergy and the effortless speed that comes from being in tune with the prevailing atmosphere, reminding us that sometimes the weather itself can be our ally. Swift Swim teaches us to dance with the downpour, allowing us to glide through the watery world with an unparalleled swiftness and elegance. The ability Sand Veil, found on Pokémon like Garchomp and Hippowdon, increases evasiveness by 20% during a sandstorm. This ability is a subtle representation of blending in and the protective qualities of obscurity amidst environmental shifts. Sand Veil speaks to the wisdom of finding refuge within the tumult and using the very chaos of the surroundings as a shield. It's a quiet whisper about the power of camouflage and the art of becoming elusive when the world around you is obscured. This ability encourages us to move with the winds of change, teaching us how to disappear into the swirling elements, making ourselves harder to target and thus less vulnerable. It's a profound metaphor for the tactical advantage of being less visible during turbulent times, reminding us that sometimes the best defense is to simply become part of the storm. Sand Veil teaches us to embrace the swirling particles, allowing us to move with a ghost-like grace, turning the gritty obscurity into a gentle cloak of protection. The ability Snow Warning, unique to Abomasnow and Alolan Ninetales, summons a hailstorm upon entering battle. This ability is a majestic illustration of environmental mastery and the power of shaping the battlefield to one's own advantage. Snow Warning speaks to the wisdom of creating one's ideal conditions and the profound influence of a well-timed atmospheric shift. It's a quiet whisper about the power of preparation and the strategic brilliance of setting the stage before any action truly begins. This ability encourages us to understand the subtle forces that can alter an outcome, suggesting that by influencing the very air, we can gain a significant upper hand. It's a profound metaphor for the impact of foresight and the way a single action can transform the entire landscape of an encounter, reminding us that sometimes the weather itself can be our most potent ally. Snow Warning teaches us to gently summon the elements, allowing us to blanket the world in a serene yet powerful cascade of ice, turning the environment into an extension of our will. The ability Chlorophyll, found on Pokémon like Vileplume and Exeggutor, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during harsh sunlight. This ability is a vibrant representation of vitality and the energetic surge that comes from basking in life-giving light. Chlorophyll speaks to the wisdom of thriving in optimal conditions and the incredible burst of energy that sunlight can provide. It's a quiet whisper about the power of nourishment and the way warmth and light can awaken dormant potential, suggesting that some beings truly flourish under specific, bright circumstances. This ability encourages us to seek out environments where we can photosynthesize our own strength, prompting us to find the conditions that allow us to move with incredible swiftness and animation. It's a profound metaphor for the benefits of growth and the lively quickening that occurs when we are fully illuminated, reminding us that sometimes the sun itself can be our greatest accelerant. Chlorophyll teaches us to absorb the gentle rays, allowing us to move through the sunlit world with an unparalleled quickness and a joyful, verdant energy. The ability Drought, unique to Groudon and Torkoal, summons harshest sunlight upon entering battle. This ability is a commanding illustration of environmental control and the profound influence of altering the very atmosphere. Drought speaks to the wisdom of shaping the conditions to one's advantage and the sheer power of commanding the elements to serve a purpose. It's a quiet whisper about the power of creation and the strategic brilliance of establishing a dominant climate. This ability encourages us to understand how fundamental changes can impact an entire situation, suggesting that by controlling the weather, one can orchestrate a powerful shift. It's a profound metaphor for the impact of leadership and the way a single presence can transform the natural world around it, reminding us that sometimes the sun itself responds to a powerful will. Drought teaches us to gently bring forth the golden light, allowing us to bathe the landscape in a warm yet intense glow, turning the environment into a reflection of our potent force. The ability Drizzle, unique to Kyogre and Pelipper, summons rain upon entering battle. This ability is a gentle illustration of environmental influence and the calming yet powerful effect of calling forth the waters. Drizzle speaks to the wisdom of shaping the conditions to one's advantage and the subtle yet pervasive impact of a change in precipitation. It's a quiet whisper about the power of refreshment and the strategic brilliance of establishing a moist, life-giving atmosphere. This ability encourages us to understand how fundamental changes can impact an entire situation, suggesting that by controlling the weather, one can orchestrate a powerful shift. It's a profound metaphor for the impact of presence and the way a single being can transform the natural world around it, reminding us that sometimes the rain itself responds to a gentle call. Drizzle teaches us to softly bring forth the cleansing waters, allowing us to moisten the landscape in a cool yet pervasive dampness, turning the environment into a reflection of our serene power. The ability Sandstream, unique to Tyranitar and Hippowdon, summons a sandstorm upon entering battle. This ability is a formidable illustration of environmental transformation and the powerful gritty influence of calling forth the desert winds. Sandstream speaks to the wisdom of shaping the conditions to one's advantage and the pervasive, eroding impact of a change in atmospheric particles. It's a quiet whisper about the power of raw force and the strategic brilliance of establishing a turbulent, vision-obscuring environment. This ability encourages us to understand how fundamental changes can impact an entire situation, suggesting that by controlling the weather, one can orchestrate a powerful shift. It's a profound metaphor for the impact of a strong presence and the way a single being can transform the natural world around it, reminding us that sometimes the very earth responds to a powerful roar. Sandstream teaches us to gently stir the swirling sands, allowing us to obscure the landscape in a gritty yet powerful haze, turning the environment into a reflection of our imposing strength. The ability Static, found on Pokémon like Electabuzz and Raichu, has a 30% chance to paralyze an attacker that makes contact. This ability is a subtle representation of latent energy and the unexpected shock that can come from a close encounter. Static speaks to the wisdom of containing a potent force that can be released upon touch, acting as a gentle deterrent. It's a quiet whisper about the power of a hidden charge and the protective quality of an internal current, suggesting that some beings carry an inherent electrifying defense. This ability encourages us to consider the unseen energies that can affect interactions, prompting us to understand that sometimes simply being near can have an electrifying consequence. It's a profound metaphor for the subtle yet impactful forces that govern our physical connections and the surprising jolt that can come from a seemingly simple touch, reminding us that some beings are charged with a quiet power. Static teaches us to radiate a gentle yet firm electrical field, allowing us to impart a temporary stillness to those who draw too close, maintaining our serene boundaries. The ability Poison Point, found on Pokémon like Nidoqueen and Roserade, has a 30% chance to poison an attacker that makes contact. This ability is a quiet representation of inherent toxicity and the subtle yet pervasive consequence of a close touch. Poison Point speaks to the wisdom of carrying a protective essence that can subtly affect those who approach too closely. It's a quiet whisper about the power of a hidden nature and the defensive quality of an internal chemistry, suggesting that some beings possess an inherent, lingering deterrent. This ability encourages us to consider the unseen influences that can affect interactions, prompting us to understand that sometimes simply being near can have a lasting, subtle impact. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet danger that can lie beneath a calm exterior and the surprising slow effect that can come from a seemingly simple contact, reminding us that some beings are imbued with a gentle yet firm protective layer. Poison Point teaches us to emit a subtle yet effective chemical presence, allowing us to impart a gradual weakening to those who draw too close, maintaining our serene space with an unseen touch. The ability Flame Body, found on Pokémon like Magmar and Volcarona, has a 30% chance to burn an attacker that makes contact. This ability is a warm representation of internal heat and the gentle yet powerful consequence of a close touch. Flame Body speaks to the wisdom of radiating a protective warmth that can subtly affect those who approach too closely. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an inner glow and the defensive quality of an internal temperature, suggesting that some beings possess an inherent, radiating deterrent. This ability encourages us to consider the unseen influences that can affect interactions, prompting us to understand that sometimes simply being near can have a lasting, gentle impact. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet power that can lie beneath a calm exterior and the surprising, slow effect that can come from a seemingly simple contact, reminding us that some beings are imbued with a gentle yet firm protective layer. Flame Body teaches us to emit a subtle yet effective heat, allowing us to impart a gradual warmth to those who draw too close, maintaining our serene space with a gentle touch. The ability Synchronize, found on Pokémon like Umbreon and Gardevoir, passes status conditions to the opponent if the Pokémon itself is afflicted by one. This ability is a profound illustration of interconnectedness and the gentle echo of shared experience. Synchronize speaks to the wisdom of mirroring and the powerful yet subtle impact of empathy in an encounter. It's a quiet whisper about the power of resonance and the reciprocal nature of certain energies, suggesting that some beings are so attuned that what affects them can also subtly affect others. This ability encourages us to understand the deep connections between entities, prompting us to recognize that sometimes a shared experience can ripple outwards, affecting both parties. It's a profound metaphor for the delicate balance of cause and effect, and the surprising way that a personal affliction can become a shared burden, reminding us that some bonds create an undeniable link. Synchronize teaches us to reflect the energies we receive, allowing us to gently transmit a sensation back to its source, creating a subtle, shared experience that fosters a quiet understanding. The ability Hustle, found on Pokémon like Togekiss and Darmanitan, increases the Pokémon's attack stat by 50%, but lowers the accuracy of physical moves by 20%. This ability is a dynamic illustration of raw power balanced by a touch of wild unpredictability. Hustle speaks to the wisdom of embracing immense strength, even if it comes with a slight lack of precision. It's a quiet whisper about the power of unrestrained force and the trade offs that sometimes accompany great surges of energy. This ability encourages us to consider the balance between pure power and careful execution, suggesting that sometimes the sheer intensity of an effort can compensate for a slight reduction in exactness. It's a profound metaphor for the passionate, sometimes unpolished drive that can achieve remarkable results, reminding us that a powerful heart can overcome minor imperfections. Hustle teaches us to pour our entire being into our actions, allowing us to strike with intensified conviction, even if our aim is ever so slightly swayed by the sheer force of our intention. The ability Serene Grace, unique to Togekiss and Blissey, doubles the chance of a move's secondary effects occurring. This ability is a gentle illustration of luck and the graceful amplification of subtle influences. Serene Grace speaks to the wisdom of enhancing potential and the quiet power of making every action carry a greater possibility. It's a quiet whisper about the power of gentle influence and the way a calm demeanor can subtly tip the scales in one's favor. This ability encourages us to appreciate the delicate balance of probabilities and how a serene presence can increase the likelihood of positive outcomes, suggesting that sometimes a peaceful heart can attract good fortune. It's a profound metaphor for the ripple effect of positive energy and the way a calm and collected approach can make the world more amenable to our wishes, reminding us that sometimes grace itself can be a powerful catalyst. Serene Grace teaches us to emanate a tranquil aura, allowing our actions to carry an increased likelihood of gentle yet impactful secondary effects, turning every interaction into a dance of fortunate possibilities. The ability Shed Skin, found on Pokémon like Arbok and Dragonite, has a 30% chance to cure any status condition at the end of each turn. This ability is a soothing representation of continuous renewal and the gentle process of sloughing off burdens. Shed Skin speaks to the wisdom of constant regeneration and the body's innate capacity to purge what is harmful over time. It's a quiet whisper about the power of gradual healing and the natural rhythm of release, suggesting that some beings are always in a state of gentle metamorphosis, shedding old ailments. This ability encourages us to trust in the slow, consistent process of recovery, prompting us to believe that with each passing moment, we are capable of letting go of what troubles us. It's a profound metaphor for the ongoing cycle of purification and the quiet strength of persistent self cleansing, reminding us that every turn can bring a fresh start. Shed Skin teaches us to embrace the gentle shedding, allowing us to gradually release discomforts and emerge renewed, turn after turn, with serene resilience. The ability Synchronize, shared by Pokémon such as Espeon and Gardevoir, causes the Pokémon to pass on its status condition to the opposing Pokémon if it receives one itself. This ability is a gentle illustration of interconnectedness and the shared experience of affliction. Synchronize speaks to the empathy inherent in certain beings, where a received pain is reflected, creating a mirroring of discomfort. It's a quiet whisper about the power of shared burdens and the way a condition can become a mutual experience, suggesting that sometimes, to understand suffering, one must feel it too, even if only as a reflection. This ability encourages us to consider the reciprocal nature of interactions, prompting us to believe that actions can have symmetrical consequences, creating a delicate balance of shared states. It's a profound metaphor for the deep bonds that can form, even in conflict, and the quiet strength of mutual understanding through shared experience, reminding us that sometimes our own state can be a direct response to another's influence. Synchronize teaches us to acknowledge the delicate interplay of conditions, allowing us to understand that our own suffering can, in turn, become a mirror for another, creating a quiet, shared vulnerability. The ability Swift Swim, prevalent among water-type Pokémon like Kingdra and Ludicolo, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during rainy weather. This ability is a soothing representation of adaptability and the graceful augmentation of natural conditions. Swift Swim speaks to the wisdom of harnessing environmental influences and the body's innate capacity to thrive when conditions are most favorable. It's a quiet whisper about the power of perfect timing and the natural rhythm of acceleration, suggesting that some beings are always poised to excel when their element is abundant. This ability encourages us to trust in the opportune moments, prompting us to believe that with the right circumstances, our inherent strengths can be dramatically amplified. It's a profound metaphor for the harmonious relationship between a creature and its environment, and the quiet strength of recognizing and capitalizing on favorable conditions, reminding us that every drop of rain can bring a surge of momentum. Swift Swim teaches us to embrace the gentle currents, allowing us to move with unparalleled grace and speed when the world aligns with our nature, turn after turn, with serene efficiency. The ability Sandstream, a signature ability of Hippowdon and Tyranitar, summons a sandstorm upon entering battle, which damages all non-ground, rock, or steel-type Pokémon each turn. This ability is a gentle illustration of environmental control and the pervasive influence of a single presence. Sandstream speaks to the power of shaping the battlefield and the inherent ability to transform the very atmosphere through one's arrival. It's a quiet whisper about the constant erosion of time and the natural rhythm of persistent, subtle attrition, suggesting that some beings carry their own climate, altering the landscape with every step. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle yet powerful impact of an individual, prompting us to believe that even a seemingly minor action can initiate a significant, prolonged environmental change. It's a profound metaphor for the enduring force of nature and the quiet strength of consistent, widespread influence, reminding us that sometimes a single breath can stir a storm. Sandstream teaches us to emanate a pervasive aura, allowing our presence to gently yet steadily reshape the environment, leaving a lasting mark on the very air around us. The ability Intimidate, found on Pokémon like Arcanine and Gyarados, lowers the attack stat of all opposing Pokémon when the Pokémon enters battle. This ability is a soothing representation of commanding presence and the graceful dissipation of aggression. Intimidate speaks to the wisdom of projecting authority and the innate capacity to deter conflict through sheer force of aura. It's a quiet whisper about the power of non physical influence and the natural rhythm of de escalation, suggesting that some beings can quell hostility with a mere glance. This ability encourages us to trust in the power of our demeanor, prompting us to believe that with a calm, strong presence, we can soften the impact of aggression. It's a profound metaphor for the subtle art of leadership and the quiet strength of psychological advantage, reminding us that sometimes a deep breath can disarm a foe. Intimidate teaches us to embrace a gentle yet firm bearing, allowing us to subtly diminish the intensity of opposition turn after turn with serene authority. The ability Marvel Scale, specific to Melodic, increases the Pokemon's defense stat by 50% when it is afflicted with a status condition. This ability is a gentle illustration of resilience and the remarkable capacity to find strength in vulnerability. Marvel Scale speaks to the wisdom of transforming adversity into advantage and the inherent ability to harden oneself against affliction. It's a quiet whisper about the unexpected beauty of struggle and the natural rhythm of turning weakness into fortitude, suggesting that some beings become even more radiant when facing challenges. This ability encourages us to appreciate the protective mechanisms that emerge in times of difficulty, prompting us to believe that with every trial, we can develop a deeper layer of resilience. It's a profound metaphor for the profound transformation that can occur under pressure and the quiet strength of enduring, reminding us that sometimes a wound can become a shield. Marvel Scale teaches us to embrace the gentle hardening, allowing us to find profound strength and increased defense in moments of vulnerability, emerging even more beautiful and resilient. The ability Soundproof, found on Pokémon like Exploud and Electabuzz, grants immunity to all sound-based moves. This ability is a soothing representation of quiet serenity and the graceful art of selective perception. Soundproof speaks to the wisdom of creating an inner sanctuary and the innate capacity to filter out distracting noises. It's a quiet whisper about the power of inner peace and the natural rhythm of undisturbed focus, suggesting that some beings carry an inherent stillness, unperturbed by external clamor. This ability encourages us to trust in our ability to maintain composure amidst chaos, prompting us to believe that with a calm and centered mind, we can remain unaffected by the loudest disturbances. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of mental fortitude and the peaceful refuge of a mind at rest, reminding us that sometimes the greatest defense is an inner quietude. Soundproof teaches us to embrace the gentle silence, allowing us to remain tranquil and unaffected by the loudest of sounds, turn after turn with serene composure. The ability Forewarn, unique to Drowsy and Hypno, reveals the opponent's highest power move upon entering battle. This ability is a gentle illustration of prescience and the quiet advantage of knowing what lies ahead. Forewarn speaks to the wisdom of preparation and the inherent capacity to anticipate potential threats. It's a quiet whisper about the power of foresight and the natural rhythm of strategic awareness, suggesting that some beings possess an intuitive understanding of impending actions. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle hints and clues that precede significant events, prompting us to believe that with careful observation we can gain invaluable insight into future possibilities. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of planning and the peaceful advantage of being one step ahead, reminding us that sometimes knowledge itself is the greatest shield. Forewarn teaches us to embrace the gentle whisper of intuition, allowing us to quietly discern the most potent challenges, preparing us with serene understanding. The ability Trace, found on Pokémon like Porygon and Ralts, copies the opponent's ability upon entering battle. This ability is a soothing representation of adaptability and the graceful art of mirroring. Trace speaks to the wisdom of understanding others' strengths and the innate capacity to adopt advantageous traits. It's a quiet whisper about the power of observation and the natural rhythm of empathetic learning, suggesting that some beings can truly become like those they encounter, even if only for a time. This ability encourages us to trust in our capacity to learn and evolve from our interactions, prompting us to believe that with an open mind, we can absorb the best qualities of those around us. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of flexibility and the peaceful advantage of shared experience, reminding us that sometimes, to understand another, we must walk in their shoes. Trace teaches us to embrace the gentle reflection, allowing us to quietly assimilate the strengths of others, adapting with serene grace. The ability Wonder Guard, exclusive to Shedinja, makes it immune to all attacks that are not super effective against it. This ability is a gentle illustration of extreme specialization and the profound protection found in unique vulnerabilities. Wonder Guard speaks to the wisdom of having very specific weaknesses, which, when absent, create an almost impenetrable defense. It's a quiet whisper about the power of precise immunity and the natural rhythm of selective vulnerability, suggesting that some beings are designed with such singular purpose that they become nearly untouchable under specific circumstances. This ability encourages us to appreciate the delicate balance of strengths and weaknesses, prompting us to believe that sometimes what appears to be a fragile existence can, in fact, be an incredibly robust one. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of specific design and the peaceful advantage of having a very narrow set of vulnerabilities, reminding us that sometimes true resilience lies in what you are not affected by. Wonder Guard teaches us to embrace the gentle protection of our unique nature, allowing us to move through the world with an almost ethereal immunity, serene in our specialized existence. The ability Truant, unique to Slaking, causes the Pokémon to loaf around every other turn, preventing it from attacking. This ability is a soothing representation of enforced rest and the graceful rhythm of intermittent activity. Truant speaks to the wisdom of mandatory breaks and the innate capacity to conserve energy through periods of inactivity, even if involuntary. It's a quiet whisper about the power of natural cycles and the natural rhythm of exertion and repose, suggesting that some beings, despite immense power, are compelled to embrace moments of idleness. This ability encourages us to trust in the necessity of pause, prompting us to believe that even in the midst of action, there is a natural need for quiet contemplation and renewal. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of patience and the peaceful advantage of allowing oneself moments of complete stillness, reminding us that sometimes the greatest strength lies in knowing when not to act. Truant teaches us to embrace the gentle ebb and flow, allowing us to find renewed strength in moments of quiet rest, serene in the understanding that even inaction serves a purpose. The ability Sturdy, found on Pokémon like Onix and Skarmory, prevents the Pokémon from being knocked out in one hit if it is at full HP, guaranteeing at least 1 HP remaining. It also makes the Pokémon immune to one-hit knockout moves. This ability is a gentle illustration of unwavering resilience and the profound protection of a strong foundation. Sturdy speaks to the wisdom of an unyielding spirit and the inherent capacity to withstand overwhelming force, refusing to fall in a single blow. It's a quiet whisper about the power of foundational strength and the natural rhythm of enduring, suggesting that some beings are built with such robust fortitude that they cannot be easily broken. This ability encourages us to appreciate the deep-seated endurance that allows us to absorb significant impacts, prompting us to believe that with a solid core, we can weather even the fiercest assaults. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of perseverance and the peaceful advantage of an unbreakable will, reminding us that sometimes the greatest victory is simply refusing to be defeated. Sturdy teaches us to embrace the gentle resilience, allowing us to stand firm against sudden onslaughts, absorbing the force with serene resolve, always maintaining a spark of life. The ability Rain Dish, specific to Lotad, Lombru, and Ludicolo, restores 1/16 of the Pokemon's maximum HP each turn during rainy weather. This ability is a soothing representation of gentle nourishment and a graceful replenishment from natural sources. Rain Dish speaks to the wisdom of environmental harmony and the innate capacity to draw sustenance from one's surroundings when conditions are favorable. It's a quiet whisper about the power of gentle healing and the natural rhythm of sustained well-being, suggesting that some beings thrive by simply being present in their preferred environment. This ability encourages us to trust in the subtle, consistent benefits of a supportive atmosphere, prompting us to believe that with the right conditions, our vitality can be steadily renewed. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of continuous care and the peaceful advantage of being in tune with nature's rhythms, reminding us that sometimes the softest rain can bring the deepest healing. Rain Dish teaches us to embrace the gentle cascade, allowing us to slowly and steadily regain our strength, turn after turn, with serene replenishment. The ability Dry Skin, found on Pokémon like Paris and Croagunk, causes the Pokémon to take damage from Sunny Day and Fire types moves, but restores HP in rain and grants immunity to Water type moves. This ability is a gentle illustration of complex sensitivities and the profound interplay between environmental factors. Dry Skin speaks to the wisdom of understanding one's specific vulnerabilities and advantages, highlighting how different conditions can dramatically alter one's state. It's a quiet whisper about the power of elemental connections and the natural rhythm of reciprocal effects, suggesting that some beings are deeply entwined with the world's climate, finding both peril and solace in its changes. This ability encourages us to appreciate the nuanced ways in which our surroundings affect us, prompting us to believe that what harms us in one context can sustain us in another. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of self awareness and the peaceful advantage of knowing one's elemental nature, reminding us that sometimes sensitivity can be a source of both challenge and profound benefit. Dry skin teaches us to embrace the gentle dance of elements, allowing us to find both discomfort and deep nourishment, depending on the weather, with serene acceptance. The ability Clear Body, found on Pokémon like Tentacruel and Regirock, prevents the Pokémon's stats from being lowered by opposing Pokémon's abilities or moves. This ability is a soothing representation of steadfast integrity and the graceful refusal to be diminished. Clear Body speaks to the wisdom of maintaining one's inherent state and the innate capacity to resist external attempts at reduction. It's a quiet whisper about the power of inner resolve and the natural rhythm of unyielding self preservation, suggesting that some beings possess an intrinsic purity that cannot be easily tarnished. This ability encourages us to trust in our unchangeable core, prompting us to believe that with a clear sense of self, we can remain unaffected by attempts to weaken us. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of self respect and the peaceful advantage of an unblemished spirit, reminding us that sometimes the greatest defense is simply to remain as you are. Clear Body teaches us to embrace the gentle protection of unwavering selfhood, allowing us to move through interactions without being diminished, turn after turn, with serene confidence. The ability Moody, unique to Smeargle and Octillery in certain contexts, raises one random stat by 2 stages and lowers another random stat by 1 stage at the end of each turn. This ability is a gentle illustration of unpredictable growth and the profound acceptance of life's chaotic shifts. Moody speaks to the wisdom of embracing change, both positive and negative, and the inherent capacity for evolution through unexpected means. It's a quiet whisper about the power of serendipity and the natural rhythm of fluctuating fortunes, suggesting that some beings find their path not through linearity, but through a constant, gentle rebalancing of their inner landscape. This ability encourages us to appreciate the dynamic nature of existence, prompting us to believe that even seemingly random changes can contribute to an overall trajectory of development. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of adaptability and the peaceful advantage of remaining open to all possibilities, reminding us that sometimes true progress comes in unexpected waves. Moody teaches us to embrace the gentle undulations of change, allowing us to grow and adapt in surprising ways, turn after turn, with serene flexibility. The ability Poison Heal, specific to Gliscor and Breloom, restores 1 Sur 8 of the Pokemon's maximum HP each turn when it is poisoned, instead of taking damage. This ability is a soothing representation of paradoxical healing and the graceful transformation of affliction into vitality. Poison Heal speaks to the wisdom of finding remedies in unexpected places and the innate capacity to convert harmful substances into beneficial ones. It's a quiet whisper about the power of biological alchemy and the natural rhythm of turning adversity into strength, suggesting that some beings possess an extraordinary ability to thrive on what would typically be detrimental. This ability encourages us to trust in the body's remarkable capacity for adaptation prompting us to believe that with the right internal mechanisms, even a toxin can become a source of renewal. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of internal resilience and the peaceful advantage of turning challenges on their head, reminding us that sometimes the cure lies within the poison itself. Poison Heal teaches us to embrace the gentle inversion, allowing us to draw strength and healing from what would otherwise cause harm, turn after turn with serene vitality. The ability Solar Power, found on Pokémon like Heliolisk and Sunkern, raises the Pokémon's special attack by 50% in harsh sunlight, but causes it to lose 1/8 of its maximum HP each turn. This ability is a gentle illustration of intense output and the profound cost of immense power. Solar Power speaks to the wisdom of peak performance, acknowledging that such brilliance often requires a sacrifice of burning too brightly. It's a quiet whisper about the power of ultimate exertion and the natural rhythm of diminishing returns, suggesting that some beings are designed for spectacular, yet unsustainable, bursts of energy. This ability encourages us to appreciate the delicate balance between power and endurance, prompting us to believe that while brilliance can be breathtaking, it often carries an inherent toll. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of singular focus and the peaceful acceptance of life's finite resources, reminding us that sometimes, to shine brightest, one must consume oneself. Solar Power teaches us to embrace the gentle burning, allowing us to achieve incredible feats, even as we quietly expend our own essence with serene determination. The ability Swift Swim, prevalent among water-type Pokémon like Kingdra and Ludicolo, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during rainy weather. This ability is a soothing representation of adaptability and the graceful augmentation of natural conditions. Swift Swim speaks to the wisdom of harnessing environmental influences and the body's innate capacity to thrive when conditions are most favorable. It's a quiet whisper about the power of perfect timing and the natural rhythm of acceleration, suggesting that some beings are always poised to excel when their element is abundant. This ability encourages us to trust in the opportune moments, prompting us to believe that with the right circumstances, our inherent strengths can be dramatically amplified. It's a profound metaphor for the harmonious relationship between a creature and its environment, and the quiet strength of recognizing and capitalizing on favorable conditions, reminding us that every drop of rain can bring a surge of momentum. Swift Swim teaches us to embrace the gentle currents, allowing us to move with unparalleled grace and speed when the world aligns with our nature, turn after turn, with serene efficiency. The ability Sand Veil, found on Pokémon like Gible and Cacnea, raises the Pokémon's evasion by 20% in a sandstorm and grants immunity to sandstorm damage. This ability is a gentle illustration of environmental camouflage and the profound protection found in blending with one's surroundings. Sand Veil speaks to the wisdom of utilizing the landscape for defensive purposes and the inherent capacity to become less tangible amidst swirling elements. It's a quiet whisper about the power of subtle deflection and the natural rhythm of becoming elusive, suggesting that some beings find their greatest safety not in direct confrontation, but in gentle evasion. This ability encourages us to appreciate the protective qualities of our environment, prompting us to believe that by harmonizing with our surroundings, we can become less vulnerable to direct assault. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet art of disappearing into the natural world and the serene strength of finding refuge in the very elements that might seem hostile to others, reminding us that sometimes the best defense is to simply fade into the backdrop. Sand Veil teaches us to embrace the gentle obscuring, allowing us to move through challenging conditions with a quiet confidence that we are less likely to be struck turn after turn with serene invisibility. The ability Marvel Scale, specific to Melodic, increases the Pokemon's defense stat by 50% when it is afflicted with a status condition such as poison, paralysis, or burn. This ability is a beautiful testament to resilience and the quiet transformation of adversity into strength. Marvel Scale speaks to the wisdom of finding power in vulnerable states and the innate capacity to fortify oneself when facing challenges that might diminish others. It's a quiet whisper about the power of turning weakness into an unexpected shield and the natural rhythm of becoming more robust precisely when one is under duress. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle alchemy within ourselves, prompting us to believe that even in moments of discomfort or affliction, an inner fortitude can emerge, making us more resistant to further harm. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet courage of enduring and the serene strength of growing tougher when confronted with difficulty, reminding us that sometimes our greatest protection blossoms from what might initially seem like a setback. Marvel Scale teaches us to embrace the gentle hardening, allowing us to withstand the blows of life with a quiet dignity, turn after turn, with serene tenacity. The ability Limber, common among Pokemon such as Persian and Hitmonlee, prevents the Pokemon from being afflicted by paralysis. This ability is a gentle affirmation of freedom of movement and the quiet joy of unhindered agility. Limber speaks to the wisdom of maintaining one's core functionality and the innate capacity to remain fluid and responsive, even when external forces might seek to restrict. It's a quiet whisper about the power of unwavering nimbleness and the natural rhythm of maintaining control over one's own body, suggesting that some beings are simply designed to dance through challenges without their steps ever faltering. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle grace of unimpeded motion, prompting us to believe that true freedom lies in the ability to act without restraint, especially when others might be held captive. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet dignity of autonomy and the serene strength of self-possession, reminding us that sometimes the greatest advantage is simply to remain light on one's feet. Limber teaches us to embrace the gentle flexibility, allowing us to move through the world with a quiet confidence that our pace will never be arbitrarily slowed, turn after turn, with serene fluidity. The ability Immunity, found on Pokemon like Snorlax and Zangoose, prevents the Pokemon from being poisoned. This ability is a soothing representation of inherent resistance and the quiet peace that comes from being impervious to certain afflictions. Immunity speaks to the wisdom of self-preservation and the innate capacity to repel harmful substances before they can take hold. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an uncompromised system and the natural rhythm of maintaining purity within, suggesting that some beings possess an intrinsic defense against subtle, creeping harms. This ability encourages us to appreciate the gentle fortitude of a robust constitution, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest strength lies in simply not being affected. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet resilience of the body and the serene strength of being untouched by common ailments, reminding us that some protections are simply a part of who we are. Immunity teaches us to embrace the gentle impermeability, allowing us to rest peacefully, certain that one particular insidious threat will simply pass us by, turn after turn, with serene health. The ability Insomnia, present in Pokémon like Hypno and Honchkrow, prevents the Pokémon from falling asleep. This ability is a gentle illustration of ceaseless vigilance and the quiet determination to remain awake, come what may. Insomnia speaks to the wisdom of perpetual awareness and the innate capacity to resist the natural urge to rest, maintaining a constant state of readiness. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an unyielding consciousness and the natural rhythm of an unbroken watch, suggesting that some beings stand guard even when the world around them succumbs to slumber. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle strength of enduring wakefulness, prompting us to believe that sometimes protection comes from simply never closing one's eyes. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet dedication of the sentinel and the serene strength of an unwavering mind, reminding us that some beings are destined to observe even through the longest nights. Insomnia teaches us to embrace the gentle alertness, allowing us to perceive the world with an unblinking gaze, turn after turn with serene watchfulness. The ability Vital Spirit, found on Pokémon such as Vigoroth and Electabuzz, also prevents the Pokémon from falling asleep. Similar to Insomnia, it speaks to an enduring wakefulness, but often implies a more energetic, active refusal to rest. Vital Spirit is a gentle affirmation of vibrant energy and the quiet refusal to yield to slumber. It speaks to the wisdom of sustained vigor and the innate capacity to remain spirited and active even when others might seek repose. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an inexhaustible drive and the natural rhythm of persistent vitality, suggesting that some beings are simply too lively to ever truly settle into a deep sleep. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle spark of boundless energy, prompting us to believe that sometimes true life is lived in the constant hum of wakefulness. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet roar of an unquenchable inner flame and the serene strength of perpetually being alive to the moment, reminding us that some beings are simply too full of life to ever completely shut down. Vital Spirit teaches us to embrace the gentle hum of ceaseless energy, allowing us to experience the world with an ever-present alertness, turn after turn with serene animation. The ability Keen Eye, common among Pokémon like Pidgeot and Noctowl, prevents the Pokémon's accuracy from being lowered by opposing Pokémon. It also ignores any evasion boosts of the target. This ability is a soothing representation of unwavering focus and the quiet certainty of precise perception. Keen Eye speaks to the wisdom of clear sight and the innate capacity to cut through distractions and illusions, maintaining an unclouded view of the target. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an unyielding gaze and the natural rhythm of unerring aim, suggesting that some beings simply cannot be fooled or diverted from their objective. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle clarity of an undimmed vision, prompting us to believe that sometimes success comes from simply being able to see things as they truly are without impediment. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet precision of observation and the serene strength of maintaining focus, reminding us that some truths simply cannot be obscured from a truly discerning eye. Keen eye teaches us to embrace the gentle clarity, allowing us to perceive our targets with an unwavering confidence, turn after turn with serene accuracy. The ability Sturdy, found on Pokémon like Skarmory and Forretress, allows the Pokémon to survive any attack that would otherwise knock it out with at least one Oz HP remaining, provided it was at full HP before the attack. It also grants immunity to one-hit knockout moves like Fissure. This ability is a gentle illustration of steadfast endurance and the quiet refusal to be easily defeated. Sturdy speaks to the wisdom of fundamental resilience and the innate capacity to withstand even the most devastating blows, clinging to existence with a remarkable tenacity. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an unyielding core and the natural rhythm of survival, suggesting that some beings are simply too robust to be shattered in a single strike. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle promise of a second chance, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest strength is simply refusing to fall when all odds suggest you should. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet defiance of fate and the serene strength of an unshakable foundation, reminding us that some beings are built to withstand the impossible. Sturdy teaches us to embrace the gentle resistance, allowing us to face overwhelming power with a quiet confidence that we will endure turn after turn with serene resilience. The ability Damp, present in Pokemon like Politoed and Wooper, prevents the use of self-destructing moves such as Self-Destruct and Explosion by any Pokemon on the field. This ability is a soothing representation of calm and the quiet prevention of catastrophic outcomes. Damp speaks to the wisdom of mitigating extreme actions and the innate capacity to quell volatile impulses, creating a more peaceful environment for all. It's a quiet whisper about the power of gentle restraint and the natural rhythm of de-escalation, suggesting that some beings possess an aura that simply discourages dramatic, self-destructive acts. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle influence of a tranquil presence, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest strength is not in direct combat, but in preventing conflict from reaching its most destructive peak. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet influence of peace and the serene strength of averting disaster, reminding us that some beings bring a calming effect to any situation. Damp teaches us to embrace the gentle pacification, allowing us to move through potentially explosive situations with a quiet assurance that extreme measures will not be taken turn after turn with serene composure. The ability Flash Fire, found on Pokemon like Arcanine and Ninetales, makes the Pokemon immune to fire-type moves and boosts the power of its own fire-type moves by 50% when hit by one. This ability is a gentle illustration of transformative absorption and the quiet empowerment that comes from embracing one's own element. Flashfire speaks to the wisdom of turning perceived threats into personal advantages and the innate capacity to draw strength from what might harm others. It's a quiet whisper about the power of elemental synergy and the natural rhythm of intensification, suggesting that some beings do not merely survive fire, but thrive upon it, using its energy to fuel their own. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle alchemy of elemental resistance, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest growth comes from fully engaging with our inherent nature, even when it is fiery. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet embrace of one's own essence and the serene strength of turning external heat into internal power, reminding us that for some, the flame is not an enemy, but a source of profound renewal. Flashfire teaches us to embrace the gentle warmth, allowing us to absorb the heat of the world and channel it into our own radiant power, turn after turn with serene intensification. The ability Own Tempo, common among Pokemon such as Slowbro and Spinda, prevents the Pokemon from becoming confused. This ability is a soothing representation of inner stability and the quiet certainty of an unperturbed mind. Own Tempo speaks to the wisdom of groundedness and the innate capacity to maintain clarity of thought, even when external forces attempt to disorient. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an unshakable rhythm and the natural harmony of an unhurried perspective, suggesting that some beings will simply move to their own beat, unaffected by the chaotic pace of others. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle strength of mental fortitude, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest advantage is simply being able to think clearly and act intentionally, regardless of surrounding confusion. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of self-possession and the serene reassurance of an uncluttered mind, reminding us that some beings are simply too centered to lose their way. Own Tempo teaches us to embrace the gentle steadfastness, allowing us to navigate the world with a quiet confidence that our thoughts will remain ordered, turn after turn, with serene clarity. The ability Suction Cups, found on Pokemon like Octillery and Lileep, prevents the Pokemon from being forced out of battle by moves like Roar or Whirlwind. This ability is a gentle illustration of unwavering attachment and the quiet determination to hold one's ground. Suction Cups speaks to the wisdom of firm anchoring and the innate capacity to resist external forces that would attempt to dislodge. It's a quiet whisper about the power of steadfast roots and the natural rhythm of unyielding presence, suggesting that some beings simply cannot be pushed away once they have decided to stay. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle strength of tenacity, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest victory lies in simply refusing to be moved from your position. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet dignity of standing firm and the serene strength of unshakable resolve, reminding us that some beings are simply too deeply embedded to be easily shaken. Suction Cups teaches us to embrace the gentle grip, allowing us to remain precisely where we intend to be, turn after turn, with serene immovability. The ability Forewarn, specific to Pokemon like Drowsy and Musharna, reveals the strongest move of one of the opponent's Pokemon upon entering battle. This ability is a soothing representation of insightful anticipation and the quiet advantage of knowing what lies ahead. Forewarn speaks to the wisdom of strategic foresight and the innate capacity to gently probe the intentions of others, gaining valuable knowledge before any action is taken. It's a quiet whisper about the power of informed decision-making and the natural rhythm of preparedness, suggesting that some beings possess an intuitive sense for impending challenges. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle gift of prescience, prompting us to believe that sometimes the best defense is simply knowing what to expect. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet certainty of understanding and the serene strength of being forearmed with knowledge, reminding us that some insights are given to us before the struggle even begins. Forewarn teaches us to embrace the gentle revelation, allowing us to calmly assess the most significant threat, turn after turn, with serene awareness. The ability Soundproof, found on Pokémon like Exploud and Voltorb, grants immunity to all sound-based moves such as Roar, Supersonic, and Perish Song. This ability is a gentle illustration of serene tranquility and the quiet protection from disruptive auditory forces. Soundproof speaks to the wisdom of creating an inner sanctuary and the innate capacity to remain undisturbed by external noise. It's a quiet whisper about the power of peaceful isolation and the natural rhythm of undisturbed focus, suggesting that some beings possess an inherent barrier against sonic intrusions. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle strength of quietude, prompting us to believe that sometimes true resilience comes from simply not being affected by the cacophony around us. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet peace of an unassailable mind and the serene strength of being untouched by the clamor of the world, reminding us that some protections are simply a matter of being able to tune out the noise. Soundproof teaches us to embrace the gentle stillness, allowing us to exist in a bubble of calm, turn after turn, with serene repose. The ability Static, common among Pokémon like Pikachu and Mareep, has a 30% chance of paralyzing an opponent that makes direct contact with the Pokémon. This ability is a soothing representation of passive defense and the quiet deterrent of an inherent electrical charge. Static speaks to the wisdom of embodying a protective aura and the innate capacity to subtly retaliate against physical aggression. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an unseen force and the natural rhythm of an unexpected shock, suggesting that some beings carry an intrinsic warning for those who approach too closely. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle power of a gentle jolt, prompting us to believe that sometimes the best way to prevent harm is to simply be too uncomfortable to touch. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet warning of an energized presence and the serene strength of an automatic response, reminding us that some beings defend themselves without even trying. Static teaches us to embrace the gentle current, allowing us to exude a subtle, protective energy, turn after turn, with serene guardianship. The ability Poison Point, found on Pokémon like Nidoqueen and Roserade, has a 30% chance of poisoning an opponent that makes direct contact with the Pokémon. Similar to Static, it is a form of passive defense, but with a lingering, insidious effect. Poison Point is a gentle illustration of a subtle, persistent deterrent and the quiet spread of an unwelcome influence. It speaks to the wisdom of a gradual defense and the innate capacity to inflict a slow, debilitating effect on those who draw near. It's a quiet whisper about the power of a lingering consequence and the natural rhythm of a subtle decay, suggesting that some beings carry a hidden venom that discourages direct engagement. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle threat of a silent affliction, prompting us to believe that sometimes the most effective defense is one that acts over time, slowly eroding the opponent's strength. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet power of a persistent burden and the serene strength of a defense that works beyond the immediate moment, reminding us that some marks are not quickly erased. Poison Point teaches us to embrace the gentle touch of lingering consequence, allowing us to deter aggression with a quiet, pervasive influence, turn after turn, with serene toxicity. The ability Flame Body, present in Pokemon like Magcargo and Volcarona, has a 30% chance of burning an opponent that makes direct contact. This ability is a soothing representation of incandescent defense and the quiet risk of an internal warmth. Flame Body speaks to the wisdom of an impassioned presence and the innate capacity to inflict a searing touch upon those who physically engage. It's a quiet whisper about the power of radiant heat and the natural rhythm of a fiery rebound, suggesting that some beings are simply too hot to handle without feeling the burn. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle danger of an intense spirit, prompting us to believe that sometimes the best defense is to simply emanate an energy that is too fervent to approach without caution. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet intensity of an inner fire and the serene strength of a warmth that can both comfort and repel, reminding us that some passions are best admired from a distance. Flame Body teaches us to embrace the gentle glow, allowing us to protect ourselves with a quiet, inherent warmth, turn after turn, with serene incandescence,